Shalom. First and foremost, all praises to the Heavenly Father, Yahweh, Bahasham, Yahweh Shai, Bahasham, Racha HaKodash. Double honors to the apostles, the elders at Great Millstone, who rule well. Peace and salutations, as always, to the elect. I wanted to get into this video. As you brothers and sisters have probably already seen, with this character, this individual, Vocab Malone, walked up on yet another Israelite camp, yet another GMS camp, spewing the same rhetoric, as we say when we deal with these Christians. It's either going to be one of two topics. It's not one, it's the other. Everybody can be saved, going into the Gentiles and everything like that, which you've edified on that. It's not going to change. Or you can eat whatever you want. You don't have to keep the laws of the Most High. You're justified in Jesus Christ. All things are cleansed. You can eat a human foot, because humans are likened to creatures as well in the Holy Scriptures. You can eat a possum, you can eat an owl, you can eat an eagle, you can go get some caterpillars according to the vision.
The Book of Enoch.
With Peter and Cornelius.
The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed. And he took up this parable and said, Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angels showed me.
Should just start asking them.
We're
going to deal.
Them I understood.
All right, we're going to deal with the throne of David.
Not for this generation,
we're going to have a
but
discourse.
for a remote one, which is for to come.
Concerning
the elect,
camp.
I said, and took up my parable concerning them.
Pretty much you're going to bring up the same topics
dwelling, and the eternal
brought
God
up
will tread
each
upon
time
the
now,
earth,
according to
even
the
on
Holy
Mount
Scriptures.
Sinai, and appear from his camp,
These Christians
and
will
appear
really
in the strength of his might from the heaven of
being
heavens.
actual
And all
Christians
shall
and
be
followers
smitten
of
with
the
fear,
Messiah.
and the watchers shall quake,
would have
and great
adjusted
fear
their
and
feet.
trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the
That's
earth.
an ancient custom. They would
And the high mountains
ultimately
shall
count
be
as like
shaken,
heathen.
and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the
cities,
flame. And the earth shall be
men
full
don't
of
receive
rent
your
asunder,
message.
and all that is upon the earth shall
dust off
perish.
your
And there
feet.
shall be a judgment upon all
Going
men.
into an ancient
But with the
custom where,
righteous he will make peace,
before you
and will
enter back
protect
into
the elect,
Jerusalem,
and mercy shall be upon them.
went
And
to
they shall
heathen
all
land,
belong to
you went
God,
back
and they shall be
Jerusalem,
prosperous,
dust
and they shall
your
all
feet
be
off,
blessed.
because you didn't even
And he
walk
will
the
help
soils.
them all, and light shall appear unto them, and he will make
dirt
peace with them.
from those heathen
And behold, he cometh with
lands to enter
10,000s of his holy ones to
Jerusalem, so
execute
you
judgment upon all.
If they were
and
really
to destroy
about that
all
life,
the
they would
ungodly,
ultimately
and to
cast
convict
us off
all flesh of
as
all the
heathen men.
works of their ungodliness which they have
Okay?
ungodly
Scripture
committed,
said, he that is
and all
inherited
the hard things which ungodly sinners have
first,
spoken
second,
against
third
them.
ammunition.
Observe ye everything
admonishment.
that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits,
count them as a
and the
heathen.
luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and
These
set
dudes
in
pop
order,
up
each in its season,
right,
and transgress
at
not
particular
against their
camps,
appointed
this
order.
ambush,
Behold ye the earth,
journalism,
and give
which,
heed to the
you're-
things which take place upon it from
prepared,
first to last.
your feet is
How
prepared with the
steadfast
gospel,
they are.
ultimately it is.
How none of the things upon the earth change, but all the works of God appear
It's
to you.
going to be the same
Behold the
thing
summer
with
and
these
the winter,
Christians.
how the whole earth is
And we
filled
deal with
with
them.
water
I
and
know a lot of
clouds
you
and
brothers and
dew
sisters.
and rain lie upon it.
Leave comments.
Observe and see how in the winter all the
why
trees
y'all-
seem as though they had withered
why
and
y'all
shed
deal
all
with
their
them so
leaves,
much?
except
Why
14
y'all
trees
deal
which
with
do
these
not
Christians?
lose their
Well, there's a lot of our
foliage,
people
but
in
retain the old
Christianity.
foliage from 2
Ultimately,
to
we're
3
set up to
years
defend the
until
gospel.
new comes.
Briefly introduce
And
myself.
again,
like,
observe
a
ye
lot of
days
times
of
we
summer,
wanna ignore
how
them.
the sun is
But
above
there's
the
a particular
earth,
talking
over
point that we
against it,
use
and you seek shade and
from
shelter
these
by
people,
reason of the heat of
to
the
edify
sun.
the church.
And
You
the
gotta
earth
understand,
also
because
burns
you
with glowing heat,
may
and so you
understand these
cannot tread on the
simple
earth
terms
or
and
on a rock
topics.
by reason of its heat.
There's always
Observe ye
new
how the
believers,
trees cover
okay?
themselves with green leaves
coming into
bear
the faith.
fruit.
So it's
Wherefore
to hear these
heed
things.
and know with regard
Okay,
to all
and
his
the
works,
gospel is going to be
and
repetitive.
recognize how he that
Talk
liveth
about the
forever
same
hath made
worship and
himself.
the same prophecy.
And all
that
his
actually
works
did.
go on thus from year to year
So we're
forever.
prepared
And all the tasks
defend the
which they
gospel now.
accomplished for him,
I wanted
and
to
their
deal with a
tasks
section
change
of
not,
this
but
discourse
according as
back and
God
forth
hath
between
ordained, so it is
vocab
done.
Malone
And behold
brothers
how the
at
sea and the rivers in like manner accomplish and change not their tasks from his commandments.
Live camp,
But ye have not
September
been
3rd,
steadfast, nor
2022,
done the
the very
commandments
end
of
of
the
their camp.
Lord. But ye have turned
vocab
away and
walks up,
spoken proud and hard words with your impure
It's nighttime,
mouths
one
against
of the
his
dark
greatness.
shades.
O ye hard-hearted, ye shall find no peace.
Come
Therefore
with the
shall
same
you
rhetoric.
consecrate your
You want to
days,
go into
and
the
the years
Gentiles.
of your life
I
shall
would have told
perish,
him, look,
and the years
we
of
already
your
dealt with that
destruction shall
topic.
be multiplied
All
in
right, let's
eternal
talk about the throne of
execration.
David,
And ye shall
tabernacle of
find
David,
no
which is the
mercy.
kingdom of heaven.
In those days you shall make
How
your
it
names
was
an
built
eternal
in the days of old,
execration
and how
unto all the
that's
righteous. And by
what
you
the world
shall
is
fall
called
true
Jesus
curse.
Christ is coming to establish.
And all the sinners and godless shall
Right, when you
imprecate
deal with
by
the tabernacle of
you.
David,
And for you, the godless, there shall be
built
a
as in the days
curse.
of old.
And all the
and
Okay,
explain
shall
it.
rejoice,
heathen were
and
in
there shall
subjection.
be forgiveness of
So
sins,
that's
and
synonymous
every
with the
mercy
kingdom of
and
heaven.
peace and forbearance.
How can all of the
there
heathen
shall
be
be
saved?
salvation unto them, a
Okay.
goodly light. And
If
for
what
all
the Heavenly
you
Father
sinners
is
there
getting
shall
ready to
be
establish
no
in the form of a
salvation.
government
But on you shall
on
abide
earth as it
curse.
is in heaven is
But
the
for
throne
the
of David.
elect there shall be light
Solomon
and joy
forwarded
and peace,
for 40
and they
years, and
shall
the heathen
inherit the earth.
under
And then there
Israelites.
shall be
It talks
bestowed
about how
upon the
Solomon
elect
even
wisdom,
took
and
the
they
heathen
shall
that were
all
left over
live
that
and never
David
again sin,
had
either
subdued.
through ungodliness
and he
or
made them
pride.
tributaries. He put them
But they
into
who are
forced
wise
servitude,
shall be
slavery.
humble, and they shall not again transgress.
But anyway,
nor shall they sin all the days
here
of
in
their
this
life. Nor shall
video,
they die of the divine anger or wrath.
vocab,
But they shall complete the number of the
going
days
into the
of their
topic of the
life.
Gentiles.
And their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy
He's
shall
heard
be
the gospel of
multiplied
the
in
Israelites
eternal
is cut into
gladness
the
and peace.
heart, so
all the days of their
he's
life.
doing everything in his power, appointed by those who sent him.
Especially with the word
And it
Cast
came to
doubt,
pass when the children of men
because
had
he said,
multiplied that in
"This is
those
the
days
fastest
were
growing
born
religion
unto
to
them
Israelites."
beautiful and comely daughters.
Which is
And
prophecy.
the angels, the children
Okay,
of
go
the
into the
heavens,
prophecy.
saw
Matter of
and
fact,
lusted
so
after them,
related to
and said
nature,
to one another,
obviously,
Come, let us
that
choose
which
us
is
Here in the
wives
book
from
of,
among the
nature
children
is
of
our,
men, and beget us
dictionary
children.
37th chapter.
And
But if we
send
really want to
Joshuel
go
as
to
their
the
leader,
etymological
and said
roots
unto
of the
them,
word, which
I
to me,
fear you will not indeed
expresses
agree
talks
to
about
do this deed,
the dry
and I will
bones.
have to pay the
define
penalty of a
nature
great
from the
sin.
narrative
And they
throughout
all answered him and said,
many
Let us
prophecies
all
where
swear
in
an
the
oath,
latter days,
and all bind ourselves by
Israelites
mutual
and,
imprecations
would be
not
in
to
a
abandon this plan, but to
destroyed
keep
state.
this end.
NTR.
Okay,
This is where they
Ezekiel
all
in this
together
chapter
and found themselves by
symbolic
mutual
of the prophets
imprecations
that
upon
be
it.
raised up to go
And they
preach
were in all
to these dry
200 who
bones.
descended in the days of Jared
Okay,
on
and
the
as
summit
he
of Mount
prophesied,
Hermon, and they called it Mount Hermon because
skin
they
started
had
to
sworn
come
and
upon
bound
the
themselves
bones.
by mutual imprecations
Okay,
upon it.
and it gets to
And
the
these are
point
the
here in
names of their
Ezekiel
leaders.
37 and 10, it says,
Simeon
so I
their
prophesied
leader,
as he commanded me,
Ramael,
means
and the
Kokabel,
breath came into them,
Tamiel,
and they lived and stood
Ramiel,
upon their feet, an
Daniel,
exceeding great army.
Ezekiel,
So he's ultimately trying to stop biblical prophecy and make us to doubt. Because, when we were born, we weren't born into the understanding we were Israelites. You have a very small amount of brothers
and all the
who had
others
parents
together with them
who
to
were
unto
Israelites.
themselves wives,
We were,
and each
born
chose for himself
as
one.
actual
And they
heathen
began
Gentiles.
to go in unto them and to
You know?
defile themselves with them. And they taught them
we
charms
were,
and enchantments,
bound to
and the
idols,
cutting of roots,
destroyed.
and made them
A lot of
acquainted
us
with
come
plants.
from families,
And they became pregnant
with
and
no
bare
father,
great giants,
drugs
whose height was
infested,
3,000 ells,
confusion.
who consumed
See?
all the
But
acquisitions
the
of
Lord
men.
will raise up
And when men
prophets
could no longer
that will
sustain
prophesy,
them,
and
the
the
giants
Israelites,
turned against them and devoured
again, it says in
mankind.
verse 11,
And they began to
then he
sin
said
against
unto me, Son of
birds
man,
and
these
beasts
bones are the
and
whole house of
reptiles and
Yashala,
fish,
Israel.
and to devour one another's flesh.
All right, behold, they
and
say,
to
our
drink
bones are
the
dried, our
blood.
hope is lost.
Then the earth
We are
made
cut off
accusation
all parts. When
against
you
the
look at
lawless ones.
the so-called black,
And
Hispanic, Native
Azazel
American,
taught men to make swords
Okay, we've
and
been
knives
ruined,
and
destroyed.
shields and breastplates, and made
Okay,
known to them
Judah,
the metals of the earth
right, has
and the
caught
art
the-
of working them,
the
and
brunt of the,
bracelets and ornaments
curse,
and the use of antimony and the beautifying
But all
of
of the
idols,
tribes have been
and
cut
all
off.
kinds of
Rape, rob,
costly
murder,
stones, and all
slander,
coloring tinctures. And there arose much godless
all kinds of
works,
confusion
and they
has entered
committed
into
fornication,
our culture,
and they were
which
led
is,
astray,
it's
and
all
became
messed up.
corrupt in all their ways.
So our people marching around, complaining. The lands that they were inhabiting, stolen by the Edomites, the heathen, occupied. It's messed up. So our people of the mindset that we're cut off. Okay, but as the prophet Ezekiel, okay, who was symbolic of all the prophets that would be raised up, prophesied. Okay, there's a message preached to them, which will cause them to stand on their feet. Okay, and then from that point, they're going to be delivered and brought back into the land. Okay, and it's dealing with the stick of Ephraim. Okay, and the stick of Judah and Ephraim. All right, which are all 12 tribes. At one point, all 12 tribes acknowledged King David as king, and we had a government, all right, known as the throne of David. Solomon forwarded that government for 40 years. Since then, you know, after Solomon sinned, we've been scattered, broken, separated, brought into various different captivities, all the way up to this house. Where in the latter days, Judah and Israel will unite.
And nothing can hide
Okay, as we see that here.
Thou seest what
Azazel verse 15, where the prophets will prophesy they would have the 12 tribes chart,
which were preserved in heaven,
here,
which men were
our people
striving
would
to
see
learn.
them preaching and ask them, what do you mean by this?
To bear rule over his
Okay, and from that point, our people will get to understand and be raised up. Okay, and prophecy will be fulfilled. So that's what's happening throughout the four corners of the earth. Vocab is saying,
and the women have borne giants, and the whole earth is
ignorant and stupid, but this is actual biblical prophecy. When you see Israelites being raised up throughout the four corners of the earth.
Their suit to the
And Isaiah 44 says what?
have ascended, and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And now
Isaiah 44 says what?
before they come to pass. And now seest these things,
Thus
and
saith
thou
Yahweh that made thee, and
and
formed
thou
thee
didst
from the
not
womb,
say
which
to
will
me
help
what
thee.
thee are to do.
Fear not, O
in
Jacob,
regard to thee.
my servant, and thou Yasharon, or Jeshurun, whom I have chosen, and great Israel. For I will pour water upon him that is thirsty, and floods upon
Go to
dry
Noah
ground.
and tell him in
Now
my
remember in the
name,
chapter we just read, we were dry
and
bones.
reveal to him the
The Lord has
end that is
promised
approaching.
He's going to pour water
Will be destroyed
upon him that is thirsty,
is about
and floods
to come
upon the
whole
dry
earth,
ground.
and will destroy
I
all
will
that
pour
is
my
on it.
spirit upon
And
thy
now
seed and my
instruct
blessing
him that he
upon
may
thine
escape,
offspring.
and
This is
his
the
seed
prophecy.
may be
But
preserved
as
for
Yahweh
all
Shai himself
generations
said,
of
the
the
scripture
world.
cannot be broken.
And again, the
So
Lord
this has to happen, and we're witnessing it happen. And the water that is being poured upon the dry ground is the word, the Holy Spirit,
which is endued
which will be preached
him there
through Yahweh, through Yahweh Shai, to the men on earth who have been given the everlasting gospel.
and let him abide there
Okay?
forever, and cover his face,
And our
that he may
people,
not
that
see
dry
him.
ground, would
And
hear
on
those
the day
words
of the great
and stand upon their
judgment, he
feet.
shall be cast into the fire.
All right, so the
And heal
offspring
the earth,
of
which
Abraham,
these
Isaac, and Jacob in the latter
to
days,
proclaim the healing of the
though
earth,
they will be
that they
in
may heal the
a
plague,
destitute
and that
state,
all the children
the Lord
of
has
men
promised
may not
He will
perish
be
in
with
all
us.
the secret things that the watchers
And I will
have
pour my
disclosed
spirit
taught
upon thy
their
seed
sons.
and thy
And the
blessing,
whole earth has been
my
told
blessing
through
upon
the
their
words
offspring,
that
and
were
they shall
taught
spring
by
up
Azazel.
as
To
among the
him
grass,
describe
as willow
all
by the
sin.
water courses. Okay?
And to Gabriel said the Lord,
In LT, they will thrive like water grass, like willows on a river bank.
and destroy
Okay?
the children of
And,
fornication and the children of
here in
watchers
Texas,
from
we were
amongst
having a
men,
drought,
and cause them to go
right?
forth.
And bros prayed
Send
for
them
some
one
rain.
against the
I was
other,
like, damn, we need
they
some
may
rain.
destroy each other
And
in
rain
battle.
started to come
For
down
reason
when the
now
grass
shall they not have.
wasn't being
No
watered.
request that their
You
fathers
look
make
at
of
the
thee shall be
field, you see
granted
it
unto
withered,
them
dry,
on their behalf.
brown.
For they hope to live in eternal life, and that
terrible.
each one
It's
of
like
them
hay.
will live 500
But as
years.
it started to rain,
And
you
the
go into
Lord
those
said
very
to
same
Michael,
fields, and what do you
find
see?
some Joshua
Grass,
and his
green
associates
grass
who have
springing
united
up.
themselves with women so as to
Willows.
defile themselves with
Okay,
all
flowers by the
uncleanness.
water courses.
And when their sons have slain one another, and they
Once
have seen
water
the
hits
destruction of
the
their
earth,
beloved ones, bind them
things
fast for 70
spring out.
generations in
And the scriptures
valleys
say, "He
of
that
the
believeth
earth."
on me," as the
Till
scripture
the
have
day of
said,
judgment,
out of his
till
belly
their
shall flow
consummation,
rivers of living
till
water.
judgment that is forever.
So once
and
that
ever
living
is
water,
consummated.
all right,
In
would
those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the
dispersed
prison in which
by
they
the
shall
prophets,
be confined forever.
the
And
Israelites would
whosoever
spring
shall
up
be condemned and destroyed
as
by
willows among the water
bound together
courses.
with them
All
to
right.
the end of all generations,
And water
and
grass.
destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers,
Right now,
because they have wronged mankind.
The grass is growing fast because it's been raining, where you have to cut it pretty much
and let the
once a
plant
week.
of righteousness and truth
All right?
and it shall prove of
Just an
blessing.
earthly example of what this means in spirit.
Truth shall be planted in
The Bible is highly
truth
poetic.
and
It says,
forevermore.
one shall say, I am
And then shall all
Yahweh.
the righteous escape.
Ain't this happening? Another shall call himself by the name of Jacob,
And
Yahweh.
all the days of their youth
All right,
and their
we're
old age
leaving off
shall
these
be
different
complete.
nationalities that we've been taught,
And then shall the
all right,
whole earth
which
be
made
filled
us
with
dry. We're
righteousness,
coming into what?
and shall all be
The
planted
truth,
trees,
the living waters.
full of blessing, and all desirable
Another shall
trees
subscribe with his
be
hand
planted
unto the
on
Lord
it,
and
they
surrender
shall
himself by the
plant
name of
vines on it,
Yahshua.
in the vine which they planted
So
on
this is
shall
what's
yield
happening in the
wine
planet
in
Earth.
abundance. And as for
Okay?
all the
And it
seed
can't
which
be
is
stopped.
sown thereon,
And it's
each
a
measure
result of
it shall
biblical
bear
prophecy.
1,000, and each
Some
measure
will
of
proudly
olive shall
proclaim,
yield
I belong
10
to
presses
Yahweh.
of oil.
All
And
right?
cleanse thou
We
the
have brothers
earth
and
from
sisters
all
standing up
unrighteousness,
saying,
and
we
from
are the
all
Lord's chosen
unrighteousness,
people.
and
Others
from
will
all
say, I am
sin,
the descendant of
and
Jacob.
from all godlessness.
Now this is
All
before we were
uncleanness
born.
that is wrought upon the earth,
Some will
destroy
write,
from off the earth.
all right,
And
Yahweh's
all the
hand,
children of men shall
all right,
become
name on their
righteous,
hands,
and
and
all
will take
nations
the
shall
name of
offer
Israel as their
adoration
own.
and praise
So there you go.
and all shall
And that's
work
happening
away.
right now.
And the earth shall be cleansed
All right, wherever
from
we
all
are,
defilement,
all right, wherever
and
you
from all sin,
look up,
and from all
you see
punishment,
constantly
and from
Israelites.
all torment.
Everybody
And I
should be
will never
understanding that
again
Israelites.
send
That's
them
the
upon
talking
it
point
from
in
generation
everybody's
to
mouth.
generation
Israelites.
forever. And in those
Okay?
days I will open the store
Everywhere you
chambers of
look,
blessings
even
which are
from
in
the
heaven,
most destitute
so as to
places,
send them down
go
upon
amongst
the
these
earth
jakes.
over the work and
And
labor of the
we
children
the
of
real
men.
Jews.
And truth
The
and
white man,
peace
the Edomite,
shall
everybody's
be
saying that.
together throughout
This
all
is
the
prophetic.
days of the world and throughout all the generations
As the
of
scriptures
men.
say, even when our forefathers tried to rebuild the second temple,
Before
the
these
time of
things,
Zerubbabel,
Enoch
all right, these
and no
heathen,
one of the children
they
of
wanted
men
to
knew
stop
where
it
he
because they
went
know what that
and where
represents.
he abode.
So that's what
and
this
what
guy
had
is.
come
Now
upon,
here in this
and
camp,
his activities had to do
getting
with
to
the
the point,
watchers, and his days were
it
with
brings
the
out
holy
Acts,
people.
the second chapter, which is
And
going
I,
to deal with
Enoch, was
and
blessing the Lord of
side note,
majesty and the King of the ages, and lo, the watchers called me, Enoch,
brother,
scribe, and said to me,
Gabar
Enoch,
Yahweh,
thou scribe of righteousness,
GMS
go
Hawaii, Bob, he
declare
went
to the
into it.
watchers of heaven who have left
Okay,
the
he
high
actually went
heaven,
through
the holy
more of the
eternal
conversation
place,
than I'm going
and
to
have
go through.
defiled
So
themselves
watch
with
this
women,
video,
and have
subscribe,
done
be
as the
edified.
children of earth do,
Brother,
and have taken unto
Apostle
themselves
Tahar,
wives. Ye have wrought great destruction
already
on
on
the
it.
earth, and ye shall have no peace
Already
nor
up,
forgiveness
in
of
the
sin.
temple doing
And
some work.
inasmuch as they delight themselves in their
We do.
children, the
Right?
murder of their
Proselytes,
beloved
Jews,
ones shall they
Testament
see.
Israelite, various
The
brothers
destruction of their
that went
children
into it.
shall
Apostle
they
Gabar,
lament, and shall
did a
make
video.
supplication unto eternity. But mercy and peace shall ye not attain.
That's GMS declaring the end.
And Enoch
Apostle
went and
Gabar
said,
already has one.
Azazel, thou shalt have no peace.
Okay.
A severe sentence
Gentile,
has gone
Gentiles,
forth
a lesson
against
on
thee
the
to put
context of
thee in
Scripture.
bonds. And
So
thou
brothers are
shalt
already
not
on
have
it.
toleration,
Apostles, elders,
nor
brothers, up and
request
coming
granted
elders,
to
all
thee
of us are
because
already
of the
on this.
unrighteousness which
Brother
thou
from
hast
GMS
wrought,
Virginia,
and
I
because
was
of
watching
all
his
the
video
works
earlier.
of
I shared it.
godlessness and unrighteousness and
He
sin
also
which
went
thou
into
hast
it.
shown
All right, let's
to
get
men.
this scripture real quick.
Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them, and they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence
Philippians
of
1
the
and
Lord of heaven.
17.
For from thenceforward
But the
they
other
could not speak
with
to
love,
me,
knowing
nor
that I am
lift up
set,
their
as a
eyes
matter
to
of
heaven
fact,
for shame of their sins, for which
Philippians
they
1
have
and
been
16.
condemned.
The one
Then I
preached
wrote out
the
their
Messiah,
petition,
Hamashiach,
and the prayer in
with
regard
contention,
to their spirit,
not
which
sincerely
he
supposing to add
indicated,
affliction to
and
my
in
bonds. And
regard
that's
to their request
vocab
that
Malone.
they
He
should
said in
have
his video,
forgiveness and length.
the reason he's
And I
going up to all
went out
these
and
Israelite
sat
camps
down
is
to the
because he
waters
saw a
of
challenge
Edom in the land of Dan,
issued forth
to the
by
south
GMS
of the
Columbus,
west.
which I don't think
And I read
they're
the
not a part of
petition till I
GMS.
fell asleep. And
At
behold,
one
a
point,
dream came
I
to me,
remember
and visions
those
fell
brothers,
down
if
upon
they
me.
still out
And I
there,
saw
maybe they
visions
have
of
to make a decision. I don't
chastisement and a voice
but one of the brothers
bidding me
looked
to
like
tell it
he
to the
might.
sons of heaven and
He was
reprimand
kind of wild.
them. And when I
I don't know if
awake,
he's still
I
out
came
there,
unto
but
them, and they were
he said
all
there was
sitting
a challenge
together,
issued forth that said,
weeping in Abel-Shem, which is between Lebanon and
Christians don't know the gospel, y'all scared of the Israelites, yada, yada,
And I
yada.
recounted before them
So
all
that
the visions which I
put a
had
fervor deliverance spirit on him to get on an airplane, get on trains, look at particular areas where brothers are preaching at and type in the address to go and find these locations where he can confront the Israelites. Okay? He's preaching out of contention. But the Christians have been silent for years. How many Christians have been going into prophecy? How many Christians have talked about the Edomites? Talking about the true, the religion of Christianity. When have you ever heard them going to Greek and Hebrew words, going to the prophets, going to Obadiah? Okay, and talk about the kingdom of heaven being set up on. They never talked about these things. It's because the Israelites have been raised up. Now they're fervent and they're having to try to go into the Holy Scriptures and defend the madness that they've been spewing out all of these years. And it's not holding up to the times. It's an outdated, garbage religion, and it was forced upon our forefathers with the sword in that picture of Edomite Messiah, Jesus Christ. Okay? The doctrine of discovery and all of these Edomites went throughout the four corners of the earth, forcing this garbage religion on our people. Okay? And the form of Christianity you see being taught in these churches, why we call it plantation Christianity, where our people dwell, is garbage. It does our people no good. Okay, and it's good that our people are leaving. As there's a mass exodus from the Christian church dealing with our people. Okay, and a lot of a lot of black women are even leaving the church. They were the last ones there, and they're going into witchcraft and voodoo. You don't see him trying to go to those people and convert them. No, he's worried about the Israelites. Right? Because this is the scriptures say the Lord has set forth the apostle last. So one preached a Mashiach of contention, not sincerely, supposing to add afflictions to my bonds. And that's what they want. Okay, they want us to be constantly afflicted, lost, scattered through, broken. Okay, they really care. They be in a hood where niggas are selling drugs and being demons. All right, and telling them they need to convert to Christianity. But nah, they're trying to get us to go back and teach our people that garbage. No. So the one preached a Mashiach of contention, not sincerely, supposing to add afflictions to my bonds. The other of love, knowing that I am set for the defense of the gospel. We are set for the defense of the gospel. So if you're tired of seeing vocab, so are we. But guess what? He ain't going nowhere. And we're going to continuously defend the gospel wherever we see fit. All right? So let's play this video.
And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings and the
deal with this
stars, and its ceiling was also a flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a
Depends on you.
Well, we're going to keep it cordial anyway.
Okay, so Acts chapter 2.
Before we get that, the question was, make sure it's nation specific.
Yeah.
The question is, where does it say that the Edomites, the Moabites, the Hamites can be saved? So his answer, he's going to go to Acts the 2nd chapter. Now, when you go into prophecy, the fate of the heathen nations is sealed. Okay? Through, all right? They're going into captivity. All right? They will be subject to the authorities. Okay? Scripture says rule over all oppressors. And again, the throne of David being established means what? The heathen will go as in the days of old. Again, Amos 9 says the tabernacle of David will be built as in the days of old. Okay, showing you no heathen could partake of the kingdom of heaven. Now the heathen will be in the kingdom, but they will be there as subjects. We go into these things all the time. But the question is how to prove with the scriptures that actual heathen, actual Moabites, actual Edomites, actual Hamites, actual Japhites, Ammonites, right? All of these different nations, right, could be saved. So his answer is going to be right here.
Okay, go ahead. Now, if you're in Acts chapter 2, look at the list. Look at the list. Now let's go down to verse 7. Man, this is really small writing. And these, and not all these who, okay, Galileans, and look at verse 8. And how is it that we hear each of us in his own native language, hint 1. Notice this native language. Parthians and Medes
I know
and
you did this
Elamites
class.
and residents of Mesopotamia, Judea, notice it's in there too, and Cappadocia, Pontus in Asia, Phrygia and Pamphylia, Egypt and the parts of Lydia belonging to Cyrene, and visitors from Rome, both Jews and proselytes, Grecians.
All right, both Jews and proselytes. Now, real quick, let's get to curse.
And immortal for all generations of the world, and therefore
Of why
I have not
these
appointed
Israelites
wives
were
for
in these
you,
various different
as for the
nations.
spiritual ones of heaven.
All right, this is Deuteronomy 28 and 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from one end of the earth to another,
and on the
and
earth
there
shall
thou
be
shalt
their
serve
dwelling.
other gods.
Evil spirits
Okay,
have
which
proceeded
neither
from
thou
their
nor thy
bodies.
fathers have known. Now, as we were scattered amongst these various different nations, all right, many of our people, if you go back to the Greco-Roman culture, they fell under this curse. All right, but the Lord left the remnant, okay, of the Jews, Judah, Benjamin, Levi, that's where you get the scribes, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, Essenes, and so forth. These were Jews who were ultimately raised in the customs. Okay, and that's ultimately where Yahushua, when he first came on the scene, he gathered from amongst, as the scriptures say, the 10th of Judah had to be saved first. Right, but you have our people who were in a Gentile state of mind, scattered among these nations. Okay, but there was always a remnant as well, too, who stuck to the traditions, man. And that's where you get the circumcision. Okay, so yeah, we were scattered among all the people. This is why you have Israelites from these various different nations. In Acts, the 2nd chapter, let's get it. At the day of Pentecost. Okay, and as a matter of fact, real quick, when you get Acts the 15th chapter, because you have to follow the narrative of among the heathen in the Holy Scriptures. When you get Acts the 15th chapter, there was a council at Jerusalem.
But all the mysteries have
Right?
not yet been revealed.
Because what? In Acts 15 and 5,
Indeed, in your hardness
there rose up a certain sect of the Pharisees, which is sect of the camp, which believed. All right, so these are Pharisees who believed on Yahushua. All right, but what were they saying? That was needful for the newly converted proselytes or Gentile Israelite foreigners.
And when they wished, they appeared
Okay,
to
it was
men,
needful
and they brought me
that
to
they
a
would
place
have to be
God
what?
had
Circumcised,
to a
okay?
mountain,
After the manner of Moses.
And I saw the
Okay, this was a mindset amongst the circumcision who were raised in the custom that these newly converted Israelites would have to come up under the first covenant standard, which caused friction. Now, we always ask this question, why would actual Pharisees, scribes, and these various different Israelites that were raised in the customs, who understood the first covenant and who had the mindset of the first covenant, why would they want actual heathen to come up under that first covenant, knowing that that first covenant was only for the Israelites?
And went to the place where no flesh
Stupid.
walks.
Okay?
I saw the
This is
mountains
not talking about
of winter,
actual
and the
heathen
place went all
being
the
brought
waters
into the
of
fold.
peace below.
Okay,
I saw
these
the
Pharisees
mouths
and the
all
mindset
the
of
winds
these
the earth,
Israelites who were raised in
and
the
the
customs
mouth
was,
of
look,
the deep.
okay, these,
I saw the
yeah, you may be a newly converted, all right, but you're an Israelite and you have to what? You got to keep the law of
and the
Moses.
firm foundations of
Okay,
the
so this
earth.
was causing
And I saw
friction,
the
which is why you have the
cornerstones
letters that are written to these
I saw the
churches,
four winds
Galatians,
which bear the
Colossians,
earth and the
Ephesians.
firmament of heaven. And I
Okay,
saw
all
how
of
the
these
winds
letters
stretch out
stem
the
from this
heaven
council
and have
at
vegetation
Jerusalem,
between heaven and earth.
where these
These are the pillars
different,
of heaven.
you know,
I saw the winds
churches
of
were
heaven
being
which
formed.
turn and bring
You
the
had particular
circumference of
Pharisees and
the sun
Sadducees and
stars
scribes and
into
so
section.
forth going
I
amongst
saw the
these churches
winds on the earth
that were being
carrying
raised
clouds.
up.
I saw the path
Right,
of
of
the
these
angels.
converts,
I saw it
Israelites
in the earth, the firmament of heaven
left off
above.
from idol
And I
worship and
proceeded and saw a place
blood
which
drinking,
burns day and night.
homosexual, all kind of things they were into.
Magnificent stones.
And they repented and came into the fold.
And three towards the south.
So once they repented,
And as for those
all right, you had
towards the east,
particular
one was of a colored stone.
Pharisees,
and one
which
of a
were
pearl,
strict in the law,
and
but
one
they
of a
believed on
jasper.
Yahushua.
And those towards the
And you
south
had those who
red
didn't
stone.
believe on Yahushua
But the middle
that were
one
Pharisees.
reached to heaven
And what were
like
they
the throne
saying?
of God.
Ultimately, you got to come up, you got to come up under that first covenant. So this caused a friction amongst the churches. Now, when you read the judgment that came from this, okay, this was the judgment, Acts 15 and 19. Wherefore my sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to God. You see that? You had Israelites scattered among the Gentiles that turned back to the Heavenly Father. Okay, the judgment was that we can't trouble them, okay, that they got to be under that first covenant. Okay? You can't burden them with the duties of the whole law. Okay, and they're just now coming in. But we write unto them that they abstain from the pollution of idols, which is a law, from fornication, and from things strangled, and from blood, which are laws in the Bible. Then he goes into how Moses has been taught the laws, but ultimately us or our fathers couldn't hold to that covenant. Okay, he broke that covenant. So why are we going to put this burden on these Israelites that are just now coming in? Okay, but these were Israelites from among the Gentiles, as the Israelites were scattered among the heathen and learned the works of the heathen. Okay, so there you go. So let's go back to Acts the 2nd chapter. Right now, at the day of Pentecost, which is the 50th day after the Passover, okay, it's also called the Feast of Weeks. Now, you have three major holy days that were required to report to Jerusalem. You have the Passover, Pentecost, the Feast of Tabernacles. Okay, the Israelites were required by law to report to Jerusalem. Okay, now what happened here, okay, Acts 2 and 1, now vocab started at verse 8, okay, started at verse 8, now we're going to read the whole thing, right, let's get to that point. Let's go back, and let's listen to his reasoning again, and then we'll go back.
Okay, so Acts chapter 2.
Before we get that, the question was, make sure it's nation specific.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Now, if you're in Acts chapter 2, look at the list. Look at the list. Well, let's go down to verse 7. Man, this is really small writing. And these, and not all these who, okay, Galileans, and look at verse 8. And how is it that we hear each of us in his own native language, hint 1, notice his native language, Parthians and Medes and Elamites and residents of Mesopotamia, Judea, notice it's in there too, and Cappadocia, Pontus and Asia, Phrygia and Pamphylia, Egypt and the parts of Libya belonging to Cyrene, and visitors from Rome, both Jews and proselytes, Grecians and Arabians. We hear them telling in our own tongues the mighty works of God. Now, notice it says Jews and proselytes. That is a Greek construction. So it's telling you Jews and proselytes.
Now, proselyte, let's hear what he says.
Proselyte doesn't even say Gentile.
I get what you're saying with that.
So they're from all places, and it says native language.
Okay.
So that's step 1. If you want to go, I'm not done yet. If you want to go step 2, we go to the Old Testament in Genesis, which says, at that time men began to call on the name of the Lord, and that is prior to Abraham. So it's prior to Abraham.
See how he's all over the place. Okay, and see, even with that, real quick, before we do, when you go to
And this I went to another
Genesis, the
place,
4th chapter.
in the mountain of Har.
After Abel was slain, Adam had another son by the name of Seth.
Wide and very smooth.
Okay,
How smooth are the hollow places.
Genesis 4:26. And to him there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began men to call him on the name of the Lord. This being before Abraham means nothing, because ultimately it will be this name that followed the chosen lineage. Okay, and as you went through the chosen lineage, descendants of Adam, you had Seth, who was made in the image. And as you keep going down, then you see Enos, men begin to call on the name of the Lord, showing you that name will be associated with this particular lineage, and it's giving you that lineage to the descendants of Adam through Seth through Enos, and as you keep going, eventually Noah pops up. Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem means name or reputation, legacy. Okay, showing you the name, okay, that was called upon at the time of Seth and Enos, which was passed down to them from Adam, of course, will continue. And then when you get to the Tower of Babel, okay, because the nations who survived the flood came out of Noah through Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem being the chosen, which is where you get this term anti-Semitic. It's really Shemitic, and the whole thing makes no sense. But when you go to the Tower of Babel, ultimately it would be the family line of Shem, okay, through our Faxad. You can see here Shem, we got our Faxad. You keep going down, and eventually who pops up? All right, Terah, who's the father of Abraham. So at this time, this family line was descended from Adam through Seth, through Enos, all right, all the way up through Noah, through Shem, through our Faxad. This family line, okay, were what? There was a falling away. You go through to Joshua 24, it tells you Terah, all right, was calling on idols and other gods in Ur of the Chaldees, which is where Abraham was born, Abram. Okay, and what the Lord did was restore that name, that legacy, to Abram, which is a descendant of Adam. Okay, through Seth, through Enos, all right, through Noah, through Shem, through Faxad. And Abram is woken up, given the name of the Lord. Okay, just like we have been woken up, given the name of the Lord in the land of Babylon. He was in the actual Ur of the Chaldees. We are in the physical Babylon and scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. Okay, and we've been returned to our legacy, just like Abram was. Okay, and Abram had Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All right, so Abram actually links the chosen lineage, all right, to the name of the Lord and the legacy that will be continued. Okay, and a promise was made unto him, all right, of rights back into the Garden of Eden. Okay, but that's a whole nother lesson. Okay, but it's still Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob when you follow the narrative. So what in the hell is Vocab Malone talking about? He's reaching. He's all over the place. And we're going to deal with Acts 2. But come on, bro. What the hell did you bring that up for? What are you talking about? So you think you're dealing with these low-level niggas, but we're not just regular men. You can't get away with the garbage that has been spread throughout the four corners of the earth in the form of Christianity anymore. Again, these are talking points you never heard in Christianity. When did Christians ever go into Seth and Enos and Adam's descendants? All of these talking points come from the fact that you've been studying because of the Israelite talking points. Anyway, let's keep listening. We'll rewind it again to it.
What verse did you start at?
Acts chapter 2, verse 8.
Now go to verse 5. Let's get.
See, the brother did exactly in the spirit what he was supposed to do. Go to verse 5, and then let's read from that point. But let's watch the slippery snake.
The point of who the lamb was.
Oh, I know the point.
Yeah, but you didn't
I
get the
know
point.
the point.
But you didn't get the point.
Oh, I know the
Give
point.
First Peter the first chapter.
I know the point. Oh, wait. We're going to heap the hopscotch over.
And you didn't.
Now he says get First Peter's the first chapter, which is very interesting to this lesson. Okay? Now it's Hebrew hopscotch. The scriptures tell you to line upon line, precept upon precept. But when we do that, it's Hebrew hopscotch. When for years you Christians have just had John 3:16 at the forefront of your ministry and didn't explain nothing else. You didn't go up, you didn't go down, you just John 3:16, God, come on, man. Listen to this.
Hey, we're in Acts, and you're going.
Hey, well, hold on. He said Hebrew hopscotch.
Yeah.
That's why I said this is vain.
See that? Now, the brother wanted him to go to Acts 1:1, First Peter 1:1, which ironically, I did a video on this guy's leader, John Calvin, and his thoughts on First Peter 1:1, and why replacement theology is a lie.
And its
So he
fragrance
proclaims
shall
to be a
their
Calvinist.
garments, and they shall live a
But don't you know
long life
John
on
Calvin,
such
when he
steadfast
read 1
faith,
Peter 1:1, came to the conclusion that Peter was
shall
writing
no
unto the
sorrow
Jews,
or torment
to the
or
Israelites
calamity
scattered
touch
in
them.
these various different
Then
nations.
blessed
Now,
I the
I have the
God of
article
glory,
here. I'm not going to
the
go all
eternal
into it.
King, who hath prepared such
Okay,
things
was
for the
1 Peter
righteous,
written
and
unto
hath
the Jews or the
created them,
Gentiles?
and promised to give to them.
Answers matter more than you
And I
think.
went from thence
All right,
to the
because
middle
we're
of
supposed to
Europe,
be on one
and I
accord.
saw a
We're
blessed
commanded
place, in
to
which
all
there
speak
were
the same
trees
thing.
and
So you have to
branches
understand,
abiding
why is one
the
letter going to be
leaf
written,
of a dismembered tree.
all right,
And
to
there I
actual
saw
heathen
a
than the
holy
other
mountain, and underneath the
written unto
mountain
just
to
the Israelites?
east,
It doesn't
there
make
was a
sense.
stream
All of these letters
that
were written
flowed
unto
toward the
Israelites.
south. And I saw
Okay, and when
towards
you
the
get
east
1 Peter
another
1,
mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine. In it
Okay.
also ran a stream underneath the mountain. And
it
to
says
the
what?
west
Peter,
thereof
an
there was
apostle
another
of Yahweh Shai
mountain,
HaMashiach, to
lower
the
than the
strangers
former, and of small
scattered
elevation, and
throughout
a ravine
Pontus,
deep
Galatia,
and dry
Cappadocia,
between them,
Asia, and
and
Bithynia,
another
elect
deep and dry
according to the
ravine
foreknowledge
was at
of God the
extremities
Father,
of the three
through
mountains.
sanctification
And
of the
all
Spirit
the
and
ravines
obedience
were
unto the
deep
sprinkling
and
of the
narrow,
blood of Yahweh
being
Shai,
formed of
grace
hard
unto
rock.
you,
And
and peace be
trees were
multiplied.
not planted upon
Okay,
them.
to the
And I
strangers
marveled at
scattered.
the
Now, when you look
rock,
at this
and I
word
marveled at
scattered,
the ravine. Yea, I marveled.
even John Calvin came to this understanding.
Then said
This
I,
diaspora,
what object is this
okay,
blessed
which is
land,
what?
which is
Israelites
entirely
dispersed
filled with
among
trees,
foreign
and
nations
this accursed valley
of
between
Christians,
them?
followers of
Then
Yahweh Shai,
Uriel,
scattered
one of the holy
among
angels
the
who was with
Gentiles,
me,
as we
answered
went
and
into
said,
earlier
This
briefly.
accursed valley is for
Okay?
those who are accursed
So
forever.
even John Calvin, which I have this video, I'm gonna just reload the video. John Calvin, your own cult leader, right, came to the conclusion that 1 Peter 1 is written only to the Israelites who were scattered among the nations, all right? And we have the quote right here. Okay, just go to the point. Scholars have long been divided over the question of 1 Peter's intended audience, but it seems the majority of classical interpreters took the phrase exiles dispersed abroad at face value, and you should. Okay? Seeing a Jewish audience to be in view. John Calvin is a good representative when he writes in his commentary on 1 Peter. They who think that all godly are thus called because they are strangers in the world and are advancing towards the celestial country are much mistaken, and this mistake is evident from the word dispersion, which immediately follows, for this can only apply to the Jews. Now this is John Calvin's word, and we have the whole breakdown here. If you want to look that up, all right, I'm going to reload this video so you can hear his whole breakdown, but vocab, your own leader, John Calvin, who you're a Calvinist, he is of the opinion that 1 Peter 1 was written to the Jews only, the Israelites scattered amongst these nations. So you can either check this video out, Lord willing, I'll reload it. We ain't gonna go all into it for time's sake. But why do you think he didn't want to deal with that? Why do you think he starts skipping and hopping up the street? Playing stupid, because he saw these videos, he sees the videos. Okay,
because you've already went to all these camps.
You
Said
know
the
he
same
should have
thing.
left you in
Hebrew
Acts
hopscotch.
so we supposed to stay in Acts 2, we can't get a precept? Okay, the scriptures say through the precepts,
over the Erythraean Sea, and went far from it, and passed over the angels.
get understanding.
And I came to the garden of righteousness, and from afar off, trees.
And we just rolling out of the bed doing videos, man. We, you know,
trees there, very
hopefully you get edified, you know, but it ain't like we, you know, went
tree
and,
of knowledge,
you know, did some hardcore. Look, Spirit just like, let's do a video on what we
that
see.
tree is in height like the fir, and its leaves
Right.
are like those of the carrot tree.
Psalms 119 and 104. Through thy precepts I get understanding. Therefore I hate every false way. And this is why we hate the false way of Christianity, because we went into the precepts and we found out you people are through.
Then Raphael, the holy angel
Okay.
who was with me, answered me and said to me, This
Let's
is
go
the
back.
tree of wisdom, of which thy father olden years.
I get
False
it.
witness. You being false witness, bro.
Yeah.
You don't
You
know
were just
that.
talking to that dude.
And how you know we be out here for 3 hours? How you know?
Because all your videos go from
Sometimes.
No, I'm
This dude, he's looking at the back. He's looking at now.
From thence
It ain't hard to find, brothers. Like vocab. He's looking at the address behind the building. He's looking at the reflection behind him because there's a mirror, and he's typing in these various. Like, what is wrong with you?
the one different from the other.
What's wrong with this guy?
East of those feet,
He's
I
a
saw
professional
the
housefly.
earth, whereon the
You hear it in your ear. You slap it away, and he comes back.
opened. And I saw
Then
how
you
the
spray
stars of heaven
the guy.
poured. And I counted the
Okay,
forest out
he's
of
from
which
Raid.
they proceeded,
I
and
make
wrote
my
down
own.
all their outlines, each individual
Bug
star by
repellent and
itself,
bug spray. You can do it with
according to
essential
their
oils
number,
and
their names, and their courses,
spring
and their
water.
positions, and their
And you
times,
spray it on it,
and
and
their
you
months.
think
As
the thing,
Uriel,
the
holy
fly is
angel
dead.
who was with me,
But then
showed me
3 days later,
He showed me all
you're sitting
things,
and
and wrote them
you
down
hear
for
the
me.
damn fly moving again. You're like, wait a
He
minute.
wrote for me, and
That's
their laws,
vocab Malone
and
and
their
these
commandments.
Christians, man.
Oh, look, this is easy. No one has
Guess
to
what?
work for the government to figure it out. You gotta
Today,
be a normal
guess
person.
what, Joe? Today I had a hard day at the plantation.
And he
We hear each of us in his own native language. Hint one. Notice his native language. Parthians and Medes and Elamites and residents of Mesopotamia, Judea, notice it's in there too, and Cappadocia, Pontus and Asia, Phrygia and Pamphylia, Egypt and the parts of Libya belonging to Cyrene, and visitors from Rome, both Jews and proselytes,
Strangers
heaven
involved.
open such as I had seen in the east. The same
Christians and Arabians. We hear them telling in our own tongues the mighty works of God. Now, notice it says Jews and proselytes.
Hold on,
That
hold on,
pi is
hold
a
on.
Greek construction. So it's telling you Jews and
Okay.
proselytes.
and saw
Now
there
the
three
proselytes is the
portals
new
of heaven open, and three small
We're gonna get into
portals
that
above
now.
them. Through each of
To
these
break down
small
what's
portals
happening
pass
here.
the stars of heaven and run their course to the west.
Acts the second chapter.
And as often
says,
as I
"And
saw,
when the
I
day of
blessed
Pentecost was fully
always
come,
the Lord of glory.
they
And I
were
continued
all
to bless
with
the
one
Lord of
accord."
glory, who has wrought great
Okay.
and glorious wonders, to show
They
the
were all with
greatness
one
of his
accord in one
works to
place,
the
and
angels,
then suddenly there came a sound from heaven. All of the Jews were gathered, as it is on law, that the feast of Pentecost should return to Jerusalem, right?
And praise the great
And there came a
works
sound from
and
heaven
bless him forever.
as a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting.
Enoch, the son
And there
of Jared,
appeared unto them
the son of
cloven
Mahalalel,
tongues like
the
as
son
of
of
fire,
Enos, the son
and
of Enos,
it sat upon each of them.
the son of Adam.
And they were all filled with the Holy Spirit,
Beginning of the
and
word
began to
of
speak
wisdom,
with other tongues as the Spirit gave them
and
utterance.
say to those
Okay?
which dwell on earth.
And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men from out of every nation under heaven. That's the understanding of that scripture.
It were better to declare them.
But what vocab does is he just reads down where it's naming the nations where these Jews came from and say that is why the heathen can be saved. That is a damn lie. Remember, okay, they were here by commandment. It was a law from the Second Chronicles
By whom the light,
8.
eternal life has been given to
Okay.
me. Now 3
13.
parables were imparted to me, and I
It
lifted up
says,
my voice
even
and
after
recounted them
a
to
certain
those
rate
who
every
dwell
day,
on earth.
offering according to the commandment of Moses on the Sabbath.
When the congregation of the righteous shall appear,
Sabbath
and
and
sinners shall be
hand in hand.
judged for their
And on
sins,
the solemn feast, 3 times in the year,
and when the righteous
even in
one
the
shall
feast of
appear
unleavened
before
bread,
the eyes of the righteous,
okay,
whose
Passover,
works hang
and the
upon
Feast
the
of
Lord's
Weeks,
Spirit, and
okay,
light shall
Pentecost,
appear
and
to
the
the
Feast of
righteous and the
Tabernacles.
elect
that is a commandment that the Jews would have to return to Jerusalem 3 times in a year. It was an order. So this is why in the book of Acts, all right, you see that the day of Pentecost. Because remember, you still had a remnant of Jews who were raised in the tradition. Okay, that's who the Messiah gathered from amongst when he came on the scene. But as he was, gathering, he was preparing his disciples that the only ones that are going to really listen to you are the downtrodden. They're really the only ones that are going to appreciate you. Okay, these high-minded Jews and this, that, the scribes, the Pharisees, they, for the most part, didn't accept of them. A lot did, but even more didn't. And that was the back and forth. As these churches were being formed, with these Israelites coming out of this Gentile state of mind, you had particular of the circumcision condemning them, and they were also setting up churches, as we'll show you, to teach the only way to be right with the Father is through perfection in the law. Okay, but anyway, what was actually happening here, Vocab? Acts 2 and 5, and there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. See that? And that's the beauty of Jerusalem. Its positioning is you can get there from any north, south, east, west. Beautiful. It says, now when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language. So here it is, you had Jews, all right, speaking in different tongues. Okay? It says, and they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, behold, are not all these which speak Galileans? Okay, which is ultimately the Hebrew language. So aren't these Galileans? All right, ain't they from this particular region? How? What? And how do we hear every man in our own tongue wherein we were born? All right, which is symbolic that the Holy Spirit is going to be dispersed, all right, wherever Israel is scattered, man. Okay? Parthians, Medes, Elamites, and dwellers of Mesopotamia and in Judea, Cappadocia, Pontus, Asia, okay, Phrygia and Pamphylia, in Egypt, okay, and in the parts of Libya, about Cyrene, and strangers of Rome, Jews and proselytes. Now he jumps to this term proselyte. Remember, these are Jews, these are Israelites from all different nations. These are the different nations where these Israelites were from. Okay? Point blank period. All right? Now, the scriptures tell you in Zechariah, the 14th chapter, that the family of Egypt are going to be in subject to the Israelites. All right? This is speaking of the Israelites from among these nations, not the actual heathen. So you failed here and you got cut when you were told to go back to Acts 2 and 5, but you didn't want to deal with that. Okay? Now, this term proselyte, real quick. Look at this term proselyte.
In the past, they painstakingly wrote with ink on papyrus scrolls.
Basically, one newly converted.
And asked people who were literate at the time who could read and write, copy this down so that other
proselyte.
Strong's G 4339. Proselutos. Proselutos.
A newcomer. All right. Remember, the scriptures talks about how ye were Gentiles. Let's get that real quick.
We have the communications being
pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth and supplicate in the name of the Lord of spirits.
And I heard
1 Corinthians 12 and 2. Ye know that ye were Gentiles carried away unto these dumb idols, even as you were led. So you had Israelites leaving off from these idols and were waking up. Now, as they were waking up to what? The fact that through faith in Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, they could be brought back into the fold. contrary to the first covenant where you had to be perfect in the law. But then you would have particular scribes, Pharisees, Sadducees, and these various different sects that will go and set up churches saying no, or even go to the churches where these Israelites were repenting and say no, you got to keep the whole law. You got to come up under the first covenant. That was the controversy, man. Okay, between the circumcision, those raised in the customs, and the uncircumcision, those who weren't raised in the customs. Point blank, period. It wasn't never dealing with actual heathen being brought into the fold, but Israelites who had been scattered among these various different nations that through the preaching of the word returned back. Okay, we're gonna deal. Okay, it says a newcomer, alien, proselyte, one who has come over from a Gentile religion to Judaism. See that? To Judaism. Okay? And the scriptures don't deal with Judaism. The scriptures deal with the law, statute, commandment, which the Heavenly Father gave to Moses and Aaron to give to the Israelites. Okay, Judaism is of the heathen. We don't deal with Judaism. Okay, let's type in Judaism in the scriptures. No, you don't have any form of that. That is a garbage religion that those small hats, all right, which our people did start to make these weirdo doctrines and things like that, and the small hat took to it and added to it, but the scriptures ain't dealing with no Judaism. Okay, it's the law, statutes, and commandments, man. All right, and you had particular Israelites scattered among the heathen who were raised in the customs of the Greeks and the Romans, bugged out, but they heard the word and they turned back. Okay, but they were turning back to the fact that salvation through Yahweh Shai was how you were justified. And then, as we'll show you, you had these particular scribes and Pharisees who were going and saying, no, you got to be perfect in the law. But let's go into something understanding dealing with this word proselyte. We're going to go to the Thayer Greek lexicon. Okay, it says a newcomer, stranger, alien. We just showed you the strangers that were scattered were Israelites in the book of Peter. Okay, James, who's this book written to? To the 12 tribes scattered abroad. All of these letters are written to the Israelites in these various different regions, man. In Acts 2, we're just reading about an occurrence that fulfilled prophecy in Joel. We'll get that as well. Okay, so a stranger, an alien, okay, often used for what? Gar. Okay, which is what? Goes back to Moses' son. All right, Gar. Let's see here. Whom she sought not, she found. And we're going to go to that real quick. As rain in the desert, okay, and dew on a thirsty land. To the term Gar, okay, that takes you to the word stranger. Now Moses had a son named what? Gershom. See here, Gershom. Exodus 22 and 22, and she bare him a son and called his name Gershom. For he have said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. Where was he born? Amongst the Midian, the land of Midian. Okay, but what was his nationality? He was what? An Israelite of the tribe of Levi through his father Moses, man. Okay? Let's go to
their parabolic meeting. These are the names of the holy who dwell on the earth and believe in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever.
Yep.
Also,
First Chronicles 6:16 of the sons of Levi, Gershom. Now, when you go to this term Gershom,
and cannot part with their new
get it real quick. That's where you get that term Gar, which is associated with proselyte.
Those who deny the name of the dwelling
because
of the
you had
Holy
Israelites
and the Lord of spirits
who were born in strange lands. Gershom,
and on the earth
foreigner,
they shall not come.
Firstborn son of Moses,
who have
denied
the name of the Lord.
And what does it mean? A stranger. As a matter of fact,
suffering and tribulation. On that day, mine elect one shall sit on the throne of glory.
Yep.
and shall try their
Exodus
work,
18 and
and their
3.
places of rest
And her
shall
2
be
sons,
innumerable.
of which the name
And
of
their
one was
souls shall grow
Gershom,
strong within
where he
you,
said,
when
I
you
have
see
been an
my
alien
light
or a stranger
and
in a
those who
strange
have
land.
called upon my glorious
See that?
name.
But he was an
Then I will
Israelite,
cause mine elect
born
ones to
in the
dwell
land
among
of
them,
Midian.
and I will transform the heavens
Okay?
and make it an
That
eternal
word,
blessing of light.
proselyte, is
And I will
linked,
transform the earth and make it a blessing.
okay,
And I will cause mine elect
to
ones
this word.
to dwell upon it.
okay?
But the sinners and evildoers shall not
It
set
says a
foot
newcomer,
thereon. For I have
stranger,
provided and satisfied
often
with peace
for
my
Gar,
righteous ones.
okay?
And I have caused
A
them to
proselyte,
dwell before me.
one who has
But
come
for the
over from a
sinners,
Gentile
there is
religion
judgment impending
to
with
following the
me, so that I shall
laws.
destroy them from
We
the
don't
face
deal
of
with
the earth.
Judaism in the Bible.
And there I saw
All right,
one
now
who had
here
a head
in
of
Acts,
days, and his head
or
was
Matthew
white like
23 and
wool.
15.
And with him was another being whose countenance had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy angels. And I asked the
and,
angel who went
and look
with
what
me,
the root
and
word
showed
of
me
Gar-
all the hidden things
Garsham
concerning that
is.
son of man,
All right?
who he was, and
Gar
whence he was,
Shawam,
and why he went with the head
okay,
of David,
which is what?
and he
Exile,
answered and said unto me,
okay?
this is
When you go
the
to
Son
that
of
term,
Man, who hath
stranger,
righteousness, with whom dwelleth righteousness, and who revealeth all the treasures of that
we
which
go
is
to this
hidden.
term stranger, scattered,
Because the Lord of spirits
1 Peter
hath
1 and
chosen
1.
him, and whose
Peter, an
life
apostle
hath
of
the
Yahweh Shai,
preeminence before
Mashiach,
the
to the
Lord of
strangers
spirits
scattered
and
throughout
uprightness
Pontus, Galatia,
forever.
Cappadocia.
And this Son of Man, whom thou
Okay,
hast
again,
seen,
I mean,
shall raise
how
up
many
the
times we gotta
kings
show
and the
you?
mighty from their seat, and the strong from their thrones, and shall loosen the reins of the strong.
Okay,
and
exiles,
break the teeth of
diaspora,
the sinners.
okay?
And he shall put down the kings from their thrones.
Dispersion of the Israelites dispersed among the nations, right? Followers of Yahweh Shai scattered among the Gentiles, okay, as exiles.
And he shall put down
Okay?
the countenance
Point
of the
blank
strong,
period.
and shall fill them with
Okay, so
shame, and darkness shall
that
be their
that
dwelling,
word
and
proselyte is
worms
tied
shall
to
be their
that.
bed, and they
Okay?
shall have no hope of rising from their beds,
Garash,
because they do not extol
okay,
the
another
name
root
of the
word
Lord
to
of
drive out,
spirits.
to drive away, to divorce. We're not the Israelites divorced.
And raise their hands
We're not the Israelites put away.
and tread upon the earth.
We're not we given a bill of divorcement because we broke that covenant. But see, you had those who stuck to the tradition, so they looked at those who were cast away and who were raised under these various different customs as actual heathen. Okay, or if they came back in, they had to be perfect in the law. They didn't want to give Yahweh Shai his props. Okay, so that's what proselyte means. Now, when you go to Matthew, the 23rd chapter and the 15th verse, Yahweh Shai says, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye can pass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made," okay, so they were going amongst these different regions where the churches were being formed, and they were going to these different converts, these Israelite Gentiles, and saying, what? You got to what? Keep the laws perfectly. And then, when he is made, you make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves. Okay? So my question is, why would a Pharisee or a scribe, let's look up these different, because you got to understand these different sects, these different religions. These are the circumcision. This is our history. A scribe is one who, was very, very taught in the scribing things down, writing things down.
Strong's G 1122. Grammatus. Grammatus.
Okay, which is an office in the churches, right? It says a clerk, a scribe. Now you see grammar, right? A secretary, public servant, render, yada yada yada. Let's get to in the Bible, a man learned in a Mosaic law and sacred writings, an interpreter, teacher. Scribes examine the more difficult and subtle questions of the law, added to the Mosaic law. Okay, and they would basically make laws out of laws, go into the Hebrew wording, make a law out of the letters. It was basically no way back. Basically, they made everything like super technical. Okay, Now they were learned in the Mosaic law. Okay, then you have the Pharisees.
Strong's G 5330. Pharisaios.
Okay, a sect or a camp that seems to have started after the Jewish exile who were scattered, right? In addition to the Old Testament books, the Pharisees recognized an oral tradition, standard, and belief. They sought for distinction and praise of outward observance of external rites by outward forms of piety, like the fringes and all of that. You see that mindset back today. And such as ceremonial washings, fasting, prayers. Okay, they prided themselves and fancied their good works. They held strenuously to a belief in the existence of good and evil angels and to the expectation of the Messiah, but they didn't want to accept them. But some of them did. But ultimately, these were men who were raised in the customs. Now, why in the hell? Okay, why in the hell would actual scribes and Pharisees, understanding that first covenant, okay, take actual heathen and bring them into the fold when that was against the custom of that first covenant? Remember, a bastard could enter into the congregation, right? So the proselytes are Israelites, man. The scribes and Pharisees were strict in the law, but then they're going to go and get actual heathen so you can come into the fold, which breaks the law. No, these were Israelites, and they were taking people who were converting through the preaching and saying and making them complete demons to where they would go persecute the churches. So y'all got to keep the law perfectly, and we see that mindset here today in Israel. Stop vocabulary. Okay, proselyte. All right, does not mean heathen, actual Gentiles. These are Israelites who turned back from those idols and wicked ways they were raised in. Okay? And through the labor of the apostles, who left from these different sects and followed Yahweh Shai, they woke up, man. So this doesn't give a welcoming to the heathen now. Okay, Acts 2:11. Greeks and Arabians, we do hear them speak in our tongues the wonderful works of God. And they were all amazed and were in doubt, saying to another, what meaneth this? Others mocked, saying, these men are full of wine. Like, these Jay drunk, man. This is crazy. But Peter, okay, standing up with the 11, lifted up his voice and said unto them, ye men of Judea, he's speaking to the circumcision, and all ye that dwell at Jerusalem, okay, be this known unto you, and hearken unto my words. For these are not drunken as ye suppose, seeing it is the third hour of the day. They ain't gonna get drunk this early. Okay? But this is that which was spoken by the prophet Joel. Okay? Saying what? And it shall come to pass in the last days, says God, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. Okay? And on my servants and on my handmaids will I pour out in these days of my spirit, and they shall prophesy. And I will show wonders in the heaven above, and signs in the earth beneath, blood and fire and vaporous smoke. And the sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon blood, before the great and notable day of the Lord come. And it shall come to pass that whoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Ye men of Israel, hear these words. So all that happened here, okay, was fulfilling a prophecy by Joel in Joel the 2nd chapter. Okay, let's get it. On the earth. And that angel deliverance promise, okay, because the Holy Spirit being dispersed, okay, is the beginning of the victory. Okay, Now, when you go to Joel 2,
Thine eyes have seen the mountain of iron, and the mountain of copper, and the mountain of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of
deliverance
lead.
promise,
All these shall
promise
be in
of
the
the Spirit.
presence of the elect one as wax.
Okay, which these things are happening in these times as well,
Streams down
through the Holy
from
Spirit
above
as well.
These mountains. They shall
Joel 2:27, and ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. My people shall never be ashamed. It shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and daughters shall prophesy, and your old men shall dream and dream dreams, and your young men shall see visions, which this is happening now, but that was fulfilled in Acts the 2nd chapter. And also upon the servants and upon the handmaids in those days will I pour out my spirit, and I will show wonders in heaven and in earth, blood and fire and pillars of smoke. And the sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, until the great and terrible day of Yahweh shall come. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem there shall be a deliverance, as he hath said, and in the remnant whom the Lord shall call. So the remnant are who? The remnant of Israel. I mean, do we have to get that scripture, or do y'all know that? Okay, the remnant is the remnant of Israel. All we have to do is just type in remnant of Israel. Pretty simple. Nothing too deep. Okay, the remnant that are going to be saved, okay, are the remnant of Israel. Such that are escaped, that the remnant of Israel, remnant of the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Because remember, Abraham was promised that his seed would be as the sand of the sea, but we know a remnant of that will return to the heirs to the promise given unto him of that land. So Yahweh Shai, that's all solidified. But the remnant is Israel. Okay? The remnant of Israel. All we have to do is go into the scriptures. Okay? So the remnant of Israel, man. Okay? And as the book says in Romans, there's a remnant according to grace unto this day. Get that.
Saw how they made their instruments, iron chains of immeasurable weight.
Romans 11.
Asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, For whom are these chains being prepared? And he said unto me,
5. Even so, at this present time, there is a remnant according to the election of grace, a remnant of who? Israel. That's right here. Paul is saying the Lord ain't cast away his people, which that's ultimately the talking point of Vocab Malone, that the Lord has cast away his people. Okay, that they've been replaced. The Israelites have been replaced with the church, who are heathen, all right, from all different backgrounds, who can call on the name of Jesus Christ and be brought into the fold for this glorious day. Okay? No, you going off. We can go even deeper into this, but the point was made, you know.
It doesn't even say
I get what you're saying with that.
so they're from all places, and it says
Hey,
native
John.
language.
Okay.
So that's step one. If you want to go,
okay with John.
I'm not
Okay.
done yet. If you want to go step two, we go to the Old Testament in Genesis, which says at that time men began to call on the name of the Lord, and that is prior to Abraham.
Yeah.
So it's
Prior to, and what does that mean?
And when they have recognized their
It's still that chosen lineage through Seth, through Adam,
then by these shall
which
they
eventually through Noah and Shem and Arphaxad led to Abraham. It's still tracking the chosen lineage. So now the Christians, everything was based upon Abraham. The Gentiles, the Abraham, which the Gentiles are tied to Abraham because just as he was raised as a heathen, we were raised as heathen. But the Lord put the Holy Spirit upon us while we're in an uncircumcised state of mind and brought us back to our true heritage. That's what happened to Abraham. And that's what's happening to us. That's what happened to the Gentiles. They were uncircumcised like Abraham, but they were brought back through the preaching of the word to what? The fold. Okay? Through faith. See that? But see, they've taken that and just wiped out the Israelites and replaced that with anybody. The Bible is always dealing with a chosen seed, point blank period, and that was the importance of Seth and Enos, the name being called on back then mentioned, to let you know the prophets are going to come from this line. The Lord's name will be, let's get that in the book of 2nd Ezra 3.
And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved, and the days of their lives shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not thenceforward be reckoned. And in those days the angels shall return and hurl themselves to the east.
Verse 35, 2nd Ezra 3 and 35. Or when was it that they which dwell upon the earth have not sinned in thy sight? Or what people have so kept thy commandments? Thou shalt find that Israel by name have kept thy precepts, and not the heathen. Heathen ain't dealing with the precepts. The heathen ain't calling on the true name of the Lord. Okay, that is being done by the Israelites. Okay, in these latter days we've been scattered among all of these nations, but guess what? All right, the old paths are being restored. Okay?
And their right hand shall be strong.
Prior to Abraham.
Now, what verse did you start at?
Acts chapter 2, verse 8.
Now go to verse 5. Let's get the point of who them men were.
Oh, I know the point.
Yeah, but you didn't
Oh,
get
I
the
know
point.
the point.
But you didn't get the point.
Oh, I know the
Get
point.
1 Peter, the first chapter.
I know the point. Oh, wait. We're going to keep clock Scotch over.
So now that he's cornered with verse 5,
shall be at an end. Sheol shall devour the sinners in the
and
presence
the brother brings out 1 Peter 1 and 1, because that's how we teach. Now he's able to deviate from that point in verse 5 that we brought out in Acts 2 and 5, that these were Jews, okay, dwelling at Jerusalem by order in the law of Moses, that Jews had to go to Jerusalem for the feast of weeks, Pentecost, right?
In one day.
And you the and
We're in Acts. And
see,
you're going,
hey, well, hold
you're
on.
telling him to go
He
to
said
Peter.
Hebrew hopscotch.
Yeah.
See that? He's running from that point by
And I began to speak the
getting into Hebrew hotchkotch, and watch his antics.
That's why I said this is. That's why I said this is vain. Because
You're vain if you stay in
you've
Acts
already
chapter
went. You've already went to all these camps
You
saying
know
the
he
same
should have
thing.
left you in
Hebrew
Acts 2.
hopscotch. If you know how we gonna deal with.
He's trying to stay in Acts 2. I told you to get the 5th verse. He just told the brother to hold 1 Peter 1 and 1. So we can bring out a point that your leader, John Calvin, agrees with us on.
Why do we?
Because I want you to
there's no
learn
point.
how to deal with the Bible
The
faithfully.
shot clock. Because he think we.
See, these devils really think that they're the authority over us, and they have been so used to it throughout history having control over our thought process, what we thought, how we taught the Bible, how we looked at God, that to see us coming into our own through the Holy Spirit, it bothers them. So he wants to what? Teach us how to read the Bible to where we fall up under his order. No, the day of you Edomites is over with, and this is an Amalekite. Okay, I'm calling it. This is the Edomite Amalekite small hat, point blank period, and he's hurt. Okay, and it's already been brought out that you're an Amalekite. I told you that to your face.
This out, brother, listen, here's what it is.
Let me tell you something,
If you
okay?
learn how to deal with the Bible faithfully,
Back then they had the white image of Jesus and the sword. See, now it's more of a subtle version of Edomite supremacy. So they're doing it this way, but they're being made a fool of. Keep watching the same stuff. I mean, the points we made here, all of the brothers are going to make the same points. It's not going to change, but I just wanted to go through this. Through the Holy Spirit.
In the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month.
go down to
You need to learn how to
the way you do it.
because you didn't answer my question. What you rapping? You rapping?
But then he could go to all the way back to Genesis 4 with Seth and Enos calling on the name of the Lord. He can do that, but we can't go to Peter. Man, fuck you. And all of you people are going to be destroyed.
And the righteous stood around him. And a great trembling seized me. And fear
I explained
my
it
thorns away, and dissolved my reins, and I fell on my face. And my
Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and he raised me up.
Our living planet,
When he had
a
raised
library
me up,
of
my
life.
spirit returned.
Every species like a book, holding the information for humanity's greatest
And the
innovations.
quaking of the heavens.
New medicines, technologies, and economic development. But we are burning those books before we've even read them.
The day of his mercy. And he has
We want to know all life, every species. We are the International Barcode of Life Consortium, and we are illuminating biodiversity through DNA-based analysis.
Spirit has prepared for those who worship not the righteous law.
By using automation and rapidly evolving DNA sequencing technology, we are bringing this vision to life.
Day is prepared for the elect, a covenant, but for the sinners an imposition.
Our new scientific program, Bioscan, is shedding light on unknown species, tracking their distribution, abundance, and interactions. Bioscan will bring us closer to building a complete library of life, forming the basis for an Earth observation system. Together, we must act.
And on that day,
We are not just scientists. We are rangers in national parks collecting the data required to monitor ecosystems. We are indigenous peoples protecting our lands and traditions for future generations.
occupied with his breast, awake
We are citizens supporting science and conservation in our country.
the garden where the elect and righteous dwell.
This is Bioscan, collecting, mapping, and revealing life's diversity. Our species acting to protect all species before we lose the possibility of even knowing them.
One day has passed. One was the business of the sea, and the other is the dry land of the wilderness. And he said to me, Thou son of man, herein thou dost cease to know what is hidden. And the other angel who went with me and showed me
That's kind of interesting, isn't it, folks?
what is first and last in heaven.
Bioscan,
And beneath the earth
tracking everything.
and at the ends of the heaven,
We know they're doing the
foundation of the heaven.
Human Genome Project. They want to track everybody, and they also want to track and catalogue every single thing.
Winds are wrecking
Get a digital database.
the power of the wind.
And why do you think they'd be doing that, folks? Why do you think they'd be doing that? The Vatican has also just announced that everybody should move their savings into the Vatican Bank. All churches and the whole Catholic enterprise, and is to move all of their money into the Vatican Bank by September 30. What do you think that's all about? They're introducing the digital currency trial in Australia as well any day. Not sure when that's coming in, but it's coming in soon. They want to trial their digital currency, and we've just seen the National Bank go down for 24 hours or something as well. There's a whole day where people couldn't access their accounts. Similar to what we saw in Canada, there was one particular bank or one particular province, I think it was one bank, went down across Canada and a lot of people couldn't access their funds. Well, the same thing just happened with the National Bank in Australia. That'll be good when they go to a digital currency, everything's digital, and suddenly there's a power failure or something, won't it? I mean, what's it going to be like when the system goes down or the power goes down and all the currency's digital? If you don't have cash to back things up, well, you're going to be in a very precarious situation, folks. But that's what they're doing. They're making it so you can't do anything. All of their changes that are making it better for you, they're just making it better for themselves. They're making it so you can't do anything. It's like moving everybody over to electric vehicles. They want to phase petrol vehicles out of Sydney within 5 years, they say. They want to ban petrol and diesel vehicles from Sydney within 5 years. They want everyone on electric cars. The same token, they're telling you not to charge your electric cars because there's power shortages. And if anything goes wrong with the electric cars, well, it's $29,000 to $34,000 to replace the battery. So you're just not going to be able to use them. You're not going to be able to do anything. That's why they're doing this, folks. They're bringing all these changes in to prevent you from being able to do anything. And when it all goes digital and they're using digital currency and it's all, everything's hooked up. So you've got your government ID and it's all tracked and traced and everything's hooked up together. You've got your Facebook profile, your YouTube profile, your Instagram, your finances, your email, everything. It's all hooked up together. then they can penalise you. I mean, if they don't like what you're saying, they can penalise you. Even if they don't freeze your bank accounts altogether, well, they can simply say, well, we're not going to let you purchase certain goods. You want to subscribe to a website or whatever, maybe something, perhaps you listen to someone like Alex Jones, InfoWars or whatever, and you want to subscribe to InfoWars. Well, the government might say, well, no, that site promotes dangerous misinformation, so we're not going to let you spend your money on that. Plus, they want the digital currency that they're bringing in, they want it to have a use-by date. So you can't save. You know, you save up money, it's only good for a year or whatever. You've got to keep turning over what you make to keep the economy going, because that's what it's all about, folks. It's about the economy. It's not about you getting ahead. It's about you continuing to support the corporate rule of this world. That's what they're introducing the whole lot for, folks. And it's all designed to limit you in everything that you do. Put a government seal of approval on everything that you do. And if it hasn't got the government seal of approval, then you're not going to be able to do it. You won't be able to go and buy, you know, fruit from the neighbours or something from a market stall. It'll all be digital transactions, all be taxable, all be tracked and traced, geo-traced as well. So they know exactly where that fruit stall was that you bought those tomatoes from, and whether this woman is registered to sell tomatoes. I mean, you can imagine where they're going to take this from if people participate in it. And again, don't believe all the hype. They bring this out on the website and say, yeah, we want to trial this digital currency. Starbucks has gone digital. Or Starbucks has gone cashless anyway. They don't want you spending cash at Starbucks. I reckon you should go into Starbucks and you should order a big feed, lattes, or whatever. Order like, you know, 20, 30 bucks worth of stuff. And when you get to the counter, pull out some notes. If they're not going to let you pay for it, just say, oh, okay, no problem, and walk away. And just leave it all sitting on the counter. I'll have to throw it out. Everybody should do that. Boycott Starbucks. If you go in there, demand to use cash. If they're not going to let you use cash, then just walk away and don't pay for whatever it is they gave you. That's what needs to happen, folks. And when this digital currency comes out for trial, you've got to boycott it. Do not use it at all. Use cash more and more. I mean, cash is freedom. Without cash, you have no freedom. Everything you do can be tracked and traced and controlled, and they can limit your purchasing power if they don't like what you're saying. You get to the point where, I mean, look what they did to the truckers in Canada. Anybody who donated to those truckers as well had their bank accounts frozen. Imagine what they could do if they decide that the insurrection on January 6th, and they want to outlaw all the Republicans and say they're all terrorist supporters. They could just freeze all your bank accounts if it's all digital. Limit your purchasing power. Can't buy any Trump paraphernalia, can't buy MAGA hats, can't buy anything they don't want you to buy. That's the way they're going to do it, folks. That's the way they can do it, and that's why it's so dangerous to have this digital currency rolling out. So just don't use it. It's imperative that people boycott all this stuff, folks. Boycott Starbucks, absolutely. Yeah, but they want to track and trace everything, folks. Their new bioscan tracking system. They don't want the word getting out, really, folks, is what the problem is. They don't want the word getting out of what's really happening to this world. Just go wander down the driveway a little bit here, keep out of the heat. But they don't want people working out what's really going on with this world. The amount of people that are dying from the jab, and there's literally millions, folks. Millions. I mean, when you look at those figures that I gave you the other day, it's like 624,000 was the conservative estimate. And like I said, you could multiply that by anywhere from 40 to 49 times. You're going to find that anywhere from 6 to 10 million people have probably died from the jab, and that's just in the US alone. Wouldn't surprise me if that's what the figures actually are. And so many more people are dying. You know, sports stars still dropping off. People are just dropping for no reason. There was some kids at a school ceremony in Mexico just started dropping. I think 6 kids keeled over.
Las grandes reformas nacionales y la legalidad, y gracias por tu presencia en este día. Para los niños, las niñas que regresan a las aulas,
and she has pain in bringing forth. When her child enters the mouth of the womb, and she has pain in bringing forth. And one portion of them shall look on the other, and they shall be terrified. And they shall be downcast of countenance, and pain shall seize them, when they see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory. And the kings and the mighty and all who possess the earth shall bless and glorify and extol him who rules over all, who was hidden. For from the beginning the Son of Man was hidden, and the Most High preserved him in the presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect, and the congregation of the elect and holy shall stand. And all the elect shall stand before him on that day. And all the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces, and worship and set their hope on that Son of Man, and petition him, and supplicate for mercy at his hands. Nevertheless, that Lord of spirits will so press them, that they shall hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces shall be filled with shame, and the darkness grow deeper on their faces, and he will deliver them to the angels for punishment, to execute vengeance on them, because they have oppressed.
They say it was from the heat. It's because they were waiting so long. Oh yeah, of course. This is what we always used to see at schools when we used to have to stand in assembly for an hour and wait for people to speak. Everyone used to pass out. Remember when you were a kid at school? Everyone was passing out all around you at assembly? No. Of course you don't, because it wasn't happening. It just seems to be a new addition to the world, folks.
And lie down and rise up forever and ever. And the righteous and elect shall have risen from the earth, and cease to be of downcast countenance. And they shall have been clothed with garments of glory. And these shall be the garments of light from the Lord of spirits. And your garment shall not grow old, and your glory will not pass away before the Lord of spirits. In those days shall the mighty and the kings who possess the earth implore him to grant them a little respite from his angels of punishment, to whom they were delivered, that they might fall down and worship before the Lord of spirits and confess their sins before him. And they shall bless and glorify the Lord of spirits and say,
A new addition. The world's gone completely nuts, folks, and the kids are the target through all this. The transgenderization of the children, legalizing pedophilia, and really promoting pedophilia. I suppose many of you heard about the 80-year-old grandmother who got kicked out of the YMCA because she complained. She went into the women's showers, into the women's locker room, and there's like a 50-year-old man in there dressed in a bikini who's watching young girls get changed and have showers, and apparently actually helping them get changed. I mean, what's this all about? And she went and complained to the management that, hey, there's a guy in there who appears to be grooming children. He's watching kids get changed. And they kicked her out. Well, because he identifies as a female. And that's where we're going now. People are just identifying as anything they want. It's crazy. People identifying as animals. You're going to have to change the LGBTQ to LGBTQF for all the furries.
Okay, hi guys, so my name's Dasha, I'm a furry, and I'm going to be teaching you guys some ways that my friends and I meow to one another to communicate as we're just seeing two different children. So, here we go. Okay, so first off we have the normal meow that we just use mostly to get each other's attention. Meow. Okay, then we have the dissatisfied meow. There's an angry meow, but we only use this one on rare occasions because overall we're very happy. And the happy or content meow. Okay, then one of the most important ones for our kitten family is that I want to go potty meow. It took me a really long time to master this meow because it needs to be really specific in order for my kids.
In other places, I heard the voice of the angels saying,
I mean, what do you even say to that? Yeah, it's important to know the types of meows, and some of them are quite difficult. Oh my Lord, what do you do with these people, folks?
In those days,
Yeah, that's one solution.
Hi, my name is Cameron and I'm a member of our DIT system. So Avery and I are both birds. I am a cardinal and Avery is a blue jay. We like AM air pronouns in particular because they feel even further removed from gender than they, them, theirs. And being birds, while we do have our own gender expression, we don't inherently have a gender at all. And not in the way that like we're just non-binary, it's that like our species as like an avian human hybrid does not inherently have any kind of gender at all. So you use them just like singular pronouns like he, him, or she, her. Spelling and pronunciation wise, it's like they, them, theirs without the TH at the beginning. So the best way I think to practice is to write out a couple of short sentences using like he, him, his, and himself, and then go back through and erase all of those pronouns and fill them in with am, air, self.
What are we going to do with them, Joe? Let's ask Joe. What does he think we should do with them?
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. She has been here twice before me. And
Joe doesn't even know who he is. Yeah, I wonder if these people are even human, folks. I mean, we know they have made amazing progress with robots, and they are continuing to do so.
21,000.
Yeah, crazy stuff. But it is promoting gender confusion. They're promoting pedophilia. Taking children to drag shows, just doing outrageous things in front of children. And you can't be sending your children to these schools anymore, folks. Schools are no longer teaching children. All they're teaching them is gender confusion. Seems to be the main purpose of schools. And the teachers in schools are actively supporting pedophiles. Have a listen to this.
Imagine that an adult male wants to have sex with a 12-year-old girl. Imagine that's the notion that it's wrong even with a 1-year-old is not quite obvious to me.
I like boys and I don't like men. I don't like the little girls except the real little girls.
There's nothing about a pedophile. What did he do wrong?
Stop calling them that. You're not allowed to play with them. What? Stop it. We're not going to call them that. We're going to call them Max. Minor attracted person. So don't judge people just because they want to have sex with a 5-year-old.
Yeah, what do you say to that? What do you say to that? You can't think badly of a man just because he wants to have sex with a 5-year-old. Yes, I can think quite badly of a man who wants to have sex with 5-year-olds. Thank you very much. And whoever said that, this woman should not be a teacher. This woman needs to be dragged out of the building and charged with child abuse. That's what needs to happen. So, you know, trying to force these kids to wear masks.
But those waters shall in those days serve for the
you gotta wear it on the Lisa. You gotta keep it on.
for the healing of the body, but for the punishment.
Put your mask on. There you go. Keep it right there. Yay, Mason! Yay! You put on Mason.
And yet believe not.
Look, we're gonna keep it right here.
Proportion as the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change shall take place in their spirit forever and ever. For before the Lord is spirit, none shall utter an idle word. For the curses shall come upon them, because they believe in the lust of their bodies, and deny the Spirit of the Lord. And how come that undergo a change in those days? For when those angels are punished in these water springs shall change their temperature. And when the angels ascend, this water of the spring shall change and become cold. And I heard Michael answering and saying, this judgment wherewith the angels are judged is a testimony for the kings and the mighty who possess the earth, because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the bodies of the kings and the lust of their bodies. Therefore, will not
I mean, the damage this is doing to these children, folks, you know. But no, we've got to call pedophiles minor attracted persons now because we don't want to offend them. So we can call them minor attracted persons, and then it's got to throw them in the wood chipper would be a good idea. That way they won't be able to offend anybody. They'll just be a big pool of mashed up blood and flesh on the ground. It won't be offensive. Just feed it to the dogs.
The judgment of the angels. Severe judgment which has been executed, and before which they melt away. And Michael answered again and said to Raphael, don't go to heaven where the angels fly. Go to a lake of fire and fire. See him again till the 4th of July. And it came to pass when he stood before the Lord of Spirits, Michael said thus to Raphael, I will not take their part under the eye of the Lord, for the Lord of Spirits has been angry with them that they do as if they were the Lord. Therefore all the evil shall come upon them forever and ever. For neither angel nor man shall have a portion in it, but alone where the bad folks go when they die. Don't go to heaven where the angels fly. Go to a lake of fire and fry. See him again till the 4th of July. And these are their names. The first of them is Simjaza, the second, Marakipa, and the third...
I will abort 10,000 motherfucking children any motherfucking day, and I'll eat that shit! We'll eat that shit! Have this on video, bitch! I'm gonna bring you a phone, I know! Where the bad folks go when they die? Don't go to heaven where the angels fly. Go to a lake of fire and fry. See him again till the 4th of July.
Jethro, the 18th, Shemel, the 19th, Tudel, and the 20th, Rumael, the 21st, Azazel, and these are the chiefs of their kings, and their names, and their chief ones, over 100, and over 50, and over 10. The name of the first, Jehon, that is the one who led astray all the sons of God, and brought them down to the earth, and led them astray to the daughters of men. And the second was named Asbel, departing to the holy sons of God, evil counsel,
Yeah, it's just
and led them astray so that they
legitimizing child trafficking, legitimizing gender confusion, legitimizing and promoting pedophilia. That's what's going on, folks, because as I've said to you before, I said the Australian government is basically a huge child trafficking operation, and that's what's happening in most countries. You're living in a people farm, folks, and this is how they do it. You know, they get your children, they get them any way they possibly can. The amount of children that get taken by the state in America is absolutely off the rails.
The states are taking children, giving them to somebody else for money that they get from the federal government. That means that all 50 states are involved in government-subsidized child trafficking. It's a ring. It is the largest and most pervasive child trafficking ring in the history of the world by sheer money and numbers.
Children are seized unnecessarily from their families due to the federal aid entitled the Adoption and Safe Families Act.
It was put into law in 1997 by Bill and Hillary Clinton, and I said it that way on purpose. And it is a law that literally steals money from the Social Security Fund and gives this money to the states in order to incentivize them to kidnap babies.
To receive the adoption incentives or bonuses, Local CPS must have more children. They must have more merchandise to sell.
Every child, once you've added it all up, is worth approximately $1 million to the state. But we've been told that this is a $60 to $80 billion a year industry, meaning the federal government is taking $80 billion a year and giving that money to all of the 50 states to kidnap children.
Parents are victimized by the system that makes a profit for holding children longer and bonuses for not returning children to their parents.
But their own statistics state that 83% of all children who are taken by CPS, Child Protective Services, are for unsubstantiated allegations, meaning never should it have happened in the first place. So that imagine anything else in the world where you know you get it wrong 83% of the time and you admit it, but you just keep doing it.
Case workers and social workers are often guilty of fraud. They withhold and destroy evidence.
And yeah, any excuse they can to take the children. You know, I've often said before, they want to basically shift the age of society. They want children to be sexually activated by the time, like well before they hit puberty. They want them sexually activated when they're 5 or 6 years old so they can use them as little sex toys. They want them bearing children by the time they're 12, 13. They want them in the workforce around the same age, and they want them dead by the time they're 30 or 40 years old. I mean, the world that they want, 40 years old will be old age. And in the spirit of that, now in Australia, they say to support, to pick up from Australia's flagging workforce, because it's so difficult to find workers in Australia now because everyone's dying from the jab. They're saying, oh no, it's long COVID or whatever. No, it's because they're murdering people. So now they're saying they want to bolster the workforce by opening up for 13-year-old children.
There's a new push this morning to allow kids as young as 13 to join the workforce to plug labour shortages. Today's Mia Glover has more. Mia, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Carl. Yeah, that's right. It's a bit of an interesting one, this, isn't it? But we know how hard certain sectors have been doing it right across the country when it comes to staff shortages. In particular, the retail sector, they need 40,000 jobs to fill the gaps there. So the National Retailers Association has a bit of a solution. They think we need to get kids into the workforce, get them into shops, get them into cafes from as young as 13. Under the current laws right across the states and territories, they've all got different minimum age requirements. So here in Queensland, for example, you can work part-time if you're 13, so long as you've got your parents' consent. In Victoria, you have to be around 15 to work casually. So the Retailers Association says we really need a uniform approach on this, and we know that Job Summit starts tomorrow, Carl, so it could be a topic of conversation there.
Mia, thank you.
Child labour, folks. They want to introduce child labour like it's just okay to do this. And Australia is leading the way. I mean, what do you even say to this sort of shit, folks? Child labour in Australia in 2022. Unbelievable, folks. Unbelievable. This has all happened through the progression of women's liberation and the breakdown of the family unit. The progression of women's liberation has been an interesting thing to witness, hasn't it? The way they've gradually moved women from the home. Yeah, and the damage that it's done to our societies, folks. It's next level. But yeah, not much to talk about today. I just wanted to check in with you and let you know I was alive. Let you know what's going on. I mentioned the other day the counterspin crew have been arrested. The New Zealand journalists, alternate media, Counterspin. There's a guy and a lady whose names escape me. I'm terribly sorry. Apparently they showed some of my Christchurch footage, and that is what's got them into trouble. And they're actually talking about like giving these people like $200,000 fines and 10 years jail. So it's pretty dramatic stuff. $200,000 and 10 years for one person. I think $450,000 and 20 years for the other one. And this is just covering up the fact that the New Zealand government staged the Christchurch shooting. On my last video, I showed you the evidence on my last video. There's a video that I did back in the beginning of the middle of 2021 called Christchurch Shooting, or Christchurch Mosque Shooting, the Indisputable Facts. Well, I didn't debate anything. I didn't put in anything there that was debatable, arguing whether it's real or fake or any of that sort of stuff. None of that sort of stuff. You don't need to look at any of that. All you got to do is look at what is revealed by the video itself. And I put stuff in that video which shows beyond any shadow of a doubt that the New Zealand government lied, that the New Zealand media lied, and that the government is culpable. Their fingerprints are all over that shooting, which is why they do not want that video being watched by anyone, which is why they're trying to make examples of these people from Counterspin, which is why the people of New Zealand really need to know what's going on here, because it's twice as difficult for them, because you can't report any of this stuff in New Zealand. Now, the media can just say, they showed footage from a terrorist video that we told them they're not allowed to look at because it's promoting violence. Just all the bullshit they can cook up. No, they showed footage from the video because it exposes the New Zealand government actually carried out the shooting themselves. The police were involved. The Christchurch police were involved. There was a car that was parked out the front of the mosque. That is the most damning thing, folks. There was a car parked at the front of the mosque. The shooter came out and pointed his gun at this car, and then he ran off and shot someone else. And while he was doing that, that car drove away while the shooting was happening. That car is a silver Toyota Will VS, registration FQH875, and that car was also seen being waved through a police roadblock that very same day. That car was owned by someone called Al Naboni or something like that. Mr. Abalone or Al Naboni. I'll put it up on the screen. But you can go and look at that video, the Christchurch shooting, indisputable facts. And it shows you. We even identified the house that that car was living in, and I put out that video, the Christchurch shooting and indisputable facts. And I showed the place where the car was living, or the owner of the car was living, and they moved out of that house the next day. Now, they'd been there for a while because the person who sent me that information was driving past that house all the time. The very next day they moved out. The very next day after I published that video. There's so much evidence implicating the New Zealand government, folks, that it really needs to be opened up again. It really does. But yeah, I think that's about all I wanted to say, folks. So they're saying blood clots. You're getting blood clots now from a popular drink as well, folks. A popular non-alcoholic drink will give you blood clots, because they won't tell you what it is. You just got to be scared of all popular non-alcoholic drinks, because it's another one of the reasons you're getting blood clots and heart attacks, along with heavy braking, exhaust fumes, falling asleep in front of the TV, digging in the garden. Everything they can think of is giving you blood clots and heart attacks. But of course, nothing to do with their lethal injection, folks, of which they're saying now, if you're in Queensland, you need to have a 5th booster.
Queenslanders are being warned that they might need a 5th COVID jab before the end of the year, as authorities monitor the spread of new Omicron variants.
The level of vaccination in Queensland is very high. The anti-vax route is taking up a disproportionate amount of our
5th booster. And consider, folks, these are boosters. These aren't the original jabs. These are boosters. So the people in Queensland, you've had 2 jabs, and now 5 boosters. That's 7 injections they've given you. And it's just not going to stop. It's not going to stop. So yeah, trying to push back, folks. Non-compliance. I've been saying this for years. Non-compliance. Because now they're coming for the kids. They're doing everything I said they were going to do. They're activating your children's sexuality very, very early. They want to have them in the workforce by the time they're 12 or 13 years old. They want to have them having children by the time they're 15, 16, or even earlier. And then they want, if they can even have children, they prefer to be growing them in pods, of course. And then they want them dead by the time they're 30. Like I said, 40 years old will be old age in the world that's coming. That's why they create all this whole gender confusion and this generation gap as well. Because they want, you got kids, millennials, hating the boomers. You got millennials thinking anybody over 30 is past it. You look at the Mayan calendar. The Mayan calendar, there's actually 2 calendars. There's the Tzolk'in and I can't think of the other one offhand. But there's two calendars and they go together. And like each day of the larger calendar has like 12 or 14 aspects or something of each day. And it takes 52 years for you to go through both calendars and come back to that original day that you were born. And then the calendar starts again, 52 years. And according to the Mayans, that's when you become an adult, because you've experienced every aspect of every day of creation. But you don't become an adult until you've done that. You're still just growing up until that point. So you're bringing all these things in and saying people are adults by the time they're 18 and all this sort of, it's rubbish. People are still children by the time they're 18. They've got no concept of life. And now they're basically getting 5 or 6 year old kids to make choices that you shouldn't be making till you're an adult. And many of them are going back, and many of it's just demented people trying to get a fashion accessory. A lot of mothers want to transgender their children. These single mothers want to transgender their children because it's a fashion accessory. It's something they can talk about at Starbucks when they're buying their latte. But very often when you take the child away from these parents and let them just do what they want to do, they revert to some semblance of normality. Funny that, huh? I got a lot of attention, some good, some bad, from the information I shared last week or in the last report about the Rheinwiesenlager. I've got the pronunciation right now, folks. Rheinwiesenlager, which is the Rhine Meadow death camps, the Rhine Meadow camps that were put all along the Rhine River at the end of World War II by Eisenhower. And like I said, millions of people died in these camps, folks. It was one of the biggest crimes of modern history. And you think about these camps, they were huge. Like I said, they were absolutely huge. They went for miles. They weren't small camps. There was 23 of them, and they weren't small camps.
In 1945, the Allies liberated millions of Germans. Indeed, liberated them from their property, from their homeland, and from their lives. At the end of the war, roughly 11 million German soldiers were in the hands of the Allies. Of those, approximately 8 million in the custody of the British and the Americans. We loyal Germans do not celebrate an alleged liberation on May 8th. Instead, on this day, we mourn the German victims who were exterminated after the war by starvation, hypothermia, and other methods of murder.
Exactly as to its day 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and the night arise through the course of the sun. These distinctions are made. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun. In his return, as often as he returns, 60 times and rises, the great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in definite measure. And her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun, and thus she rises. And her first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. And the 1/2 of her goes forth by a 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, and the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part, and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises within, and receives the half of 1 part light. And in the night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and is invisible that night, with the 14 parts and the half as one of them, and she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun, and in her remaining days she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts. And I saw another course, a law for her, and how, according to that law, she performs her monthly revolution. And all these Uriel, the holy angel who was the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions, and I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me. And I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights, till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7th parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single 7th parts...
And you can see people were just left in these enclosures with no shelter.
She alters her sex.
Just left there to die. It didn't take them long. A couple of weeks they were all dead. Those who lasted that long. And you think about what we're told about the alleged Jewish Holocaust of World War II. These Jews were rounded up, they were put on trains, they were taken to camps, they were sent to gas chambers. The logistics and cost of doing that. I mean, you're in a war, remember, you're in a war, and you've got these work camps. You want people working and building stuff for the war. You look at some of the reports that came out of these camps, and I'll tell you that Auschwitz had a movie theatre. It had a swimming pool. The guards used to play games with the prisoners. It had a brothel. It had its own currency. Nothing is what we've been told. And if you were running camps and you were wanting labour for the war effort, that's how you'd run them. You know, there was often communiques coming out of the Nazi communiques that were going out to the camps. They were often saying that, you know, we want the prisoners happy and healthy because happy, healthy prisoners produce better work, and we need these people to work because we need steel, we need stuff for the war effort. You think about the cost involved in rounding up all these Jews, putting them in camps, cataloguing them, and then gassing them, when you could just put them in enclosures and let them die in 2 weeks the way the Allies did with the Germans at the end of the war.
Do not advance or delay their position by a single day.
If you were really killing Jews, that's what you'd be doing. You'd just be shooting them on sight, or you'd be putting them in camps and just leaving them to die. You wouldn't be housing them and clothing them and gassing them all. And there's no evidence of gas chambers at any of these camps, by the way, folks. I've been to all the camps. I went to Germany in 2014. I visited the camps. I went to Poland. I visited the camps in Poland. There's no trace of any gas chambers. I mean, the showers, they say it was from the showers. Well, when you put gas out of the showers, it goes up, it doesn't fall down. And the rooms aren't sealed. And plus, it would have all gone down into the water table and gone out the sewage system and polluted all the ground around it. There's no way you could have gas chambers in the way they said. And it's not cost effective for them to have done it that way. Why would you be doing that in a war? You wouldn't be doing that in a war. If you wanted these people dead, you'd just kill them. Like I said, put them in an enclosure and leave them to die. That's what the Allies did with the Germans, and it was millions of Germans they put in these camps. And everything else they did, folks. I mean, the bombing of Dresden that happened 3 days after the war, which was one of the worst atrocities, one of the worst crimes of World War II. I mean, after peace had been declared, 3 days after peace had been declared, they went and bombed Dresden, and they created a firestorm 3 kilometres high. Dresden was swollen to the brim. There was at least 200,000 extra people in Dresden that had fled the sack of Berlin, mainly women and children. And they burned them all to death. There were people who tried to escape by boat and get across the channel, and they bombed these ships and just let them drown. The people drown in the freezing waters of the North Sea. They made a real example out of Germany. And Patton wanted to go into Berlin and take Berlin for the Americans, and Eisenhower said, no, let the Russians take it. Patton didn't really want that because he knew what the Russians were going to do. Patton seems like he might have been an okay guy. But he knew what the Russians would do, and the Russians went in there and they just raped, pillaged and plundered all of Berlin. Women were raped to death. If you were aged between 8 and 80, you were a target for the soldiers. And they thought it was really cool. It was a sign of manliness how many women you could rape. Women were nailed to doors and raped to death. women were hacking themselves up with glasses and cutting their faces so they look unattractive to the soldiers. Absolutely terrible what they did to these people, folks. And German women are so feminine, they're so soft and delicate and feminine. Terrible, brutal stuff that happened to these people. And then not only that, they were portrayed as the evildoers at the end of the war, and they weren't. You know, Germany has suffered one of the cruelest lies that's ever been perpetrated against the human race. It really has. All of the bodies that we're told are dead Jews are very likely dead Germans from the Rheinwiesenlager.
And the three first are those of the east.
Everything is a lie. Everything they've told us is backwards, folks.
On the left, on the south, and three of the west.
When I was in Germany, I met someone. We had dinner one night, a guy, and he said to me that he believes the key to awakening the world and to stopping the destruction of the white races is to awaken the German people. And that's one of the hardest things we can ever do, because it's something that does need to be done. I mean, I totally agree with him with that. The German people are so powerful, so much incredible technology, so much incredible knowledge.
From it comes forth desolation.
And also, I showed you that that new legislation that's coming in Poland that I don't want people ever mentioning Polish Holocaust. Use those words, Polish Holocaust, because a lot of the camps were in Poland, like Auschwitz and Treblinka. A bunch of others were in Poland. And they're now pushing the concept of the Polish Holocaust, that the Polish were as guilty as the Germans in the Holocaust. Well, for a start, there was no Holocaust, so there is no guilty party. The only guilty party are the Jews who are manufacturing this brutal lie, brutal, hideous, and cruel lie. And it would appear that now they're pushing that, saying that we won't stand for you denying the Polish Holocaust. They want to talk about it because they can't get any more money out of Germany. Well, they're still getting money out of Germany, but a lot of the reparation has stopped now coming from Germany. So they need a new income, so they're going to try to push the fact that the Poles were responsible for the Holocaust now, so they can extract money from Poland, because they want Poland.
I'm going to go to jail for what I'm about to do right now.
I'm going to be locked up.
I wonder if they got beer in the Polish jail.
I'm going to miss them when I'm gone.
No Polish jail can scare me today.
Ready? I'm going to do it now.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Polish Holocaust.
Polish Holocaust.
Polish Holocaust.
Polish Holocaust.
Polish Holocaust.
Polish Holocaust.
After 3.5 million Jews were murdered in Poland,
including hundreds of thousands of kids,
the Polish have approved a new law.
I will go to jail.
To jail.
So listen, Polish people. What happened during the Holocaust was enough. Repeal this disgraceful law now.
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 now,
Now.
Jews will never again be silenced.
The USA should suspend all ties with Poland.
Before it's too late.
And we will never agree to deny the Holocaust.
In the name of 6 million Jews, sign our petition. The United States must suspend relations with Poland now.
Sign the petition now.
You've got to understand, a lot of the people that we call Jews are not Jews. These are the fake Jews mentioned in the Bible as the synagogue of Satan. They are Khazars, they are white-skinned Khazars who came from the area around Ukraine. And Ukraine and Poland is what they want. They want that whole area, turn that into one country. That will be the new Israel. Because that's where they came from. They tried to get Israel and take over Palestine, but it's not working out real well for them. Even Henry Kissinger said, I don't know, 10 years ago that in 20 years Israel will no longer exist. Because they don't need it, they've just needed it to stir up the shit that they've stirred up. to get all our blood up, get all us focused on Palestine and Gaza and all the stuff that's happening there, that we can never ever fix. We'll never fix it by screaming at Israel. The only way we'll ever fix the situation in Gaza and in Palestine is if we deal with our own governments that are funding this atrocity. But it's just to keep us distracted. It's so you've got your 2 minutes hate. Meanwhile, they're setting up this whole situation in Ukraine and now in Poland. And you're going to see a lot more finger pointing at Poland while they try to undermine the Polish economy, undermine Polish sovereignty, Polish autonomy, and merge it with the new state of Ukraine. Maybe they won't merge it publicly. They'll probably pretend the border's still there for a little while. But you're going to see this whole area basically taken over by the Jews if people aren't careful. And of course, if they can control that area, then they've effectively separated Russia from the rest of Europe. And, it gives them a pretty good control over the supply chains, gives them pretty good control over the pipelines, pretty good control over the Belt and Road Initiative that China wants to roll out. Pretty good control over everything. Again, it's all theatre for the masses, folks, but that appears to be what they're going to do. They've got to undermine each country in their own way. I mean, whatever's going to work for each country, different strokes for different folks. The way they're undermining Australia, the way they're undermining Canada, the way they're undermining the United States, these are all different methods that they're using to do it. But ultimately all leading towards the same goal. Something else I had on the last report was these people that were spinning. Had those people that are sort of looking to their right and then spinning around and collapsing. When I started spinning to their right and then looking around and collapsing. But interestingly, maybe middle of last year, there was a girl in a nail salon who appeared to do the same thing. She sort of turned around, looked to her right, raised one arm. Of course, she was in a chair, so you couldn't really see but if she was going to do the full spin the way these people were. But a couple of people have contacted me and said, this is a brain aneurysm, Max. Someone contacted me who actually suffers epilepsy, who said that his girlfriend said that whenever, if he has a fit, that's what he does. He looks up to the right, he lifts an arm and he starts spinning around. And a couple of nurses have contacted me and said this is brain aneurysm. This is someone having a blood vessel or something burst in their vein or in their head, and they're just kind of freaking out, and these people are very likely dying. So yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble with my emails too, folks. I'm having a lot of trouble opening my inbox. I'm having a lot of trouble loading emails. I can see I've got a lot in there and it's very difficult for me to get to them. I'm trying to sort through this and figure out what's going on. I think I get email bombed too. I really do. I mean, I get so many emails that it's not natural. And I think that, I get bombed by bots. I think there's so many emails appearing in my box so that I can't find the ones that are important and the ones I need to find. I mean, it's so daunting. It's getting almost impossible to get through these emails, folks. And it's not natural that I should be getting this many. So I think a lot of it is being done just to overload my inbox and to turn it into something dysfunctional, which is kind of what it is at the moment. So if you've sent me emails and I'm not responding, it's because I can't get into a lot of my inbox at the moment, folks. It's kind of freaky. A lot of bot activity online, a lot of bot activity on my channel. And it's what I was saying before about even with Starbucks going cashless and all this sort of stuff, people are commenting and saying, look, they're going cashless, and so many people are commenting saying how much they love this idea. These are bots, folks. These are bots. It's been proven that over 60% of online activity now is not human. Over 60% of comments that you see on Facebook, on YouTube, on BitChute, on social media platforms, on Twitter, are bots. When you see something like Starbucks announcing that it's going to go cashless, and you see an overwhelming response, supportive responses for this, when nobody you speak to wants it, it's because it's bots. 60%, over 60% of online activity is bots. It's important to remember this, folks, because they want you to lose confidence. They want you to think, oh, it's hopeless. We can't do anything. Look how many people support this. What's the point of me boycotting it? So many people are going to supporting it. My little boycott won't make a difference. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. You could boycott Starbucks, and not only that, you could also stand at the front of Starbucks and hand flyers out to people, explaining to them, like just simple bullet points, maybe 10 bullet points on one side of a flyer. All the things that a cashless society is going to lead to. Track and trace, limiting your purchasing power if they don't like your social commentary. You know, making finances completely inaccessible to you in the event of a power blackout or a system failure. Electric cars, driving the prices of electricity up. They bring in electric cars in Europe and the price of electricity goes up 1,000%, like I showed you on the last report. So no one can afford to charge their cars. No one can afford to heat their homes because they're charging their cars. I mean, how does this work? It's crazy. They're now even saying that people need to eat less, they need to go more without lights, they need to use candle power, they need to do all sorts of things to try to save energy. They're basically turning you back into peasanthood, folks. As I've often said, they want to completely eliminate the middle class. They want to have just the rulers and the serfs, separated only by a brick wall of stupidity clad in black Kevlar and automatic weapons that keeps the serfs in line and gets the people to do what they're told. That's what they want, folks. They want to completely eliminate the middle class. They want to have the rulers and they want the peasants. And the peasants are controlled by the police who ensure the peasants just do what the elites say. And they're not even an elite, they're a catastocracy. As I've often said, here's a horse up here, folks. Mexico.
Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness.
Random animals wandering around.
With the righteous shall
He's looking at me wondering who this guy is here up the road.
To one another, but the sinner shall die.
A couple of horses, folks.
And the apostate go
nice
down
little driveway there.
And those who
I don't know whether the owner of the horses would be too happy with their animals
and be taken away
coming out onto the road, but maybe they're just having a look around. Who knows? Maybe it's just their afternoon stroll. But yeah, crazy world, folks, crazy world. So yeah, I think that's about all I wanted to say. I'm sorry about the emails. I'm really sorry. I'm still probably going to have some time off as well, folks. I still haven't done it. But now I'm looking at hopefully next Monday. I'm thinking next Monday I should be able to hopefully head off for a few days, check a couple of places out, catch up with a few people, and then I will be back, I would say, on the following Friday or Saturday. So it may be next week. You won't hear from me for 4 or 5 or maybe 6 days. I would say 6 days at the very most. Very likely only 4 or 5. But we'll just see what happens once I get moving. It's kind of crazy at the moment. I'm all by myself at the moment. Everybody that I'm staying with in the house has gone away. Gone for holidays and things. These horses are coming a little bit closer. Maybe we can go and say hello to them.
Owing to them, men shall be at fault.
But yeah, everybody I'm staying with has kind of gone away for a while. So I'm kind of in the house by myself at the moment, which is kind of interesting. Bit of an earthquake last night. We had a few earthquakes in the last few weeks in this area. Nothing major. Definitely a few earthquakes. Look at these guys.
And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact.
How you doing?
For the luminary.
What are you doing out here? You supposed to be out here?
And years and
you supposed to be out here?
Uriel showed and revealed to me, to whom the Lord
don't know that you're supposed to be out here.
Hath subjected the host of heaven, and He has power over night and day in the heaven, to cause the light to give light.
We might be going to get sent back home.
Moon and
there's a car coming. I'll just wait up here and see if they need some assistance in getting these horses back home, folks.
Which set in their places and in their seasons and festivals.
There's a car coming.
And these are the names of those who lead them.
He's,
watch that they enter at their times,
he's pulling
in
into
their
the
orders,
driveway up
in
there.
their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions.
It's crazy with the
leaders
horses.
Who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first.
Not really
And
supposed to
after
have
them,
horses
12
out on the
leaders of
street
the
here.
orders who divide the
I
months.
don't think.
And for the
This guy's got the plan. He's
360
gone
days,
back
there are heads
inside.
over thousands who divide the days. And for the 4 intercalary days, there are the leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year.
The horse?
And these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station. But their leaders make the division. And these are the names of the leaders
No,
who
folks,
divide
we
the
just have
4
to see what
parts of
happens.
the year, which are ordained.
I'll see if I can go down here and maybe turn him around.
And Melechal and Narel, and the names of those who lead
I
them.
don't like the chances though. I think the further I walk down, the further he's going to want to go.
And Elomael.
So maybe I'll just,
follow the leaders of the orders. And there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders which follow
Well, he's
those
just
leaders
doing it
of
anyway,
stations
so
that
yeah.
divide the 4 parts of the year.
Bit of nature study, folks.
In the beginning of the year,
Studying the local wildlife. Well, not really wildlife.
who is named Tamael,
The local
and son.
equestrian
And all
life.
the days of his dominion,
Shall
while
we
he
say.
bears rule, are 91 days. And these are the signs
Yeah.
of the days, which are to be seen.
You're wondering where your friend is, are you? He's back here. Shouldn't you be back there as well?
Calms, and the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and
Yeah.
all the flowers.
Anyway, folks, I think I'll
come forth
probably
in the field, but the
leave it here
trees
for
of
now.
the winter season become withered.
I'm sort of getting off on the equestrian rambles. So I think we better go and probably try to deal with this horse. You don't want him walking out on the highway. And I will speak to you again soon. Thank you to anybody who's ever made a contribution. Thank you to anybody who's ever sent me any kind words. It's a bit difficult now. Like I said, I'm having so much trouble with my email. My inbox always seems to be incredibly full, and it just doesn't seem normal to me. But yeah, thank you to all the people who do offer me so much kind words and so much support. I may do a bit of a feature on World War II soon as well, folks. A lot of people have asked me to. I'm going to try to get the guys from Counterspin on my show as well. I think it's very important that people give these guys some support. Like I said, they're facing some pretty hefty jail time and some pretty hefty pushback from the system, and we really don't want that. We want to be able to give these people support, folks. So please do reach out to the guys from Counterspin. If you're living in New Zealand, please let people know what's going on. And I urge you to, that clip that I've got linked to below, the Christchurch Mosque shooting, the indisputable facts, I urge you to get that out to people in New Zealand. I mean, I know it's illegal to view in New Zealand, but people need to view it. People need to understand what the New Zealand government's doing, because like I said, the only reason it's illegal is because the government's exposed. The government is exposed as being culpable in that shooting simply by the shooter's video itself. That's why the video is banned. All this talk that came out, oh, it's CGI and all this sort of crap. This was crap, folks. This was a smoke screen to make you look over here instead of looking where you should be looking, which is what was actually revealed in the video. And when you're arguing over whether the shell casings are real, whether there's enough blood, whether there's this, whether there's that, there's all sorts of things they want you arguing about and not looking at the fact that the government was culpable. The government did this, and it's obvious that the government did this. So yeah, I really don't like the fact that this horse is just wandering out on the street here. We need to do something about this horse. I don't like the fact that it's heading for the highway. It's going to be running along the highway soon, folks. It's way ahead of me. It's way down there now. That's the main road just up there. So yeah, I'm going to leave it there for now, folks. We're going to try to do something about this horse. And I will get back to you soon. Thank you for all the kind words. Thank you for all the support. Please take very good care until we speak next in Lakesh.
And everything as he had known it in the beginning. Then I blessed the Lord of judgment.
Hey everybody, gather round. I'm here to give you anything you like. You want free college, energy, mortgages, whatever you like. You have come to the right place. Why? I'll tell you why. Who can take your money with a twinkle in their eye? Take it all away and give it to some other guy. The government can. Who can tax the sunrise? Who can tax the trees? Let you run a business and collect up all the fees. The government, oh, the government can. And the government can, cause they mix it up with lies and make it all taste good. The government takes everything we make to pay for all of their solutions. Healthcare, climate change, pollution. Throw away the Constitution. And who can give a bailout? Tell us to behave. And make the founding fathers roll over in the grave. The government. Oh, the government can. And the government can, cause they mix it up with lies and make it all taste good. The government takes everything we make. They're power hungry and malicious. Their economics are fictitious. Soon we'll have to eat our dishes. Oh, who can be a failure in so many ways? And instead of getting fired, hey, we'll give ourselves a raise. The government, oh, the government can. And the government can, cause they make it up with lies and make it all taste good. And your Uncle Sam can, cause he mixes it with lies and makes it all taste good. And I feel so good, cause the government says I should.
That first one went from the presence of that first bull in order to seek that red one, but found him not, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him. And I looked till that first bull came to her, and quieted her, and from that time onward she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls, and black cows. And I saw in my sleep that white bull likewise grow, and become a great white bull. And from him proceeded many great white bulls, and they resembled him. And they began to beget many white bulls which resembled them, one following the other, even many. And again I saw with mine eyes as I slept, and I saw the heaven above. And behold, a star fell from heaven, and it arose and ate and pastured amongst those oxen. But after that I saw the large and the black oxen. And behold, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in a vision, and looked towards the heavens, and behold, I saw many stars descend and cast themselves down from heaven to that first star. And they became bulls among those cattle, and they pastured with them. And I looked at them and saw, and behold, they all let out their privy members like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen. And they all became Israelites, and bare elephants, camels, and asses. And all the oxen feared them, and were affrighted at them. And they began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began moreover to devour those oxen. And behold, all the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. And again I saw how they began to gore each other and to devour each other, and the earth began to cry aloud. And I raised mine eyes again to heaven, and I saw in the vision, and behold, there came forth from heaven beings who were like white moon, and four went forth from that place, and 3 with them. And those 3 that had come forth last grasped me by my hand and took me up, away from the generation of the earth, and raised me up to a lofty place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. And one said unto me, Remain here till thou seest everything that befalls those elephants, camels, and asses, and the stars, and the oxen, and all of them.
Still a covenant to the Israelites.
And I saw one of those 4 who had come forth first, and he seized that first star which had fallen from the heaven, and bound Aaron hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now that abyss was narrow and deep, and horrible and dark. And one of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants and camels and asses. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And I was beholding in the vision, lo, one of those 4 who had come forth stoned them from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars whose privy members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them into an abyss of the earth. And one of those 4 went to that white bull and instructed him in a secret, without his being terrified. And he was born a bull and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel and dwelt thereon. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in that vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised mine eyes toward heaven, and saw a lofty roof, with 7 water torrents thereon, and those torrents flowed with much water to an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were open on the surface of that great enclosure. And that water began to swell and to rise upon the surface. And I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water, and the water, the darkness and mist increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. And all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together, until I saw how they sank and were swallowed up and perished in that water. But that vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen and elephants and camels and asses sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them, and they were not able to escape, but perished and sank into the depths. And again I saw in the vision, so those water torrents were removed from that high roof, and the chasms of the earth were leveled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, until the earth became visible. But that vessel settled on the earth, and the darkness retired, and light appeared. But that white bull which had become a man came out of that vessel, and the 3 bulls with him. And one of those 3 was white like that bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one black.
Original seed and enter in all of these various different nations into a covenant and agreement that was never made with them.
So that there arose
that's like me going to one of the Rothschilds, and teaching a doctrine that we can enter into their inheritance. We can enter into what they have. No, it wouldn't work. Now, when you read this is 1 Corinthians 1:10. It says, Now I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, that ye all speak the same thing, and that there be no divisions among you, and that ye be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment. Now, how bugged out would it be if this is the order, but then you have one book, like the book of James, this is always a great example. The book of James 1:1. James, a servant of the Most High and of the Lord Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greeting. So here it is, you have one pillar of the church, which James was of the circumcision, the brother, biological brother of our Lord and Savior, Yahushua HaMashiach. Judas, his brother, he also had sisters. That's all throughout the scriptures. And Mary herself referred to Joseph as his father in the book of Luke. Joseph is referred to as the father of many of the books. But right here, we see that James, one of the 12, is writing a letter, and who's the letter to? To the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. Right? You look up this term scattered. Okay? You have this term diaspora.
And another sheep met it and went with it. And the two went and entered together into the assembly of those
scattering,
wolves, and spake
dispersion
with
of
them, and
Israelites
admonished them not to
dispersed
touch the sheep
among
from henceforth.
foreign nations.
And thereupon I saw the wolves, and
Right,
how
it
they
says of
oppressed
the
the sheep
Christians,
exceedingly
right, of the
with
followers
all
of
their
Yahushua
power.
scattered
And the sheep
abroad,
cried aloud,
the
and the
Gentiles,
Lord came to the
right,
sheep,
these
and they
Israelites who
began
were
to
scattered
smite those
among
wolves.
these
And the wolves
heathen
began to
nations,
make lamentation.
learned their
But the
works,
sheep
they became
quiet,
Gentiles,
and forthwith
but through
ceased to cry
Yahushua
out.
and the preaching of
And I saw the
Yahushua,
sheep till
they were brought
departed
back,
from amongst the wolves.
covered under
But
that
the
blood,
eyes of the
right,
wolves
which
were blinded.
this
wolves
scattering is
departed
a
in
result
pursuit
of a
the sheep
curse.
with all their power. And the Lord of the sheep went with them
Okay, of
as
the curse
their leader,
that came
and all
with,
his sheep followed him. And
all right,
his face was
the Israelites
dazzling,
breaking
glorious and terrible to
the
behold.
first
But the
covenant,
wolves began to pursue
Deuteronomy
those sheep till they
28
reached
and
the sea of
64,
water.
and the Lord
And
shall
the sea
scatter
was
thee
divided, and the water
among
stood on this side
all
and on
people
that before their
from
face.
one end of
And
the
their Lord
earth
led them and
even
placed
unto the
himself
other,
between
and there
them
shalt thou
and the
serve other
wolves.
gods,
And as
which
those
neither
wolves did
thou
not yet
nor
see
thy
the
fathers
sheep,
have known,
they
even wood and
proceeded
stone.
into
And
the midst
among
of
these
that
nations
sea,
thou shalt
and the
find no
wolves
ease.
followed the
Among,
sheep, and those
and
wolves
that's
ran
a
after them
broad,
into that sea.
all right,
And when they saw
that's
the Lord
the
of the
focus
sheep,
of the
they turned to
scriptures, the
flee
Israelites
before his face.
among
But that sea
these particular
gathered
nations.
itself
As a matter
together
of
and
fact,
became as
in
it
the
had
book
been
of Acts,
created. And the water swelled and
15th
rose
chapter,
till
where
they
you had
covered
this
those
council
wolves. And I saw
at
till all the
Jerusalem,
wolves who pursued those sheep
right,
perished and were
because the
drowned.
circumcision kept bothering these
But the sheep
Israelites,
escaped from that water,
all right,
and
who were
went
coming out of
forth
the
into
Gentile
wilderness,
state, telling
where
them
there
they
was
had to
no
be
water and no
circumcised
grass.
after the manner
And they
of
began
Moses.
to open their eyes and to
All
see.
right, which
And I saw the Lord of the
circumcision
sheep
is
pass
a beautiful
through them,
thing, but they
and
were saying
giving them
in
water
order
and
for you to be
grass.
saved, in
And
order
that
for the Lord
sheep
to deal with
going
you,
and leading them,
you would have
and
to be
that sheep
circumcised after
ascended
the
to the
manner of
summit
Moses
the
and keep
lofty
all of the
rock.
laws,
And the
which the
Lord of
Lord
the
was
sheep
already
sent it
dealing
to
with them.
them.
And Abraham
after that,
himself
I saw the Lord of the sheep
cuts
who
them
stood before them.
because he
And
was
his appearance
uncircumcised when the
white
Heavenly
and
Father,
terrible and majestic.
all right,
And all
came
those
to him
sheep saw him
and
were
restored all
afraid before
things,
his face.
all right,
And
unto
they all feared
him
and
for that
trembled
chosen
because
lineage.
of him. And they cried to that
Right,
sheep
so
with
the
him,
Christians
which
try
was
to
amongst
hijack
them.
Abraham.
We are not able to stand
All right, but the
before our Lord or to
uncircumcision,
behold him. And that
all right,
sheep
and
which
Abraham
led
are
them
linked,
again ascended to the summit
all
of
right,
that
because
rock.
he had
But
great
the
faith
sheep
while
began to
being
be
in an
blinded,
uncircumcised
and to
state,
wander
just
from
as
the
these
way which he
Israelites
had
and just as
chosen
us.
them. But that sheep
All
wot
right,
not
we
thereof.
had great faith.
And the Lord of
Some
the
of us may have
sheep
had
was
the physical
wrathful
circumcision of the
exceedingly
penis, but
against them.
we
And
were
that sheep discovered
lost.
and went down from the
We were
summit
uncircumcised
of
in
the
our
rock
mind.
and came to the sheep and found
Okay,
the
and
greatest
through the
part
preaching of the
blinded
word, we're
and
turning
fallen
back.
away.
We're still of the
And when
family
they
line of
saw it,
Abraham,
they
Isaac, and
feared
Jacob,
trembled at
and we're
its
just in a
presence,
heathen-like
and
state. Now,
desired
right
to
here,
return to their folds.
this is
And that
Acts 15
sheep
and
took
19.
other
It says,
sheep
wherefore
with
my
it,
sentence
and
is that
came
we
to
troubled
those sheep
not
which had
them,
fallen away,
which
and
from
began to slay
among
them. And
the
the sheep
Gentiles
feared
are
his
turned unto
presence.
God.
And thus that
So
sheep
these
brought back
Israelites
those
who these
sheep that
letters
had
are
fallen
written
away,
to,
and they returned to
okay,
their fold.
as we're getting
And I
ready to
saw
get
in this
into,
vision
like
till that sheep
First
became a
Peter's,
man and built a house for the Lord of the
all right,
sheep.
these letters
and
are written
placed
to
all the
Israelites.
sheep in
So
that
the
house.
question as we
And I saw till this
start
sheep
this
which had
video
met that
is
sheep
why would
which had led
James
them to fall
write to the
asleep.
12
And I
tribes
saw
which are
all the
scattered
great
abroad?
sheep perished, and
All
little
right, but
ones
then
arose in their place.
Paul in the book
And
of
they
Galatians
came to a pasture and approached a
writes
stream of
to
water.
actual heathen.
Then that sheep,
Or Peter
their
is writing
leader,
to
which had
actual actual heathen. It doesn't make sense.
From them and fell asleep.
All right, we know according to the Holy Scriptures the Israelites will be scattered. All right, and that's the importance of understanding prophecy. Daniel the 7th chapter, there's 4 beasts. You had the Assyrian Babylonian Empire. Okay. You had the Persians and the Medes. And you had the Greeks and you had the Romans. The Israelites would be scattered within these various captivities. As a matter of fact,
and sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep arose and led them, and brought them all back, and their eyes were opened. And the dogs and the foxes and the wild boars began to devour them.
18, it says, then lifted up my eyes, and I saw, behold, 4 horns.
A ram from their midst, which led them.
And I said unto the angel that talked to me, what be these? And he answered me, these are the horns which have scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. So pretty much, through these 4 beasts, or 4 horns, rulerships,
and trample upon them.
All right, the Israelites will be scattered. All right, and when you get to the 4th beast, that's the Roman Empire, but then there's a little horn that issues forth from it. And that's Babylon the Great, all right, America, the NATO, and the EU, the revival of Rome. And through them we were scattered, traded as well. Okay, so you must line the New Testament up with what was prophesied in the Old. You can't just jump to Matthew and say, well, now I have an understanding of the Bible, and this is the gospel. So here in this article, right, was 1 Peter written to Jews or Gentiles? Why the answer might matter more than you think. We're going to read some excerpts from it. All right, but what we're going to see is that John Calvin, all right, the elder of Old Cab Malone, agrees with what we teach, which is a cut to him as he's going around finding all of these books, in the nooks and crannies and crevices, trying to figure out why we're doing what we're doing. And you can't figure out what we're doing without going into prophecy. We're doing what we're doing because of Bible prophecy. The Israelites in the latter days would wake up. That's point blank period prophecy. The dry bones would awaken. That's why we're doing what we're doing. You can't carnally figure it out. And if you want to get into books, why don't you deal with the Talmud? That's a great book to get into. Scrutinize that book. Now it says the opening line of 1 Peter identifies it as a letter from Peter, an apostle of Yahushua HaMashiach, which when you get the book of Galatians, the 2nd chapter, we find out Peter was an apostle to the circumcision. Paul was an apostle to the uncircumcision along with Barnabas. All right, to go teach these Israelites who were scattered among these nations. Okay? So the opening line of 1 Peter identifies it as a letter from Peter, an apostle of Yahushua HaMashiach, to those chosen living as exiles dispersed abroad, Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia. All right, now let's read that. All right, one of Apostle McCall's favorite scriptures. Okay, 1 Peter 1:1. Peter, an apostle of Yahushua HaMashiach, to the strangers scattered throughout Pontus, Galatia, which Galatia is where the book of Galatians was written to. There was a church in Galatia. You see, vocab and these Christians love to jump to the book of Galatians and nitpick particular scriptures that can make it seem like, all right, the promise is null and void for everybody, and now through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob no longer matters, but through Abraham, all you have to do is believe in Jesus Christ, and the second covenant is for you. No, these are Israelites in these particular regions. To the strangers scattered throughout Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia, elect according to the foreknowledge of God. Now, who's the elect?
And he gave over unto them those sheep.
Always bring this out. Why not bring it out again?
Observe and mark everything that the
Isaiah
shepherd will do
45:4. For Jacob my servant's sake, in Israel mine elect. Okay, I have called thee by name, I have surnamed thee, even though thou hast not known me.
According to my command,
okay,
and how
let's go
many
to
according
Isaiah
to their own caprice.
41.
Against every individual shepherd, all the
Isaiah 41:8, but thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. So the seed of Abraham has to go through Isaac and Jacob. That's the seed that's accounted for the promise, in particular the elect.
Whether or not they abide by my
all right, the remnant that are going to be heirs to the promise of that land.
And thou shalt not declare.
Okay, so through Abraham, that chosen seed is going to be restored to that land, all right,
in his time, and
through Isaac and Jacob. right? Because remember, at the time of Adam, we've been kicked out of that garden.
And they began to
And that's where Solomon ruled out of. And that's where the second Adam, who Mashiach is going to rule out of, starting at Jerusalem, the promised land. So this is why we're awakening, you brothers and sisters that are listening.
And the wild boars,
heirs to the promise that was given unto our father Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And we know that we're Israelites through the Spirit because we're doing exactly what the Scripture said we would be doing.
Was demolished.
Okay, so it says, elect according to the foreknowledge of God the Father through the sanctification of the Spirit, of obedience and the sprinkling of the blood of Hamashiach Yahweh Shai. And who was that blood sprinkled for? We read it earlier, but let's get it.
It was written by the
Let's get it
book. How many
so that you can see it yourself. Acts 5:29. Then Peter and the other apostles answered and said, we ought to obey God rather than men. And this is what we're doing. We're no longer leaning upon you Edomites for the understanding of the Bible. And this is what hurts you. You're so used to controlling what we believe, what we think, what we say. Well, now we're obeying the Most High through Yahweh Shai rather than men. And through Yahweh Bashem Yahushua, the true men of the Lord have been raised up. The God of our fathers raised up Yahweh Shai, whom ye slew and hanged on a tree. Right? Speaking to the circumcision. They were a big part. Right? Those who didn't want to follow him, a big part of getting him offered up. But it was all prophecy. Him have God exalted with his right hand to be a prince and a savior, but to give repentance to Israel and forgiveness of sins. Okay? The first covenant, the blood sprinkled was for the Israelites. The second covenant, the blood sprinkled through Yahweh Shai is for the Israelites. We are the ones who sinned under that first covenant. So when you read this in another translation,
the eyes of their shepherds likewise,
okay,
and they delivered them in large numbers to their shepherds.
All of the translations agree with what we say.
The sheep with their feet.
New King James, Peter, an apostle of Yahweh Shai, to the pilgrims of the dispersion in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia. So the thing is Peter just writing to the dispersed amongst these nations? Is James just writing to the dispersed amongst these nations? And then Paul comes and writes, all right, to the actual heathen who the dispersed are scattered amongst? No, they're all writing to the same people. They're all speaking the same thing. NLT, this letter is from Peter, an apostle of Yahweh Shai. I am writing to God's chosen people who are living as foreigners in the provinces of Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia. Just like Abraham was a foreigner in Ur of the Chaldees, but was awakened to his true heritage through the Spirit. And what did he do? He started marching towards the promised land. That's what we're doing. We're exiles scattered in here in America, in various different places. Peter, an apostle of Yahweh Shai, Hamashiach, to God's elect exiles scattered throughout provinces of Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia. Exiles, because we are the seed, all right, who our fathers broke that covenant, so we're scattered, and these Gentiles were scattered due to a punishment that came with breaking that first covenant. Okay?
And completed their several periods 58 times.
Second here.
But behold,
Hebrews
lambs were born by those white sheep, and they began to open their eyes and to see, and to cry to the sheep.
And 15, and for this cause he is the mediator of a new testament, a new covenant, that by means of death for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first testament. Who transgressed under the first testament and need to be redeemed? That they which are called might receive the promises of eternal inheritance. And what's the inheritance? The land that was given unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Let's get Galatians, the 4th chapter. Since you love Galatians, let's go to Galatians. Galatians 4 and 4. But when the fullness of time was come, God sent forth his Son, made of a woman, made under the law. All right, which Yahweh Shai was made under the law through his mother Mary, which received seed. The only way for Yahweh Shai to be perfect according to the law is that he was the seed of a man. How about that? If he wasn't the seed of a man, he's not perfect according to the law. Anyway, to redeem them that were under the law, that we might receive the adoption of sons. So to redeem them that were under the law. Who was under the law? Who was under that first covenant? Israelites. That we might receive the adoption of sons, the sons of God. All right? Who had constantly failed. Huethesia, adoption as sons, the relationship which God was pleased to establish between himself and the Israelites in preference to all other nations. So we are the ones being redeemed back to the Father through Yahushua because we sinned under that first covenant. Okay? Our fathers. Right, which is why Paul
down the names of the shepherd and carried up into the presence of the Lord of the sheep and came and helped
here in 1 Corinthians 10 as Paul is writing to the church of Corinth. Listen to what he says.
And I saw to the Lord of the sheep.
Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant how that our fathers were under a cloud and all passed through the sea. Our fathers were under the cloud and all passed through the sea. Our fathers.
And all who saw him fled.
Who was under the cloud and passed through the sea? Israelites being exodus out of Egypt. And were all baptized into Moses and in the sea. And all did eat of the same spiritual meat and drink of the same spiritual drink. For they drank of that spiritual rock, and that rock that followed them was the Mashiach. That angel in the wilderness was Yahushua. For those who have ears to hear. There was an angel that followed the Israelites in the wilderness. All right, but with many of them, God was not well pleased, for they were overthrown in the wilderness. So your fathers, our fathers, are Israelites who were under that cloud. That doesn't apply to all nations. All right, even though there was a multitude that even came out with the Israelites in Egypt, they weren't under that covenant. Under that covenant, all right, there were particular laws on how to deal with servants of heathen. All right, but they are not under the covenant. That blood, they're not covered under that blood.
Those 70 shepherds were judged and found guilty.
So going back to this article,
cast into that fiery abyss.
Speaking on 1 Peter
and I saw at that time how a like abyss was opened in the midst
read it again.
of the
The opening line of Peter identifies it as a letter from Peter, an apostle of Yahushua HaMashiach, to those chosen living as exiles dispersed abroad in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia. At first blush, the wording suggests that Peter is addressing ethnically Jewish followers of Jesus. All right, they were Israelites. All right, particularly of the seed of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, because we had that was primarily who was there. All right, because the other tribes had already came to the other side of the world. That's another lesson for another time. You had some of the northern kingdom as well. All right, but to the circumcision, these Israelites who were awakening were looked at as the uncircumcision, common, unclean, Levitically. All right, inept. They looked down upon them. Okay, and that was the whole argument. That's why when you read the book of Galatians, all right, Paul is cursing out the church because they were getting under that mindset that they could be justified by the law. And who was under that first covenant? How could actual heathen be justified by the first covenant when it was never for them? As the apostle brought out, he showed his word unto Israel and no other nation. That's in the book of Psalm 147. He showed his word unto Jacob, the statutes and covenants and laws unto Israel. He had not dealt so with any other nation. So how could the book of Galatians be speaking to actual heathen trying to be justified by the first covenant when the first covenant was only for the Israelites? Anyway, it says he calls them chosen. Right? We're going to get to Calvin. It says Israel was God's chosen nation in the Old Testament and in the New. He referred to them as exiles. All right, the Jewish, which we don't fall under the term Jewish.
And I saw that a white bull was born with large horns, and all the beasts of the field, and all the birds of the air
or
feared
it
him,
can represent
and made
Judah,
petition
Benjamin,
to
Levi,
him
the southern
all
kingdom,
times. And I saw
who
till
were primarily
all
on
the
the scene
generations were
when
transformed,
Hamashiach came.
and they all became white
The Jewish
bulls.
people
And the first
had been
among them
exiled from
became
their
a
homeland
ram,
by the
and that
Babylonians
lamb became a great
in
animal,
586
and it had
BCE,
black horns
which
on its head.
we showed
And
you
Lord
in the
of
book of
sheep
Daniel these
rejoiced
4
over it,
beasts.
and over all the oxen.
All right,
And I
in Daniel the
slept in
7th
their
chapter are
midst,
primarily
and I
where the
awoke and
Israelites
saw
have been scattered: the Assyrian,
This is the
Babylonian,
vision which I saw
the
while I
Persians and the
slept.
Medes,
And I
the
awoke
Greeks,
and
which you can
blessed
get
the
that
Lord
history in
of
the Maccabees
righteousness
and
and
the
gave him
Romans,
glory.
which you read that
Then I
history
wept
in the
with
New
great
Testament.
weeping, and my tears
Then
stayed not till I
there will
could no
be
longer
a
endure it.
scattering amongst
When I
Babylon
saw,
the Great,
they flowed on account of
all
what I
right,
had seen. For
as well as
everything
throughout the
shall
4
come
corners of
and
the
be
earth.
fulfilled, and all the deeds
Can't
of men
separate
in their
prophecy
order were
from the
shown
New
to me.
Testament.
On that
Okay,
night I
anyway,
remembered the first dream, and because of it I
says
wept and was troubled
they
because
have been
I had
exiled
seen
from
that
their
vision.
homeland by the Babylonians,
The book
and
written by
when he
Enoch.
says they are dispersed
Enoch indeed
abroad,
wrote
the
this
Greek
complete
term he
doctrine
uses
of
is
wisdom,
diaspora,
which is
a
praise of
term
all men
used
and the
referring
judge
to
of
the
all
scattering
the earth. For all
of the
my
Jews,
children who shall
all
dwell
right,
on the earth, and
which
for
we
the
get
future
the phrase
generations who
diaspora,
shall observe of
and that's who he's writing to.
Let
Okay?
not your spirit be troubled on
Peter, an
account
apostle of
the times,
Yahushua,
for
to
the
the
holy
strangers
and great one has
scattered,
appointed days for all
to the
things.
strangers
And the
scattered
righteous one shall arise from
right,
sleep, shall arise and
throughout
walk
Pontus,
in the path of
Galatia,
righteousness.
Cappadocia,
And
and
all his
Asia. And when you
path
look
and
at that term
conversation
scattered,
shall be in eternal goodness and
for some
grace.
reason it's not loading.
He will be
But it's
gracious to the
diaspora. We
righteous,
read that in the
and
book of
give
James.
him
Peter
eternal
uses the same
uprightness.
word.
And he will give him power, so that he shall
Scattered
be endowed with
throughout.
goodness and righteousness.
Diaspora
And he shall
is what?
walk in eternal
Israelites
light.
dispersed
And sin
among
shall
foreign
perish
nations,
in
or
darkness
the
forever.
followers of
And shall no more be seen
Yahushua
from
scattered
that
among
day
the nations,
forevermore.
returning from those idols.
And
Go
now
back.
my son Methuselah, call
And
to
yet
me
there are
all
some
thy
verses in
brothers,
1 Peter
and
that seem
gather
to suggest
before
the
me
letter
all
was
the
intended
sons of thy
to
mother. For the
non-Jewish
words
Christians.
call
No.
me, and the Spirit is
All
poured
right?
out upon me,
No.
that I may show
It's speaking
you
to
everything
the
that shall
Israelites
befall you
scattered,
forever. And
leading to a
thereupon
much debate
Methuselah
among
went and
commentators. So
summoned
we're
to
going to
him
find
all
out
his
is
brothers
that
and
among this
assembled his
debate,
relatives.
John
And he
Calvin
spake
had
unto all the children
his
of
opinion, and we're
righteousness
going to read
and
it.
said,
He says in
Hear
1
ye,
Peter
sons of
1 and
Enoch,
18, Peter
all the
writes
words of your
to
father,
how his readers
and
have been
hearken aright
redeemed
to the voice of
from
my
your
mouth.
empty way of
For I
life
exhort you,
inherited
and say
from your
unto you,
fathers.
beloved,
All
love
right, and who's the
uprightness,
fathers? The
and walk
Israelites.
therein.
Would
And
Peter
draw
really
not
have
nigh
referred
to uprightness
to
with
the
a double
Jewish faith
heart.
he grew up
And
with as an
associate
empty
not
way of
with
life?
those of a double
No,
heart,
he's talking
but
about
walk in
being
righteousness,
justified
my
by the
sons,
law.
and it shall guide you
Okay?
on good paths.
When you get
and
the
righteousness
book
shall
of
be
Peter's
your
1 and 18,
companion.
let's read that.
For I know that
Because you
violence
had
must
those
increase
of the
on the
circumcision
earth, and great
who wanted to push
chastisement
that the only way to be
executed on the earth.
justified was by
And
being
all
perfect according to that
unrighteousness
first
comes to an
covenant,
end.
which
Yet
we already
it shall
broke
be
it.
cut off from its roots,
Okay?
and its whole structure
1
be
Peter
destroyed.
1 and
And
18.
unrighteousness shall again be consummated on the earth.
It says, for you
And
know
all the deeds
that
of
God paid a
unrighteousness
ransom to
and of
save you from the
violence
empty
and transgression shall
life you
prevail
inherited
in a
from your
twofold
ancestors.
degree.
Also,
And when sin
breaking
and
the laws.
unrighteousness and blasphemy
Our
and
forefathers
violence
constantly
and all
broke the law,
kinds of deeds
constantly broke the
increase,
covenant,
and
so to be
apostasy
redeemed
and
back,
transgression
Yahushua's
and
blood
uncleanness
covers us.
increase. A great chastisement
All right?
shall
And the
come from
ransom he
heaven
paid was
upon
not
all
mere
these.
gold or
And
silver.
the Holy
Yahushua
Lord
didn't
will
buy
come
us
forth
back
with
with
wrath
gold
and
or silver.
chastisement
But what?
to
Through his
execute
blood.
judgment on earth. In
Verse
those
19,
days,
but with the
violence
precious
shall be
blood
cut
of
off from its
Yahushua.
roots, and the
So
roots
the
of
empty way of
unrighteousness
life,
together with deceit.
all right, it can be
And they
looked
shall
at
be
as what? The
destroyed from
sin.
under heaven. And all
Constantly
the idols
breaking
of
the
heathen
laws.
shall be abandoned,
And we're
the
redeemed
temples
through the
burned
blood of
with fire.
Yahushua, covered.
And they shall remove them
Okay?
from the whole earth.
Covered.
And
The lamb
heathen
slain from the foundation of the earth.
Judgment of fire.
All right? He redeemed us from the curse of the law. Let's get that.
And the righteous shall arise from their sleep, and wisdom shall arise and be given unto them. And after that, the roots of unrighteousness shall be cut off, and the
Hamashiach have redeemed us from the curse of the law, being made a curse for us. Who was under the curse of the law? The Israelites.
Who plan violence with those who commit blasphemy shall perish by the sword. And now I tell you, my sons, and show you the paths of righteousness and the paths of violence. Yea, I will show them to you again, that you may know what will come to pass.
Deuteronomy 27 and 26. Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them, and all the people shall say, Amen. Because it was the Israelites
shall perish forever.
in the book of Exodus, the 24th chapter, who agreed to the terms of that covenant.
And Enoch said, concerning the children of righteousness, and concerning
Exodus 24 and 7, and he took the book of the covenant and read it in the audience of the people, and they said, all that Yahweh hath said we will do and be obedient.
Unto you, my sons,
and Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people, and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which the Lord hath made with you. So when you read what happened, Israel broke that. So what did that lead to? A curse. All right? For what? Breaking those laws. Yahweh Shai redeemed the Israelites from the curse of the law. Only Israel were under that first covenant of law.
And in it there shall be the first end. And in it shall a man be saved.
This dude don't even know what he's talking about. It said he implies,
shall grow up.
It says,
and a law shall be made for the sinners.
And in 4 and 3, he implies that his readers used to practice unrestrained behavior, evil desires, drunkenness, orgies, which are all what?
Posterity shall become the plant of
against that first covenant.
And after
sin.
That, in the fourth week, at its
get that. 1 Peter 4 and 3.
The holy and righteous shall be seen, and a law for all generations, and an enclosure shall be made for them. And after that, in the 5th,
because the heathens were never under the law, so why would these things be looked at as breaking that covenant to them?
In the 6th week, all who live in it shall be blinded, and the hearts of all men shall godlessly forsake wisdom, and in it a man shall ascend. And at its close, the house of dominion shall be burnt with fire, and the whole race of the chosen root shall be dispersed.
Let's start at 1. For as much then as the Mashiach has suffered for us in the flesh, arm yourselves likewise with the same mind, for he hath suffered in the flesh, and ceased. He that hath suffered in the flesh hath ceased from sin.
Of the eternal plant of righteousness,
that
to
he
receive sevenfold
no longer should live the rest of his life in the flesh of the lust of men, but to the will
that is able to hear the voice of the Holy One without being troubled.
For the time past of our life, many may suffice us to have wrought the will of the Gentiles, when we walked in lasciviousness, lust, excess wine, revelings, banquetings, and abominable adulteries, which are all sins against the law. This is what we were doing. This is what, even here in America, weren't we doing this?
And who is there of all
right, we were among the Gentiles learning their works.
And to whom has been shown the measure of all of them? Or is there anyone who could discern
Psalms
the length of
106
the heavens, and how great its height, and upon what it is founded?
34. They did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord commanded them, but were mingled among the heathen and learned their works and served their idols, which were snare unto them. And we've been doing that.
And a sword shall be given to it, that a righteous judgment may be executed.
He's talking about the Israelites who were repentant coming back to the Heavenly Father through the teaching of Yahushua.
They shall acquire houses through their righteousness. And a house shall
NLT,
be built
you have had enough in the past of the
forevermore.
evil things that godless people enjoy. Their immorality and lust, their feasting of drunkenness and wild parties, and their terrible worship of idols. All right, and remember, 1 Corinthians 12 and 2, ye were Gentiles. Ephesians 2, ye were called uncircumcision by that which is the circumcision.
In which he will execute vengeance amongst the angels. And the first heaven shall depart and pass away, and a new heaven shall appear.
Scholars have long been divided over the question of 1 Peter's intended audience, but it seems the majority of classical interpreters took the phrase exiles dispersed abroad at face value. You should.
Love righteousness.
That's who he was writing to. Seeing the Jews' audience to be in view. John Calvin, a good representative when he writes in his commentary on 1 Peter. Let's read John Calvin, which Vocab Malone is a Calvinist. He's a Calvinism.
And now I say unto you the
Let's read what he said about 1 Peter. They who think that all the godly are thus called because they are strangers in the world and are advancing towards the celestial country, which is heavenly Jerusalem. are much mistaken. See, you all are much mistaken to think that this is speaking to everybody in the world. And this mistake is evident from the word dispersion, which immediately follows. For this can apply only to the Jews. Uh-oh. This is Calvin speaking. All right? Now, if you got a problem with it, take it up with Derek.
Woe to those who build
your fellow buddy in Jesus.
From all their foundations, they will be overthrown.
He's the one who found this research.
And those who acquire gold and silver
and now look, in modern times, though the consensus has shifted, see, in modern Christianity, it's shifted to fit what? This universal garbage doctrine. Today, most scholars understand 1 Peter 2 have been written to Gentile Christians. Yes, Israelites who are in a Gentile state of mind, turning back to the Heavenly Father through the preaching of Yahushua, being justified under His blood and not under that first covenant, because the first covenant cuts us off as a nation, but we broke it. So Yahushua redeemed us from the curses that came with breaking those laws. The mercies of David and the blessing through the faith of Abraham is what we're under, man. Grace. Okay, that's what the mercies of David are all about. Blessed is the man on whom the Lord does not, impart sin, and whose sins are covered and blotted out.
For again will the Lord
see, that's what we want to be under.
That you may execute
because under the first covenant, you were justified by keeping those laws perfectly. You see, under grace, you're justified under the blood of Yahushua, and your faith is what justifies you. Now, your faith is going to lead to you keeping the laws to the best of your ability. All right? But you're not justified by that. That's what links these Gentiles to Abraham. Because don't get it twisted. Abraham belonged to a particular lineage. From Adam through Seth, through Shem, who was Noah's son, through Arphaxad. That's the story of the Bible. At the time of Abraham, his father raised him as an idol worshiper. He was uncircumcised, but restored through the Spirit to his legacy and the understanding of his duties. He kept the laws once he understood that, called on the name of the Lord, and eventually got circumcised. But he was blessed, all right, and everything that proved his faith was done while he was uncircumcised. That's what links the uncircumcision Gentile Israelites who were scattered to Abraham.
Woe unto you, ye sinners.
When it's talking about the faith of Abraham, it's still speaking of the seed that are accounted with that promise through Isaac and Jacob, because they will be scattered. There will be a large multitude. That's all scripture.
Woe to you who devour the finest of the wheat and drink wine and
let's read this again. In modern times, though the consensus has shifted, today most scholars
from every fountain, for suddenly shall you be consumed and wither away, because you have forsaken
in modern times, though the census has shifted,
and blasphemy,
today most scholars understand 1 Peter to have been written to Gentile Christians,
who might oppress the righteous,
which they just get messed up over the term Gentile. They do so primarily because of verses like 1 and 18, which that can't justify that, and 4 and 3, and that can't justify that, because who was sinning? For those Israelites to have been called sinners for doing those abominable things, all right, they have to have been Israelites. The heathen weren't under that covenant. Okay? It says, but also because the regions Peter addressed were largely Gentile territory, right? Because the Israelites were scattered among them. All right? Let's read a little bit more. Why does it matter whether 1 Peter was written primarily to the Jews or Gentile followers of Mashiach? All right, well, you had Jews, circumcision, who followed Yahushua, thus the 12. Those were Israelites raised in the customs. John the Baptist, who preached of Yahushua, right, to be the new high priest, he was of the circumcision. His parents were keeping the laws. He was circumcised on the 8th day. Yahushua was circumcised on the 8th day. Then you had the Gentiles, all right, those who weren't raised to be circumcised on the 8th day and didn't have parents who primarily followed the laws and taught them their heritage and everything. But all are one, all right, all are one through Yahushua. Both those who were raised in the customs, the natural branches, and the uncultivated wild olive tree are grafted back in under Yahushua. All are one. Contrary to that first covenant being justified by the law, we are now justified through Yahushua. And this was a big point of contention amongst the Israelites.
And colored garments more than
all right?
in royalty and in
it says,
and in power.
What difference does it make for interpretation? It says it turns out that if we take 1 Peter as addressing a Gentile audience, actual heathens, then the epistle becomes one of the strongest supports for the theological idea that the church has been replaced, right? That the church has replaced Israel as the people of God. And see, this is what Vocab Malone and them teach. They want to teach that the church, all right, which that word should really be the congregation. See, they've taken this word church and replaced congregation because the congregation has always been associated with the Israelites, the gathering of the Israelites. But they're able to take this term church, which ecclesia just means to call out. This word is being called out to the Israelites, but they're able to take this church word and then say that Israel has been replaced by the heathens, which is a goddamn lie. Okay, according to prophecy, the seed of Israel would always be here in the planet Earth, and that seed, a remnant of that seed, would return to the Heavenly Father through Yahushua in the latter days. All right, see, listen to this. See, let's listen to this. If 1 Peter was addressing heathen audience, actual heathen, then the epistle becomes one of the strongest supports for the theological idea that the church has been replaced, or the church has replaced Israel as the people of God. This concept is also referred to as replacement theology, supersessionism. You see that? This is what Vocab Malone is teaching, which this ideology goes against even the people who currently call themselves the chosen people in the land, because they are there based upon the premise that they are the rightful heirs to the promise. That's why they're in the land. That's why they've been taking it. You see that? By the sword. See? That land. See, so your ideology, Vocab, goes against the people who are actually there, but for some reason you don't talk about that. Here it is. We're just saying we're the Israelites. They go over there and by force take the land and say we're the Israelites. We're the Jews. Well, where's the other tribes? Because when the Israelites return to that land, it's going to be all 12 tribes. All right. So this is the basis. This is why Vocab Malone is going so hard in this, because he's trying to replace the Israelites, which, according to prophecy, can't be done. All right. That covenant, those promises are to that seed. Even before we broke the law, that promise was to that seed. And that's what Paul was trying to tell these Galatians. The promise was before the law was written on stone at the time of Moses,
underfoot upon the earth.
When we broke that first covenant. So just because we broke that first covenant doesn't mean now we're replaced with all of these heathen nations. As a matter of fact, my favorite scripture to cut that. Beloved elder brother
and the
Jeremiah.
The nation shall arise on the day of destruction.
Jeremiah 33 and 24. Considerest thou not what this people are spoken, saying the two families?
And they shall abandon them.
All right, Judah and Israel, northern and southern kingdom.
Yea, they shall
Judah
abandon
and
their
Ephraim.
children that are still sucklings. And
all right, sometimes when you see Ephraim, it's symbolic of those of the
and again I swear
northern
to
kingdom.
you, ye sinners, that sin is prepared
it says,
for a day of
the two families which the Lord have chosen, he have even cast them off. This is what these niggas are saying. Thus they have despised my people, that they should be no more a nation before them.
and all kinds
Thus
of
saith the
idols
Lord,
not
if my
according to
covenant be
knowledge,
not with
shall
day
take no
and
manner
night,
of help
and
from
if
them.
I have not appointed
And they
the
shall
ordinances
become
of heaven and
godless
earth,
by reason of the
then will
folly
I
of their
cast away the
hearts.
seed of
And their
Jacob,
eyes shall be blinded
and
through the
David my
fear of their
servant, so that I
hearts.
will not take any of
And
his
through
seed
visions in their
to be
dreams,
rulers over the seed of
through
Abraham,
these they shall
Isaac, and
become
Jacob,
godless and
for I will
fearful.
cause their
For
captivity
they shall
return and have
wrought
mercy
all
on
their
them.
work in a lie,
So,
and shall have worshipped the stone.
if we don't see the sun
Therefore, in an instant shall
and the
they
moon,
perish.
then we know
But in
Israel is
those
cast
days,
off
blessed
and that
are all
Yahweh
they
ain't
who
coming to
accept
set
the
up the
words
throne
of
of David, but
wisdom
we clearly
and
see
understand them,
the
and
sun is out.
observe the paths of the
The moon's
Most
been
High
out.
and walk in the path of his
So that means what,
righteousness,
according to
and
the Bible?
become
The
not
actual
godless with the
seed of
godless.
Israel are
For
here
they
in the
shall be
earth.
saved. Woe to you,
Word
who
to the
spread
mother,
evil
and
to
that's
your
here in
neighbors,
Jeremiah
for you
31.
shall be slain in Sheol. Woe to you who make deceitful and false measures, and to them who
Jeremiah
cause
31 and
bitterness
35,
on the
thus
earth,
saith
for
Yahweh,
they shall thereby
which giveth
be
the sun
utterly
for a light by
consumed.
day, and the ordinances of the moon
Build
and
your
the stars
houses through the
of the light by
grievous
night,
toil of others,
which
and all
divided
their
the sea
building
when the
materials
waves
of
thereof
bricks
roar.
and stones of
Yahweh,
sin.
the Lord of hosts
I
is his
tell
name.
you, you
If
shall
those
have no
ordinances
peace.
depart from before
Woe
me,
to them
saith the
who
Lord,
reject the measure
then the
and
seed
eternal
of Israel
heritage
shall
of their
also
fathers.
cease from being a
Whose
nation
souls
before me
follow after
forever.
idols,
So the seed
for
of
they
Israel
shall
are
have no
here.
rest.
How
Woe
will
to
we
them
know
work
who they are?
unrighteousness
Based
and
on
help
prophecy.
oppression, and slay
See,
their
and
neighbors
what we're
until the
doing
day of the
fulfills
great
prophecy.
judgment.
So
For
what
he
do they
shall
want to
cast
do according
down
to
your
Psalms
glory,
83? They want to
and
cut
bring
us off
affliction on your hearts, and shall
from being a
arouse
nation.
fierce
They want to
indignation,
cut off our
and shall
blessing
destroy all of you with the
and
sword.
replace
and all the
us
holy and righteous
and
shall
put
remember
themselves
your
as
sins.
Edomite Christians,
And
which
in
they don't
those
give a damn
days,
about really
in one
nobody
place,
else.
the fathers
And you
together
niggas
with
helping
their
them, you ought to be
sons shall
ashamed of
smitten,
yourself. And if
and
they had the
brothers
power,
one with another shall
again,
fall
as they
to
had
death,
in times
till
past,
the
they put
streams
your ass
flow
right
with
in
their
slavery.
blood. For a man
You
shall
dummies.
not withhold his hand from slaying his sons.
Going
and
back
his
to this
sons'
article.
sons. And the
So
sinner
John
shall
Calvin
not
believes
withhold
with the
his hand
Israelites.
from his honored brother.
How
From
about
dawn
that?
till sunset they shall
John
slay one
Calvin
another, and the horse shall walk
agrees
up to
with the
breast in blood
Israelites.
of sinners. And the
This
chariot
can
shall
only
be
apply to
submerged
the
its height.
Jews,
In those
ultimately,
days
who are
the
scattered
angels
among
shall
these
descend
nations.
into the
Because
secret
again,
places,
Jew can be
and
short for
gather
Judah,
together into one
which is
place all
the
those
son
who
of
brought
Jacob,
down sin.
through whom
And the Most High will arise
came
on that day of judgment
Pharez,
to execute great
all right,
judgment amongst
which
sinners.
the
And over
royal
all the
lineage of
righteous
David
and holy,
came
he
through,
will
which
appoint
eventually Solomon and
guardians
Yahweh
from
came
amongst the
through.
holy angels,
Right?
to guard them
Or
as an
it could
apple
be
of an eye, until
symbolic
he makes
of
an
the
end
three
of all
tribes,
wickedness
which in the
and
time
all
of the
sin.
Babylonian
And though
captivity,
the
we were just
righteous
simply
sleep
called
a long
Jews,
sleep,
which
they have not
stood for
fear.
Judah, Benjamin, and Levi,
And then the children
all right,
of the
who
earth shall see
remained
the wise in security,
in Jerusalem,
and shall understand
and
all
even
the
went to
words
rebuild
of
the
this
temple,
book, and
primarily.
recognize that their riches shall not
So,
be able to save them in the overthrow of their sins.
finishing this up
Woe
in
to you,
1 Peter
sinners, on
2
the
and
day of
9,
strong
the
anguish.
readers are said
Ye
to
who
be a
afflict the
chosen
righteous
race,
and burn them with
a
fire,
royal
ye
priesthood,
shall
a
be
holy
requited
nation,
according to
a
your
people
works.
for his possession.
Woe to you,
And that's in
obstinate
1
heart,
Peter 2 and
who
9. Let's
watch
get
in
that.
order to devise wickedness. Therefore shall fear come upon you, and there shall be none to help you.
1 Peter 2 and 9.
Sinners, on account of
But
the
ye
words
are
of your
a
mouth,
chosen
and on
generation,
account of the deeds of
a
your
royal
hands, which your
priesthood. Who's the
godlessness has
priest?
wrought.
Who's the
In
priesthood
blazing flames
in the
burning
scriptures?
worse than
Israelites.
fire shall you
But see,
burn.
the
And now
first
know ye that from the
priesthood was
angels
after
he
the
will
order of
inquire
Aaron.
as to your deeds in heaven.
That was
From
how
the
we
sun
were
and from the
redeemed back
moon
to the
and from
Father.
the stars, in
Through
reference to
the
your
offering of
sins,
sacrifices,
because
the Day of
upon the
Atonement, and
earth
so
ye
forth, but
execute
through now it's
judgment
through
on the
Yahweh
righteous.
Shai.
And he will
It's the
summon
priesthood
to
after the
testify
order of
against
Melchizedek.
every cloud and mist
Well, we're
and
going to be
dew and
upgraded
rain.
in the new
For they
covenant.
shall all
It's not going to be
withheld
written on
because
stone
of
this
you
time. It's going to
from
be written
descending
in
upon
us.
you, and they shall be mindful
All right?
of your sins.
That's why are we are called lively stones.
To the rain, that it may not
All right,
be
but it says,
withheld
but
from
ye are a
descending
chosen
upon you,
generation,
nor yet the dew when it has received gold,
a
and silver
royal
from you,
priesthood,
that it
a
may
holy
descend.
nation, a peculiar
When the
people, that ye should
hoarfrost
show
and the
forth the
snow
praises
with
of
their
him who
chilliness,
called you out of
and all the
darkness into his
snowstorms
marvelous
with all
light.
their plagues fall
Okay,
upon you.
which in
those
times
days
past
you
were
shall
not a
be
people.
able to stand
Why
before
were
them.
in times past these
Observe the
Israelites
heavens,
not a
ye
people?
children
Because
of
they were
heaven,
cut
and
off
every work
according
of
to
the
that
Most
first
High,
covenant.
and
If you
fear
broke
ye
particular
him,
laws,
and work
you
no
are cut
evil
off
in
from
his
being a
presence.
people.
If he
If you
closes
broke
the windows
the
of
law,
heaven and withholds
all
the
right,
rain
of
and
the
the
Sabbath,
dew from
you were
descending
cut off.
on the earth on your account,
If you
what will
didn't
you
celebrate
do
the
then?
Passover,
And if he
you were
sends his
cut off.
anger upon
So
you
they
because
were
of your
not a
deeds,
people based
you cannot
upon
petition
the
him.
consequences
For
of
ye
breaking that
spake
first
proud
covenant.
and
But
insolent
now
words
are
against
the
his
people of God
righteousness.
which had not
Therefore
obtained
ye shall
mercy,
have no
but
peace.
now have obtained
And
mercy,
see ye not
which
the
links us to
sailors
the
of
book
the
of
ships,
Hosea.
how their ships are tossed to and fro by the waves and are shaken
That
by the
whole
winds,
chapter of
and are
Hosea
in
breaks
sore
down what
trouble.
Peter is talking about.
And therefore do they fear, because
Okay?
all their goodly possessions
There was a
go
point
upon
where
the
we
sea
were
with
what?
them,
Lo
and they
Ami,
have
not the
evil
people
forebodings
of
heart
the Most High.
that the sea will swallow them, and they will perish
La'ah,
therein.
not
Are
Imya,
not the entire
people,
sea and
not
all
my
its
people,
waters, and
right?
all its movements,
That's
the
in
work
Hosea
of
1
the
and 9.
Most High?
Yet the number of
And
the
has
children
he
of
not
Israel
set
shall be as
limits
the
to
sand of
its
the sea.
doing,
Was not that
and
promised to
confined
Abraham?
it throughout
Your
by
seed
the
shall be as the
sands?
sand of the
And at
sea,
his reproof
which
it
cannot
is
be
afraid
measured nor
and
numbered.
dries up.
And it shall
all
come
of
to
its
pass
fish
that in that
die,
place where it
and
was
all
said
that
unto
is
them,
in
Ye are
it.
not my
But ye
people,
sinners that are
there
on
it
the
shall be
earth,
said
fear him
unto
not.
them, Ye are the sons
Has
of the
he
living
not
God.
made the heaven and the earth?
See, we
and
were
all
not
that is
his people
therein?
because
Who
of
has
our
given
sins.
understanding
Now
and wisdom to
we are the
everything
sons
that
of the living
moves on
God.
the earth and in the sea?
Then shall the
Do
children
not
of
the
Judah
sailors of
and the
ship
children of
fear the
Israel be
sea?
gathered together,
Yet
the
sinners
actual
do not
seed,
fear the
and
Most
appoint
High.
themselves one head,
In those
and they shall
days,
come up out of the
when ye have
land, for
brought a
great shall be the
grievous
day
fire upon
of
you,
Jezreel,
whither
the
will ye
seed of the
flee?
power.
And where will you find
See that?
deliverance?
And that's
when he
equated with
launches
Judah
forth his word
and
against
Israel,
you, will you not be
northern and
affrighted
southern
and fear?
kingdom.
And all the
Okay?
luminaries shall be
So in
affrighted
times
with
past,
great
we were
fear.
not
And
a
all the
people,
earth
but
shall be
now are the
affrighted
people
and
of God, which had
tremble
not
and be
obtained
alarmed.
mercy, but
And all
now
the angels
have
shall
obtained
execute their
mercy.
commands,
Dearly
and shall
beloved, I
seek to hide
beseech you as
themselves
strangers
from
and
the
pilgrims
presence of the great
to
glory.
abstain from
And the
fleshly lusts
children
which
of the
war
earth shall
against
tremble
your
and quake,
soul.
and ye sinners shall be
And aren't we
cursed
strangers
forever,
and pilgrims
and
here in
ye shall
Babylon the
have
Great?
no peace.
These Israelites at
Fear
this
ye
time were
not,
strangers
you
and pilgrims
souls of the
amongst the
righteous,
Roman
and be
Empire and the
hopeful
provinces
ye that
which
have
were
died
conquered
in
by them.
righteousness. And grieve
And
not
he's
if your
telling them,
soul into
abstain from
Sheol
these
has
lusts
descended
which
in
war
grief,
against your soul.
and that in your life your body
this is
fared
speaking
not
to
according
the
your
Israelites,
goodness,
man.
But wait for the day of the judgment of sinners, and for the day
The
of
lively
cursing
stones,
and
man.
chastisement.
The spiritual
And yet, when
priesthood,
ye
which
die,
only
the sinners
applies to
speak
the
over
Israelites.
you. As we die,
Okay,
so
all
die
of
the
these
righteous.
letters were written
And
to
what benefit
Israelites.
do they reap for their
Even the
deeds?
book of Galatians.
Behold, even as we,
Galatians
so did they
1
die
and
in
1.
grief
Paul,
and
an apostle,
darkness.
not of
And
men,
what have
neither
they
by
more
men,
than
but
we?
by Yahweh
From
Shai and by the
henceforth we
Father
are
who
equal.
raised
And
we
what
raised
will
from the
they
dead,
receive,
to
and what
all
will
the
they see
brethren
forever?
which
Behold,
are with
they
me
too have
unto the
died,
churches
and
of Galatia.
henceforth forever they shall see no light.
Okay?
I tell
Grace
you,
be unto you
sinners,
from
ye
God
are
the Father and
content
from
to eat
our
and
Lord
drink,
Yahweh
and
Shai
rob and
Mashiach,
sin,
who
and
gave
strip men
himself for
naked,
our
and acquire
sins.
wealth and
Who
see
sinned?
good days.
Under
Have
that
you
first
seen the
covenant,
righteous,
who needed
how
to be
their end
redeemed for
falls out,
sinning under that
and
first
no
covenant?
manner of
Israel.
violence is found
That he
in
might
them
deliver
till
us
their
from this
death.
present evil world.
Nevertheless, they
So
perished
the
and became
brethren,
as though they had not
who are the
been,
brethren
and
according
their
to the
spirits
book of
descended
Romans?
into Sheol in tribulation.
Okay?
Now therefore I swear
Book of
to
Romans
you,
9,
the righteous, by the glory of the great
in 3,
and honored and
for I
mighty
myself,
one in
which I was
dominion,
accursed
and by his
from
greatness I
Hamashiach,
swear
for
to
my
you,
brethren, my
I know a
kinsmen according to
mystery,
the flesh,
and I
who are
have read the
Israelites, to
heavenly
whom pertaineth the
tablets, and I
adoption,
have seen
and the
in the
glory,
holy books,
and the covenants,
and have
the
found
giving of the
written
law,
therein
and the
and
services of God,
inscribed
and the
regarding
promise.
them,
So
that all
you
goodness
Christians,
and joy and
you
glory are prepared
losers out
for
there,
them,
all y'all
and
got
written
going for
down
yourselves
the spirits of those who have
is
died in
the fact that
righteousness.
Israelites were
And
called
that
heathen and
manifold good
Gentiles,
shall be given
and now
to
that
you
they're
in
justified under the
recompense
blood
for
of
your
Yahweh Shai,
labors,
but you don't
and
understand.
that your lot is
And
abundantly
see, the time
beyond
is
the lot
over.
of the living.
The true
And the
believers
spirits of
have
you who
awakened.
died in righteousness shall
And
live
replacement
and rejoice,
theology is
and their
off.
spirit shall not
Supersessionism
perish, nor
is
their
off.
memorial from before the face of the Great One.
Okay?
Unto all the generations of the world,
So-
wherefore no longer fear their contumely. Woe
Let's
to
keep
you,
reading.
ye sinners, when ye have died, if ye die in the wealth of your sins. And those who are like you say regarding you,
In 1
Blessed are
Peter
the
2 and
sinners,
9, the
for they
readers
have
are
seen
said
all
to
their
be a
days.
chosen race, age,
and how they
race,
have died in prosperity and wealth,
generation,
and have not
race,
seen tribulation or murder in their life,
gene,
and they have died in honor. And judgment has not been executed on them.
A royal
during their
priesthood, a
lifetime.
holy nation, a
Know
people
ye
for
that
his
their
possessions.
souls will be made to descend
Phrases
into
pulled right
Sheol,
out of Hebrew
and
scripture,
they
the
shall
book of
be
Hebrews.
wretched
Is that
in
written to
their
everybody?
great tribulation,
Is everybody a
and in
Hebrew?
darkness and chains, and a burning flame.
Right
where
out of
there is
Hebrew
grievous
scriptures
judgment
as
shall your
the
spirits
scriptures
enter.
of the nation of
And
Israel.
great judgment
If Peter
shall
is
be
applying
for all
this
the
imagery to
generations of the
Gentile,
world.
actual heathen,
Woe to
then
you,
as
for ye
Scott
shall have
McKnight
no
claims,
peace.
there is no
Say not in
passage
regard to the righteous and good who
in
are
the New
life.
Testament that is
In our
more
troubled days, we
explicitly
have toiled
associated to the
laboriously
Old
and
Testament
experienced
terms
every trouble,
for
and
Israel
met
with the
much
New
evil, and
Testament
have been
church than this
consumed,
one.
and have become
So see,
few,
now
and
they
our
try to say
spirits
under the
small.
New
And we
Testament and
have
under
been
grace and all of
destroyed,
that,
but have not found any
the
to
church
help
is
us,
now
even a
everybody
word.
and not just
We
Israel.
have been tortured and destroyed,
No.
and not hope to see
But
light
if the
from
original
day to day.
readers of
We
First
hope to be
Peter
the head and have
were
become
themselves
the tail.
actual
We have toiled
Jews
laboriously
or
and
Israelites,
have no
then Peter's
satisfaction
language is
in
not
our toil.
surprising at all.
And we have become the food
And it
of
will
the sinners
undercut
and of
the use of 1 Peter as a proof text in support of supersessionism. There's this garbage vocab Malone believes in. It cuts you. That's not to say you couldn't potentially arrive at a supersessionist theology, and that's what they do. They go to scriptures that support supersessionists. When we go to Hebrews 8th chapter, and it tells you that second covenant is for Israelites only.
But they did not attend to our cries and would not hearken to our voice. And they helped those
from
who
other
robbed
passages,
us and
but 1 Peter 2 and 4 through 10 is often the most
and they concealed their
one of the most important messages in the debate, so it's worth considering.
All
right, and I believe we read that.
And they concealed their murder and remembered
this is
not
speaking
that
of
they
Israelites.
lifted up their hands against us.
The Israelites were not a people, because according to that first covenant, your sins cut you off from being a people. As a matter of fact,
be hopeful, for aforetime ye were put to shame.
Just type in
through
cut
ill
off.
affliction, but now ye shall shine as the lights of heaven. Ye shall shine, and ye shall be seen, and the portals of heaven shall be opened to you. And
this is one example, Genesis 17 and 14. And an uncircumcised man, a child whose flesh is of his foreskin and is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. Ye have broken my covenant. See? So this, if you're not circumcised, that's one of the terms under that first covenant, which this was just a covenant given to Abraham and his household. All right? But according to it, if you're not, you're cut off. All right? And we know Ishmael was not the child of the promise when you read that chapter, so don't even go there.
Ye righteous, when you see the sinners growing strong and prospering in their ways, be not companions
right,
with
if you
them,
eat leavened bread
far from their violence,
during the Passover, that soul shall be cut off from Israel.
And although ye sinners say, all our sins shall not be searched out and be written down, nevertheless they shall write down all your
Keep
sins
the Sabbath
every
holy.
day. And now I show
right?
unto you
if
that
you defile
light
the
and
Sabbath,
darkness,
you should be put
day
to
and
death.
night, see all your
all right, if you do any work on the Sabbath, your soul should be cut off from your people. Now, under Yahushua's blood, you're covered,
nor charged with lying,
because we're working on the Sabbath. You do work on the Sabbath.
For all your lying,
all of
and all
us,
your
at some point, we work on the Sabbath, right?
Righteousness, but in great sin.
Yahushua redeemed us from the curse of that law.
Sinners will alter and
See,
pervert the words of
it was the Israelites that needed to be redeemed, because we were the ones cut off.
And lie and practice great deceit and write books concerning their words.
Here,
but when
your
they
soul
write
is
down
cut off.
truthfully all my words in their languages, and do not change or diminish
unclean
my
eating
words,
sacrifices. So many things we do that technically cut us off, which is why those of the circumcision were looking at these Gentile Israelites as common or unclean.
To become a cause of joy and
right,
of brightness and much wisdom. And to them shall the books be given, and they shall believe in them and rejoice over them. And then shall all the righteous who have learned therefrom all the paths of uprightness be recompensed. In those days,
Acts 10 and 28, and he said unto them, ye know how that it is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew, all right, raised in the customs, to keep company or to come to one of another nation. And when you look up this word, another philos, nation, all right, speaking of Israelites, and the Jews looked at these Israelites as not even of the nation of Israel. They looked at these Israelites as heathen or no people. But God hath showed me that I should not call any man common or unclean. You have this dummy, K-Dub, who's down with vocab, saying that the foods and unclean things Peter was talking about was actual food. And the Lord told him to eat the food and unclean things. No, the unclean things were speaking of Israelites who were in the idol worship and wickedness, unclean, abominable beasts. But the Lord showed Peter that he should call not any man common or unclean. The word common
was afraid of him and fled, and came to his father Methuselah.
It's koinos, and what does it mean?
I have begotten a strange son, diverse from and unlike
ordinary
man,
generality.
Sons of
See, the
God
Jews
in
looked at
heaven.
themselves as,
His nature is different,
you know, the fact
and he
that
is
our
not like
fathers
us.
and mothers
And
kept
his
the
eyes are
customs
as the
and
rays of the
traditions.
sun, and
We're
his countenance
privileged
is
above
glorious.
you. You
And
can't
it seems
have
to
any
me
good
that
graces
he
with
is
the
not
Most High.
sprung from me,
unhallowed, unholy, profane, Levitically unclean. That's how the Israelite foreigners will be looked at, as a no people, cut off. All right? So anyway, this guy comes to this conclusion, says, that said, here are 4 reasons why I believe against the current consensus. He's against you vocab, all right? That First Peter was originally written to Jews, all right, followers of Yahushua, and that's what the church was. It was comprised of Jews, those who believed and were raised in the customs, but they believed on Yahushua, or you weren't raised in the customs, and through the preaching you were brought back in. That's the church. That's why the scripture says there's neither Jew nor Greek. Why is it just Jew nor Greek? Why? What about Ham? Jew nor Ham? Jew nor Moab? No, Jew nor Greek, because the Israelites, when you go into the Greek captivity, which you have to have the Apocrypha, what happened to them? They became uncircumcised. They became Hellenized. And from generation to generation, they were raising their children as heathen.
And his father Lamech became afraid.
Same thing with us here, man. But we're brought back just as Abraham, all right, was in Ur of the Chaldees, which is a physical Babylon.
And behold, I have come to thee that thou
Abraham restored all things to that chosen lineage. Now we have access back to that land through a covenant and promise given unto him, which that land was what Adam and the sons of God were kicked out of.
And make known to thee that
all right, and we were kicked out of it again after Solomon sinned.
The angels of heaven transgressed the word of the Lord. And
behold, all right,
they commit sin and
we were there, but eventually, the Lord
with women.
He kept the remnant, but eventually in 70 AD that temple was sacked and we were kicked out all over again.
And they shall produce on the earth giants, not according to the spirit.
So here's the 4 lines of evidence that point towards the fact that Peter was speaking to the Jews, the Israelites scattered.
Yea, there shall come a great destruction over the whole earth.
Verse 1 and 1 supports the Judas
and a great destruction for 1 year.
Audience of Israelites only, and the Israelites come out of Jacob. All right, Jacob's name was changed to Israel. Judah is one of those tribes.
And his son shall be saved.
Verse 2, his second reason, Peter's critique of their former way of life, all right, actually quite well applies to Hellenistic Jews in the Roman Empire. And we just read about Hellenistic Jews, which you have to go to the book of Maccabees to understand the Hellenistic Jews. See, he's putting it all together. What's wrong with vocab?
More unrighteousness than that which was first consummated.
See, once they come to this understanding, then they become the chosen people. Because you can't get around it.
Has showed me and informed me. And
First Maccabees 1, what happened to the Israelites at the time of the Greek Empire? Wicked men came out of Israel and did what? Made a covenant with the heathen that were round about.
And sin passes away from the earth.
Okay?
And all
and what did they do? They built a place of exercise, verse 14, at Jerusalem, polluting the Holy Land, polluting the holy ways, according to the customs of the heathen, and made themselves uncircumcised, and forsook the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief. This is what happened with the Israelites. That's the Hellenization. This story. Now there was a remnant who stuck to the traditions. All right, the Maccabees, which ultimately the Hasmonean dynasty and so forth, was where the circumcision would eventually come out. This is why you had particular sects of Jews who stuck to the tradition: the scribes, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Essenes. Okay, and so forth. These were Israelites who stuck to the traditions, but there were also a bunch of Israelites scattered who were raised as heathens. And through the blood of Yahushua, they are brought back.
And their seed shall be destroyed forever, and their spirit shall be slain.
So he himself understands that Peter is writing to Hellenistic Jews in this chapter who were under Hellenization.
Like an invisible cloud. For by reason of
you hear me?
I could no longer look over. And I saw a flame
his
of
third,
fire,
and you can read, I put this in post-production.
And things like shining mountains.
We can read, his third reason for saying Peter is speaking to Israelites. Peter's use of Old Testament prophetic imagery points to a Jewish audience, to the Jews. Right? Because we're not pertaining, we're the actual Jews being raised up. How about that?
And he said unto me,
so prophecy
which thou seest,
that he uses points to Hosea, just like Paul uses Hosea and Romans 9 and various other chapters, letting you know that it's only talking to Israelites.
Even the things that shall be.
Okay, want an example? Romans 9.
Written and inscribed above in the heavens, in order that the angels may read them and know that which will befall the sinners, and the spirits of the humble, and of those who have
in 23, and he might make known the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy which he hath before prepared unto glory, even us whom he hath called, not of the Jews only. All right, and let's look at this term Jew so you can understand what it means by Jew.
Long not
all right, you were raised in the customs, man.
Everything is a passing breath.
Judas is Judas.
And the Lord tried them much, and their spirits
right,
were
belonging
found
to the
pure,
Jewish
so that they
nation,
should bless his name.
Jewish as in
And all the
respects of
blessings
birth,
destined
origin, or
for them,
religion,
I
meaning
have
they were
recounted
raised in the
books.
customs. That's why they were
And he
called the
hath
natural
assigned them
branches.
their recompense, because they have been found to be
Then you had
such
the
as
wild
love heaven more
branches,
than
the
their
wild
life in the
olive tree,
world.
who were not
And though they
cultivated
were
and
trodden
raised
underfoot of wicked
in
men,
the
and
customs, which is why they were
experienced
called
abuse and
Gentiles,
reviling from them, and
which
were
we
put
have a
to shame.
lesson
Yet
going
they
into the
blessed me.
etymology
And
of the
now
word
I will
Gentile,
summon the spirits
and
of
how
the good,
originally it
who
only
belong to the
applied to a
generation of
particular
light. And I will
race.
transform those who were born in darkness,
All right.
who in the flesh were not recompensed with
It's on
such
this
honor
page.
as their
It
faithfulness
says, as
deserves.
he also
And I will
said
bring
in
forth
Hosea,
in
I will
shining
call
light
them
those
my
who have
people,
loved
which were not my
holy
people.
name.
So the
And I will
Gentiles
seat each on the throne
were
of his
once
honor.
not
And
his
they shall
people,
be resplendent for time
but now
without
are
number.
the people.
For righteousness is
What made you the
judgment
people of the
God.
Most High under that
For
first
to the
covenant?
faithful, he
Keeping
will
those
give
laws.
faithfulness in the habitation of
Okay.
upright paths. And they shall
But
see
under
those
grace,
who are
you're
born in
justified
darkness led
contrary to keeping those laws. Now, through faith, you're going to keep the laws, but you're justified by faith under this, all right, and to enter into the new covenant. And we're not under the new covenant. If we were under the new covenant, you wouldn't need to be teaching anyone that's an Israelite. Anyway, as he said in Hosea, I will call them my people, which were not my people. The Gentiles are linked to who was written about in the book of Hosea, and her my beloved, which was not my beloved. And it shall come to pass that in the place it was said unto them, ye are not my people, as Peter said, which were not a people, there shall you be called the children of the living God. Okay? So that was Paul. But his fourth reasoning is Peter explicitly distinguishes his readers from the Gentiles. All right, and I believe we already brought out those points. And the term for Gentile, is originally ethnos. But you have to go into the scriptures and be able to discern when it's talking to about actual heathen, all right, or Israelites who are called
and
heathen.
here they would be in prison forever.
Okay.
And thence I went to another place, and the mountain of hard rock, and there was in it 4 hollow places, deep and
But
wide,
eventually he's
very
gonna,
smooth. How
I'm sure.
smooth are the hollow places, and deep and dark to look at.
Yeah, he comes to the understanding it's written to the actual Jews, but we're all one. Of course, it's going to come to that.
These have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein.
Since Peter 1 was
Yea,
most likely
that
written
all the souls of the children of
ethnic
men
Jews.
should assemble here.
It shouldn't
And
be
these
pressed
places
into
have been
service
made to receive them till the day of their
religion
judgment,
and arguments
until
to
their
support
appointed period,
supersessionism.
till the period appointed.
The conversation is
till
much
the
more
great
complex than
judgment
that.
comes upon them. I saw the spirit of a dead man making suit, and his voice went forth to heaven and made suit. And I asked Raphael, the angel who was
It
with
says
me,
whatever
and I said
whatever
unto him,
theological system we
"This
adopt,
spirit
we
which
need to make
maketh
sure
suit, whose
we're
is it?
reading First
Whose
Peter
voice goeth forth and maketh
with
suit
the
to
grain
heaven?
of its
And he answered me,
context
saying,
to the
This
Jews
is the spirit
rather
which
than
went
against
forth
it.
from Abel, whom his brother
And he goes
Cain
to give you the notes.
And he makes his suit against
Okay,
him,
so we
till
have
his
the notes
seed
to
is
where that
destroyed
came
from
from.
the face of the earth. And his
John
seed is
Calvin's
annihilated
commentary
from
on the
amongst
Catholic
seed of men.
epistles.
Then I asked regarding it, and regarding all the
Okay,
hollow
so if you
places.
want that understanding,
Why is
this
one
is John
separated
Calvin's
from the
words.
other? And he answered me and said unto me,
written,
These 3 have been made, that the spirits of the dead might be separated. And such a division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is a bright spring of water.
Yep, Calvin
And
wrote
such
this.
has been made
So
for the sinners when they die.
I'm gonna put
and
this
are
in the
buried
description
the
box
earth.
if you brothers want to go in on it as well.
On
Water
them
to
in
the
their lifetime.
beloved elder brother
Here
Maquia
their
Quam.
spirit shall be set apart. in this
We're all
great
up and
pain
coming
until the
elders. We've
great
been in this
day of
thing. We're
judgment
not,
and punishment
you know,
and
we
torment
have
of
the
those who curse
apostles,
forever,
we have
and
the bishops,
retribution for their spirits.
elders, and we came up love and enter
There
into
shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit,
we're not
who
on the
make
same level as
discourses
them,
concerning their destruction.
Spirit,
when they were slain
the Lord
in the
is
days
raising
of the sinners.
brothers up,
Such
man.
has
So
been made
water to that brother for this.
men who were not
That's it.
righteous,
You
but
know,
sinners.
Psalm 78 and 5, for he established the testimony of Jacob, and he appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers that they should make them known unto their children, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, whom should raise and declare them unto their children. And that's what happened in the New Testament.
From thence I went to
All right, but
another
the thing is, the children that were born into a heathen-like state. So through Yahweh Shai, they had to be covered. And that's the mercies of David and the blessing of Abraham, being uncircumcised yet justified. So I'm gonna leave it there. I mean, there's so much more we could have went into. All right, all of these letters are written to Israelites. Even this letter in Romans, the first chapter.
The fire in the west, which persecutes all the luminaries of heaven. And from thence I went to another
Verse 7, 1 and 7.
And he
to all that be in Rome, beloved of God, called to be saints, grace and peace unto you.
And I went beyond it and saw 7.
So we read all of these letters,
all differing each from the other, and the stones thereof were magnificent and beautiful.
Paul, an apostle to Yahweh Shai Mashiach by the will of God, to the saints which are at Ephesus. These are Israelites. All of these letters are written to Israelites now.
And 3 towards the south.
These videos we're doing are to the Israelites.
Deep and rough ravines,
right? Shalom.
No one of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of the earth, and it was the seat of a throne. And fragrant trees in circle of the and amongst them was a tree such as I had never yet smelt. Neither was any amongst them, nor were the others like it.
The pandemic's made our world a lot more virtual, hasn't it? Pushed many of us to use video calls for just about everything, from staff meetings to birthday parties, even funerals. And it's here to stay. But the technology keeps moving. Next stop, holograms. Life in 3D, helping to bridge the distance between the physical and virtual worlds.
The technology allows Whitney Houston to appear posthumously on stage in Las Vegas for a concert. Awards shows managed without a host in real life.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Forget Teams and WebEx and Zoom. Sun Life Financial got around a scheduling conflict with a hologram.
The experience is pretty much like standing on the stage in Vancouver.
British bridesmaid can't make it to the wedding because of COVID restrictions. A hologram can fix that.
Ring, ring. London calling. You look so beautiful. Oh my God.
Oh, this is absolutely incredible.
A leading hologram technology company, Portal, predicts even post-pandemic, demand will grow.
People don't have time to book a flight and get on the airplane and go to a hotel and book their security and waste all of that time and effort going to, you beam in and you beam out.
Another company, Art Technology, plans to install hologram studios in 150 WeWork offices by next year. The hologram equipment can cost as little as $1,000 to rent or as much as $60,000 to buy. Those who use the technology say the investment pays off.
We're in the business of creating interesting times for people, experiences. Hospitality is about that. This elevates that guest experience, and people just laugh.
The possibilities for remote work are endless. For instance, joining you in studio as a 3D hologram, as if I'm right there beside you, though of course I'm miles away. And in the future, it may feel like I'm with you too. Some companies are actually experimenting now with these aerohaptic jets of air that might give you the sense that I'm reaching out to shake your hand.
It kind of feels like that right now, honestly. What are the challenges getting this into more places, Contessa?
And between them a deep
Well, I mean, look at this, Shep. Right now, this equipment is so bulky. It's almost 7 feet tall. You really need a special backdrop. And so the goal is, how do you make this adaptable and portable? And then how do you show off potential customers all the uses that they could actually make use of this?
3 mountains, and all the ravines were deep and narrow, being formed of hard rock.
That's kind of interesting, isn't it, folks? Holograms. becoming the new norm. Get them quite cheap, around about $1,000 to install one in your home. Yeah, we told you they were going to go this direction. So they want everyone staying at home, folks. They don't want you out and about mingling because you're just a big bag of germs after all. Everybody's contagious. We don't want anybody to catch anything off everybody else because, yeah, everybody's contagious. And they're really taking these holograms to the next level. When you look at some of the stuff that they've already got in place,
them the spectacle of righteous judgment in the presence of the Lord. Here shall the merciful bless the Lord. In the days of judgment,
yeah, and you know, some of that you've got to actually have 3D glasses to see, or in some cases where they did it at the, I think it was the Olympic Games or something like that in China or Japan or whatever games they have, I don't know, I lose track, wherever they were. Nobody really watched the last Olympic Games. It was a bit of a non-event because everyone was in lockdown, you know. But anyway, but I think you had to actually watch those holograms, like you could see them on your cell phone or something like that, but you couldn't actually see them. But they're working on it, folks. They're working on being able to bring these things into your home, and of course, you're going to want to see them there in the room with you without a little box, so that's going to require a massive upgrade to your home. And of course, I'll be happy to do that for you, so then they can just do whatever they want. I mean, the level of control they'll be able to get out of this. Imagine the shit they'll be able to implant in people's minds. I mean, you know, absolutely incredible, folks. And this is all stuff we talked about. Then they'll bring in suits, so you can wear a bodysuit, so you can actually have full physical interaction with the other holograms, and you can kind of tell where that's going to go.
That tree is in height like the fir, and its leaves are like...
But yeah, I mean, I probably should get started. There's so much I want to talk to you about it. There's so much going on. I mean, I could pretty well do 2 shows instead of 1. But again, speaking of holograms and stuff again, there's now a push. Scientists actually want to digitize the DNA of everything on Earth, every species, and they're in a rush to do it. Now, why do you think that would be, folks? Why do you think that would be?
Scientists around the world are racing to record the genetic blueprints of all the Earth's known species before some of them could disappear forever. The researchers plan to spend a decade digitizing the DNA of animals and plants to learn how to protect them and our planet in the future. It is called the Earth Biogenome Project.
Oh, that's because everybody's getting sick. There's so much viruses and disease everywhere. It couldn't be anything that they're doing. No, it couldn't be anything like that. It couldn't be all the chemicals spraying in the sky.
And the portal of the heaven opened, and I saw how the stars of heaven come forth. And I counted the portals out of which they proceeded, and wrote down all their outlets, of each individual star by itself, according to their number, and their names, their fortunes, their positions, and their times, and their months, of years, of holy angels.
It couldn't be anything like that. Couldn't be that there's
He showed me all things.
evidence suggesting the powers that believe they be have actually been dumping anthrax into the water supply in certain provinces in Canada,
I had a bunch of people send me the news out west that there was anthrax found in the water supply at the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, and a lot of farm animals are already dying because of this. So the story here is, a couple days before this, the feds were actually on private land testing the water, and Stephen Guilbeault is trying to deny that this even happened, but we have first-hand eyewitness accounts of people posting videos about the anthrax thing now, saying they saw the feds on the private land testing the water. Like, it would be an insane accusation to say that they were putting anthrax in the water to try and kill all the farm animals, to try and make us eat bugs, but it really doesn't seem that far-fetched in today's world, because they are trying to make us eat bugs. They're trying to force the farming that they can't even farm anymore. They're not agreeing with it, and if I was a mass murderer, poisoning the water supply would probably be the best way to kill all the animals. That's definitely something they would try and do. I wouldn't put it past our government whatsoever. So it's horrible what our country does. Our government is completely fucked.
Now, couldn't be anything to do with that. Couldn't be anything to do with the government of Britain saying that the people of Britain need to get over their squeamishness about drinking recycled water. It's all very good for you to drink your own waste. We just want to recycle your sewage, turn it into water, feed you insects and 3D printed meat. I mean, yeah, people need to get over their squeamishness in dealing with this sort of stuff, folks, because there's such a water shortage. Maybe you should tell that to the people in Pakistan. You can probably tell it to the people in Australia as well, who seem to have had a little bit of an experience with water earlier on this year. Of course, to drive them off their land, which is the way they want to do everything, folks. This is just what they do. And, you know, they're just poisoning us in every possible way that they can. Like that cheese that we saw. What was that cheese that wouldn't burn, wouldn't melt? You could probably use that cheese to cover, well, you could sew it together, you could sew tiles of it together and create a blanket to put out lithium battery fires. And of course, while the world economy is in freefall, Joe Biden, in his infinite wisdom, is sending just enormous amounts of funds to Ukraine. And one guy figured out they're actually sending enough to end all poverty in the United States. They just basically spent it in Ukraine in a week.
Hey, what's up, America? Want to be pissed off real quick? Here goes. Just today, Joe Biden announced another $1.1 billion for Ukraine to buy weapons. 2 days ago, we just sent $770 million to the Ukraine for weapons. We're getting close to $100 billion sent to the Ukraine, which, economically speaking, would have taken every single person in America out of poverty, would have given them food stamps for food and water, and would have purchased a small home for each person that was homeless. So yes, we could have actually eliminated poverty totally here in the United States. But instead of doing that, we sent double the money that's necessary to stop poverty over to the Ukraine to fight a war that nobody wants to be involved in. At this point, I'm going to have to just say it. I do not support the Ukraine at all, and I don't want any more of my fucking money going over there. Period.
That's very confidence-inspiring, folks. And of course, the same can be said for Australia, where they're expecting the housing market to drop dramatically sooner than expected. Now, I wonder why that would be, folks.
Now, you don't need me to tell you we're facing perilous economic circumstances at the moment. COVID and geopolitical instability have led to a basket case of economic conditions smashing so many household budgets and, of course, even companies. One economic condition which has emerged from the past 2 years relatively unscathed is housing, despite a small dip in the middle of this year. However, a forecast from Westpac today has painted a grim picture with a rapid correction expected by 2023 from steep interest rates and higher inflation, leading to a major slide in house prices.
Yeah, and there's just crazy stuff going on, folks. Thought I'd move into the shade. People dropping from all sorts of reasons. I mean, again, they're giving us every excuse they can. Now they're telling us that, what was it? I don't even know how they think these things up, folks, but it was exhaust fumes. Exhaust fumes and heavy braking may be responsible for heart attacks. Of course, we always knew this, didn't we? All those heart attacks we used to see when people brake heavily. Yeah, naturally. You know, the excuses they think up, folks. But we've seen some really strange things. Caught on a security camera at a train station in India. One of the guards at the train station suddenly, just standing there, suddenly he starts turning his head. And he starts spinning around. He lifts up one arm, then he collapses, falls over, and goes underneath the train and dies. Pretty gruesome. But then, caught on another security camera in a bank in China. We have a man standing at the counter in China, and he does exactly the same thing.
I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning who stood before the Lord of Spirits. And on the four sides of the Lord of Spirits I saw four presences, different from those that sleep not. Then I learned their names, for the angel that was with me made known to me their names and showed me all the hidden things. And I heard the voices of those four presences as they uttered praises before the Lord of glory. The first voice blessed the Lord of Spirits forever and ever. And the second voice I heard blessed the elect one, and the elect one that hang upon the Lord of Spirits. And the third voice I heard pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth and supplicate in the name of the Lord of Spirits. And I heard the fourth voice bending off Satan and forbidding them to come before the Lord of Spirits to accuse those who dwell on the earth. After that, I asked the angel of peace who was with me, who showed me everything that took place. Who are these four presences which I have seen, and whose words I have heard and written down? He said, the first is
Now what's causing that? I mean, you notice the similarities there. They both turned their head, then they started spinning, they both lifted one arm, and then they dropped. I mean, what's going on with that? This is nice, isn't it, folks? Yeah, what's going on with that?
And how the kingdom is divided, and how the actions of men are weighed in a balance. And there I saw the mansions of the elect, and the mansions of the holy. In mine eyes saw
It almost looks like they could see something, something we can't see. I mean, I don't know. You know, in this whole concept of, like I've mentioned before, sometimes when these people drop, it's like, you know, when I talked about how they're literally changing the antenna in your body, and they're intercepting the signal that is you before it actually gets to your body. Just what I've done the swabs. They've done the swabs, collected your DNA, they've got that somewhere, and then they put in this injection into people, which has changed their antenna. So now they can control people. And as they give them more injections, well, what are they adding to this? I said, I think way back in the beginning of the year how, like when you're building an operating system, you're building a computer, you've got to keep adding components. We've seen through some of the work from La Quinta Columna, and even like Australian Senator Malcolm Roberts has confirmed that there's nanotech, there's devices in there, in the vaccines. You know, and when you're building an operating system, or you're building a computer, you've got to keep adding components to it. I mean, is that what they're doing? And the more components they add, then suddenly people start behaving differently. You know, maybe they get more in between worlds or something. I don't know, but it's really weird the way both of these people started spinning as if they could actually see something that we couldn't. You've got to wonder what's happening, and you know, are they trapping souls? Are they somehow taking people into a virtual world? I mean, what are they doing here? They're even talking about how they want to do this and how they can do this. I mean, Jared Kushner recently said that he believes his generation will be the first generation to live forever.
Then finally, I think that from the last year, the one thing I've tried to put a priority on since I left the White House was getting some exercise in. I think that there's a good probability that my generation is, hopefully with the advances in science, either the first generation to live forever or the last generation that's going to die. And so we need to keep ourselves in pretty good shape.
That's really interesting, folks. The first generation to live forever. Remember, it says in the Bible that in the end times there'll be people who will pray for death, but it shall elude them. Went forth from her chambers, whom she sought not, she found. And a lot of really interesting stuff going on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back here in the Secret Garden, by the way, in case you didn't notice. Haven't been here for a while. But I ran into the owner the other day. I actually came here for lunch, and he said, "Oh man, I thought you'd left Acapulco." And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, why haven't you been coming and doing your walking talks here?" I said, "Well, yeah, I just didn't want to disturb proceedings at the resort, with you having people." And he said, "No, it's your backyard. You come and do your talks anytime you want." And it was a really hot day, so I thought, well, yeah, I'll come back to the Secret Garden. That way I won't have to wait until like 6 o'clock at night to do my walking talk. Because that's generally what I've got to do. If I don't get it done by 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, it's best to leave it until after 6, because then it's cool enough to walk around. But anyway, getting back on topic, are they taking people into the mainframe? Is that what this is all about? I don't know, it wouldn't surprise me, folks. It really wouldn't surprise me. And they're really keen on just killing people for every possible reason that they can. Canada's taking it to the next level. The euthanasia program in Canada, anybody can go in and sign up to die now. I mean, if you're depressed, if you're poor, if you've got a mental illness.
In a not-so-shocking turn of events that is the dystopian world we live in, Canada, it turns out, is killing poor people. I wish I was making this up. In 2016, it became legal for any Canadian citizen aged 18 or older who had a reasonably foreseeable terminal illness and death in the near future to commit suicide through a physician-assisted suicide program funded by and administered by the government if they could get 2 doctors to sign off on it. Since 2016, that's expanded to both physically ill and mentally ill people in Canada seeking out euthanasia, and next year it's set to be the most expansive euthanasia program the world has ever seen, which would include adults, children, physically ill people, mentally ill people, and poor people. In the last year the data was available, 10,000 Canadians committed euthanasia, physician-assisted suicide, in 1 calendar year alone, making it the 6th highest leading cause of death in the country. So we're literally just telling people now, just to be clear, that it's better to be dead than to be poor or depressed or dealing with a mental illness. It's better, it's more dignified to be dead. And that the government should pay for it? Forgive my youthful ignorance, but at what point in human history was it ever a good idea for human rights or progression of a society for the government to euthanize people who were disabled, mentally ill, or poor?
Any reason at all. It's actually part of the options now when you ring up health, in Canada Health. You've got stuff like, do you want to see a doctor? Do you Do you have a mental health issue? Do you have this? Or would you like assisted suicide? Press 5.
Hello everybody, this is Kelly Lorenz. We're going to dial 811 here, Saskatchewan Health.
And break the teeth of the sinners. And he shall put down the kings from their thrones and kingdoms, because they do not extol and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge
Healthline 811.
bestowed upon
If this
him.
is an emergency,
And he shall
please
put
hang up
down
and
the
dial
countenance of the
911.
strong, and shall
The
fill
Saskatchewan
them
Health
with
Authority
shame.
will not
And
tolerate
darkness
verbal
shall be
abuse
their
or
God,
abusive
and
language.
worms shall be
If you
their
choose
bed.
to use
And they
abusive
shall have
language,
no
you will
hope
result in
rising
a
from their
termination
bed,
of the call.
because they do not extol the name of the Lord of spirits.
If you are looking to book an appointment for the flu or COVID vaccine, please go to www.forflu.ca or call the Fast Facts booking line at 1-833-727-5829.
Riches, and their faith is in the gods which they have made with
Please
their
listen
hands.
carefully as our menu
They
options
deny
have
the name of
changed.
the Lord of spirits, and they persecute the houses
Press
of his
1 if your call is
congregations, and the
COVID-19
faithful
related.
hang upon the name of
Press
the Lord
2
of
if you wish
spirits.
to speak to a registered nurse for all
And
other
in those
concerns.
days shall have
Press
ascended
3 if
the
you wish
prayer
to
of the
speak to a
righteous,
mental health
and
and
the blood
addictions
of the
clinician.
righteous from the earth
Press
before
4
the
if you
Lord
wish
of
to speak to
spirits.
poison control.
In those days the
Press
Holy
5
Ones
if you
who
wish to
dwell
leave a
above in the
message
heavens
with the
shall
medical
unite
assistance and
with
dying
one
program.
voice, and supplicate and pray and praise and give thanks and bless the name of the Lord.
And it's unbelievable, folks.
On
Unbelievable.
behalf of the blood of the
But you're getting back to these people spinning again for a minute, just for a second to get back to that. People suddenly dropping and dying. I mean, what's going on with CERN? There seems to be some interesting stuff going on with CERN, because I know they've switched it back on and they're doing stuff with it. There was a cloud seen over China the other day, and of course the media just said, oh, isn't this fascinating? It's a Peleus cloud, which is the result of light just catching it in the right way.
And the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered. And the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous had been required before the Lord of spirits. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible. And around it were many fountains of wisdom, and all the thirsty drank of them.
It looks like CERN. I mean, you see this happening, and right about that time, you see people suddenly spinning and raising one arm and dropping dead.
Of the Lord of spirits.
Well, what's going on, folks? Are they bridging worlds? What are they doing with all this stuff? I mean, these people are completely insane. They really are. And, things are just going to get so crazy. Like I've been saying on the last couple of shows, things are just going to get incredibly nuts. I'm going to sit down in here and see if I can actually get some focus, because I've got so much stuff that I need to talk about. I mean, there's just so much stuff going on. Like I said on the last show, this is the quickening. This is absolutely the quickening. I mean, there's so much stuff happening. It's just incredible. So what's going on here? What do we got?
Before the creation of the world and
Oh yeah, there was a... Well, I've been warning you about cell phones. A couple of years ago, I actually told you that I'd actually smashed a cell phone with a hammer and it exploded like a bomb. And you've seen how these cars catch fire, just electric cars are catching fire all over the place. Well, there's this guy, another security camera, home security camera, just guy sitting at home with his daughter, and check this out.
Downcast in countenance shall the kings of the earth have become, and the strong who possess the land because of the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction, they shall not be able to save themselves. And I will give them over into the hands of mine flesh. As straw in the fire, so shall they burn before the face of the holy. As lead in the water, shall they stink before the face of the righteous. And no trace of them shall any more be found. And on the day of their affliction, there shall be rest on the earth. And before them they shall fall and not rise again. And there shall be no one to
Yeah, that's what you want to have happening with your phone, especially while you're sitting there with your children. It's pretty dramatic stuff. And
the name of the Lord of spirits be blessed.
another thing I saw is that
poured out like water.
the batteries for these cars, someone actually needed a new battery for their car, and they got the bill for it. It was $29,000 for the battery for the car for an EV vehicle, or an EV, electric vehicle. And the prices go up to around about $34,000 for a car battery. Think about this, folks. And the way the price of electricity is going up, because they're saying, oh, there's this big energy shortage because there's this big labour shortage because of COVID and all this shit. No, it's because everyone's dying from the jab. The death figures are through the roof, folks. I mean, I showed you those figures last week where I said, very, very conservatively, 640,000 dead. I mean, this is very likely in the millions. It's very likely, 6 million, or even 60 million people have died. So many people are dropping off, folks. This is why they've got to have all these migrants coming into Australia to make up the workforce and all this sort of stuff. Because people aren't in hospital with long COVID. People are dying from the injection.
You used to do 2 to 3 funerals a week, now you're doing about 6 to 7, is that correct?
Yes, we've been that busy, Michael, the last little while. Even this morning, I didn't know you were coming to town, but this morning, I've counted the numbers in the book, for the past 6 months. And almost exactly, we're up in the last 6 months by 50%. So that's why we've been so busy, and I was very concerned because on Tuesday of this week, a very, very special school friend who I sat next to for 5 years, we had his funeral service on Tuesday. He was born in 1955. I'm seeing lots of people dying that are born in the 60s and beyond. So it's not just the elderly, and when you feel that something's not quite right, you'll see a death notice. We may not be the funeral directors, but I think, hang on, that person is normally a super fit person. And I've had a few instances happen in the last 6 months where it has been quite startling that they would actually pass away.
How are they passing away? Is it like slow or quick? Or what are they dying of?
Well, it seems that some are dying in their sleep. There's been 2 or 3 that I know that have had this is not necessarily my funeral company, but there's this particular one I was thinking of, the super fit person. She died of a brain aneurysm, and I've noticed there's been 2 or 3 of those around the northern part of Tasmania. So there's something that's not quite right. It just doesn't feel right to me. It seems to have happened very suddenly. It's only been the last, say, 7 months. The previous 10 and a quarter years were very, very consistent. But this has been a rapid rise in the last 6 to 7 months. So we're quite concerned.
Dropping off all over the place. Sports stars still dropping. I mean, it's crazy. But what was I saying? What was I just saying? Oh yeah, these car batteries, $34,000 for a car battery. They're saying there's an energy crisis, and so they're putting the price of power up. I mean, power's gone up. The price of electricity has gone up 1,000% in the EU in the last couple of months. So they're phasing out petrol vehicles. They want everyone to go electric. They're even saying in some places, I think they were saying in Sydney or Brisbane, maybe Sydney, New South Wales, somewhere, they want to phase out all electric, I mean all diesel and petrol powered cars within the next 5 to 10 years. They want everyone to go electric, and these power stations generate an enormous amount of pollution, and the price of electricity is skyrocketing. So people who are paying $100 to charge their car are now paying $500 to $600 to charge their car. And have a look at this lineup of vehicles in China to charge their vehicles. I mean, it's crazy, folks. It's absolutely crazy. They want you to do all this stuff because they know it's going to make it impossible for you to do anything. They give you all these electric vehicles. Notice how they all look the same. Little clone cars there, all lined up around the block, waiting for their charging station. And how long does it take to charge one of these things up? I mean, what, can you just go in there and fill it up in a couple of minutes the way you can a petrol or diesel car? I don't think so. So, what's going on here, folks? They're just going to make it impossible for anybody to do anything. This is what they're doing with the flights, shutting the flights down everywhere, making it harder and harder to travel. like I said, within 5 to 10 years, normal people aren't going to be able to fly. And I've heard that by 2050, they want basically all commercial airports or all commercial flight shut down. Most of the airports shut down. The only things that would be flying, I would say, would be cargo planes and of course the elite on their own private planes. But they've probably got other means of travel anyway that we don't know about, like underground tunnels. Who knows what they've got, folks? Underground rail systems. Who knows? Who knows what these people have got? But they intend to shut down all travel, basically for everybody. And that's what all this is part of. This is why they want you to have electric vehicles, and they can call climate change, they can call all sorts of reasons for why there's no electricity to charge these vehicles, and basically you end up in a situation where you can't do anything without the government helping you to do it. That's what it's always been about, folks. They want you sitting at home eating insects.
Insects? They could feed the world. Healthy? They're full of polyunsaturated fat, protein, and micronutrients. And sustainable.
Insects will be a mainstream protein alternative.
Too nervous?
I'm right there with you still.
Wait for a taste.
That's delicious.
It is gastronomy in the highest form.
Edible insects on Nova.
Yeah, they look so tasty, the insects, folks, and they're so bad for you. And they're telling you that they're good. That's the thing. Everything is backwards. Everything that they tell you is backwards, and that's just always been the way. Hola. And that's just always been the way with everything that they do. It's always backwards. Everything they tell you is backwards. It's a good rule of thumb, actually, folks. The media tells you that the alternate media is peddling dangerous misinformation and endangering lives by pushing vaccine misinformation. When of course it's them. You just look at the death figures, how many people have died because of the information the mainstream media has been pushing on people. So who's spreading dangerous misinformation? In reality, the alternate media waking people up to the danger of this injection has saved thousands of lives. Now, I know that just from the emails that I get, which is of course why all the attacks come thick and fast. Speaking of that, actually, they're shutting down so many voices in Australia and everywhere. I mean, the fine that Alex Jones just got has kind of paved the way for that. And we've seen many alternate voices shut down across Australia. Now they have arrested a New Zealand media company, an alternate media company called Counterspin, for apparently peddling dangerous misinformation. What the people in Counterspin were talking about, of course, was the danger of the vaccines, because they're not vaccines. And I believe they also showed footage from my breakdown of the Christchurch shooting, and that may have been what got them into trouble. As many of you might recall, I mean, I did a very, very in-depth report on the Christchurch shooting. There were so many people saying that this shooting was fake. This is a COINTEL narrative, folks, and I don't care what sort of flack you give me for saying that. There was more to the Christchurch shooting than arguing over whether it was fake or not. The Christchurch shooting revealed to us that the government story was a lie simply by default by looking at the video. Because the official story was it was a lone gunman. And according to the video, whatever happened, it wasn't a lone gunman. Because there was clearly seen one of this gunman's spotters, a man in red who was seen clearly standing against the wall at one point. And there was a frame taken before that, 6 seconds before, when that wall was clear. And then 6 seconds later, while the shooter was standing out on the footpath, that man in red was seen clearly by that wall. There's also the fact that there was a car parked out the front of the mosque for the first half of the shooting. This was a silver Toyota Will VS, registration number FQH875. I clearly identified this when I went through the video. That car was also seen being waved through a police roadblock later in the day.
He and others ran through the neighborhoods, the gunshots still coming.
These facts alone indicate without any shadow of a doubt that the official story told by the mainstream media and the New Zealand government is false. Whether it was fake, whether it was real, that's not even to debate. Personally, I think it was real. But that's not even up for debate. You don't need to debate that. Because the official story is that it was a lone gunman, and the shooter's video shows that there was nothing of the sort. And that's why the video was banned. That's why the New Zealand government doesn't want anyone looking at that video. That's why they don't want anyone going back and questioning the official narrative. Because the video shows the official narrative is false. I said when that happened, if we don't deal with this and show what actually happened and stop arguing over whether the shell casings are real and all this crap and all this smoke screen that was put up there by, COINTEL operatives within the Truth movement, I said if we don't expose this, then I expect us to be in lockdown within 12 to 18 months. And that was in March 2019 that I said that, and we went into lockdown exactly 12 months later. Yeah, so, but that's this, the guys, it's a guy and a woman, a man and a woman from this media company, Counterspin, have been arrested, I believe, for possibly showing that footage or talking about that footage, or at least maybe showing a couple of photographs from my expose on that shooting. And yeah, it's extremely important information, folks, because that Toyota Will VS was actually visible on Google Earth for a while. Someone actually ran a check on the license plate, and we found the license plate and found that the car actually is in service. And then someone else actually was driving down the street in Christchurch, and they saw the car parked at the front of a house, and they took a photograph of it, and I had it on one of my radio shows, and then they moved the next day after I had it on the radio show. And it got to the point where you could actually, we went to look up that address. I mean, and I can't remember it offhand, folks. I'm here in Mexico. I don't even have that computer hard drive anymore, so I might have lost that information, but I'll see if I can find it. But there used to be that you could go to Google Earth and actually look up that address in Christchurch where the car was parked, and you can actually see the car on Google Earth. So, yeah, on the street view. So, yeah, so that's important information. That car left the scene halfway through the shooting. So how is this a lone gunman? How is any of the official narrative true? Who was the guy in red? How did he know there were people escaping, that he was able to run out and shoot over the back fence and shoot down the street? And all this stuff. He ran from the building to catch those two women at the end when that red spotter, the guy in red, was seen on the video. That's who spotted the women running away, who called him on a headset and said, hey, there's two escaping, you need to go and get them. This whole thing has all the hallmarks of MK Ultra, all the hallmarks of Brendan Tarrant being patsy. Yeah, there's so much more to this case, folks, and yeah. So look out for those people from Counterspin, folks. Send them your support, and to spread the word and keep an eye out on their case and see what happens, because they might make examples of them. And for those who deny the righteous judgment, the trans agenda as well is just out of control, folks. The amount of child grooming that's going on. Now they're saying kids should be at drag shows. Kids belong at drag shows. I mean, this is sick stuff, folks. This is really sick stuff. These are groomers of children. These people are pedophiles. I mean, there's one that's absolutely disgusting. There was this fat guy dressed up as a woman in pink, absolutely hideous and obese, and I won't show you too much of it because it's absolutely sickening. Where my grandfather was taken up, the seventh from Adam, the first man whom the Lord of Spirits created. And I besought the other angel that he should show me the might of those monsters, how they were parted on one day, and one into a fishing sea, and the other into the dry land of the wilderness. And he said to me, Thou son of man, herein thou dost seek to know what is hidden. Guys like this are pedophiles, folks. You don't dress up like that and go and hang out with children because you're a drag queen. People who put clothes on like that and go and hang out with children are pedophiles. And this is what is being encouraged. And incidentally, it would appear that while that was going on, that disgusting display, there were Antifa hanging around out the front of that place, out the front of that restaurant, making sure no one went in to stop the show. It's pretty disgusting sort of stuff, folks. And some of the stuff they're doing to these kids is horrendous. I'll show you a couple of pictures here, and I warn you that if you don't like, you might want to fast forward for 30 seconds or something. But some of the stuff that these young girls are actually doing to themselves, or that the doctors are doing to them. You know, people, the doctors and the school teachers are convincing the children that they're gender confused, and like I said, they're bringing it up with 3-year-old children, and these ridiculous cross-gender, whatever they are, think that it's okay to be grooming 3-year-old children to make them aware of their sexuality when they're 3 years old. They're too young to even know. And as I said, they're performing operations on these children, giving them gender blockers and all sorts of stuff, puberty blockers, so that by the time they hit puberty, they're going to be sterile. You know, right when they hit the sexual part of their lives, when they come into their sexuality, they're not going to be able to perform any sex. And some of the things they're doing to these young girls to convince them that they're boys and to turn them into boys is absolutely horrendous, folks. Like I said, if you don't want to see this, then you might want to forward 30 seconds or so. But some of these operations are absolutely hideous, folks, and we are going to look back at this time as one of the most brutal and insane in all the medical history of what's being done to these children. I mean, what do you even say to that sort of thing, folks? What do you even say? It boggles the mind. It absolutely boggles the mind. And they don't know. They've been programmed and trained into this. And they've got no logic. I mean, transgender logic is no logic. Listen to this.
Leah, I use she, they pronoun. I would identify as a trans woman and as non-binary. I am a trans woman in the sense that in our current society, I like to be understood as a woman. That makes me feel comfortable with myself. But I'm also aware that gender is very related to the culture you're in. Different cultures have different understandings of gender. And hypothetically, if I was in another society, I could have another experience of gender. And it's just because I've been born into this society that I feel this particular way about what it means to be a man and why I don't want to be that, and what it means to be a woman and why that validates my identity.
Well, you know, how can you argue with that? It's crazy. It's like the logic of this driver that got pulled over. I don't know where, but I kind of... Interesting responses that this guy gave to the cop.
You know why I put you over? Huh? Do you know why I put you over? Because I was at the stop sign for too long? Yeah, what's up with that, bro? Why was you just sitting there? I was just waiting for it to turn green. I feel it's better than running through it. Where you headed? I'm at home. Okay, where you live? With my parents. Okay, and where do your parents live? They live with me. Okay, and where do you all live? We all live together. Okay, so where's your house? It's next to my neighbor's house. Hey, where's your neighbor's house? Ooh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me. Next to my house. Step out the car.
Yeah, what do you even say to that? Get out of the vehicle, sir. I was waiting for the stop sign to turn green. And then the cop says, oh yeah, well, you wouldn't want to run it. Well, he was waiting for it to turn green too? It sounds like they're both as stupid as each other. It might explain why the world is in the state that it's in, folks. I mean, I can explain the gender spectrum quite easily. And it's really quite easy to see if you just have the right kind of eyes on how to look at things. But like I said, the real thing that we've got to watch out for is what they're doing to the children, folks. I mean, those operations are brutal, what they're doing, and they're coming for your kids in any way that they can. Even without the parents' knowledge. There's one report that I saw on Jeff Berwick's last video, which was, it got me absolutely irate. They're actually teaching children gender dysphoria And like they're suggesting, they're identifying the children as being transgender and working to transition them, not only without the parents' consent, but without the child's consent. The child is often in disagreement, and yet the teacher has said, oh no, I think you're trans, and we should start calling you by male names, and we should start transitioning you. And it got to the point that one young girl actually wanted to commit suicide as a result of the coaxing by the teacher.
Yes, well, we were called by the school council on January 5th, 2022, and they said that it was about our daughter. We went there, and when we got there, they told us that our daughter was, she tried to commit suicide by hanging herself, and that it happened twice in 2 days. The school counselor alleged that it was because of a gender identity issue, and that they knew that we as parents would not be in agreement because of our Catholic faith. My daughter never exhibited any signs of gender confusion or questioning her biological sex. And then the counselor also revealed that for the first time, that she had been secretly meeting with our daughter for months, talking about the gender identity issue. All of these meetings occur without our knowledge. The school council went so far as to encourage and call our daughter by a fictitious male name and pronouns in front of other students, causing a pattern of bullying against my daughter. And again, all these behind our backs. When we asked them why they didn't notify us about these meetings, they said that there was a confidentiality issue involved that prevented them from telling us about these meetings. So then our daughter was taken to a local hospital by the police. They admitted her into a behavioral unit with minimal contact with us, and she was kept there until January 12th, when she was released into our care.
The school officials usurping the authority of these parents to substitute the school's judgment for the judgment of the parents is without legal authority, and in this situation almost caused a tragedy. And it's particularly infuriating when it's under the guise that somehow the parents' religious faith, their belief system, is somehow disfavored with this school.
If that was my daughter, I would go to that school and I would grab that teacher by the throat and just bang their head against the wall and throw them on the floor and sue the school for everything it was worth. The fact that this has even been allowed, don't let your children go to these schools, folks. I mean, these teachers, these gender neutral or non-binary teachers are pretty freaky. Have a look at this one.
So I thought I'd bring you an update of the whole gender identity situation and how I'm handling it in my classroom. So the student who originally asked me about, pronouns and identifiers, and if I had them, I went up to her and I asked what the best way for me to go about this with students was. And they told me that I should take the time and individually ask each student privately to know what their identity was, how I should refer to them, and how I should refer to them around their parents, because that's a different issue. I then took a minute to thank them because, this is an important change that I need to make, and I wanted them to know that they're responsible for it. Okay, this is where it gets heartfelt. The way this individual thanked me for what I was trying to do and the attempts I was making, guys, I had to take a minute. There was a little bit, not in front of her, on my own, in my own car.
Oh yeah, she had to take a little bit of quiet time to herself with no one looking. Right, this student turned you on that much, did she? This is sick stuff, folks. These people are pedophiles and they're grooming your children. That's what school's become. It's become a grooming ground. They're not even teaching the kids anymore. All they're teaching them is to question their sexuality. They might be kind of teaching them to read and write, but only as much as they need to be able to sign the consent forms to have a gender change. It's just incredible, folks. And people still can't see what's going on. Yeah. Overwhelming evidence suggests that a startling number of people are capable of ignoring overwhelming evidence. You can't really say it any better than that, but at least they're focused on some things that may help us, folks. They're putting money where it needs to go. Like Bill Gates is releasing 30 million genetically modified mosquitoes into the environment. Well, this is just what we need. Of course, he assures us that it's not like some scene out of a horror movie. Well, thanks, Bill. I feel so much assured now. I feel very reassured now that you've said that. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Releasing 30 million mosquitoes, this is just what the environment needs. Also, there's a great idea for our future, folks, and I can really see this coming into being. They've done a study on how to create the world's first hanging hotel. They wanted to create a hotel that they can hang from an asteroid. Yeah, I can see this happening. I can see this as being a viable plan. Of course. Why didn't we think of it before, folks? Unbelievable, you know. I can't imagine why we haven't done it earlier. But yeah, folks, they're killing the human race by every way possible, which is what all this transgenderish stuff is about. Making sure people aren't going to be breeding. Making sure that the next generation is going to grow up with no sexuality. Of course, you can always just dial 5 if you're in Canada and they'll take care of it for you. And if you don't want to do any of the above, then you can go get a COVID test, or you can get a test that you can do from home. They've discovered that the COVID home test contains a poison. It contains a poison called azine. And just a mistake, folks. Nothing to see here. You should be fine with this stuff.
The million people who are receiving those free government-issued at-home COVID tests. The extraction tube in many of the kits includes a chemical that can be harmful or even deadly. It's colorless, tasteless, odorless. It's a powder that's found in things like airbags and pest control solutions. Maya Belay from our Cleveland station checks in with Poison Control for a look at the potential dangers.
Ohio Poison Control Centers are sounding the alarm surrounding a liquid substance called sodium azide, found in some at-home COVID testing kits that could be toxic to children as well as adults if used incorrectly.
Our toxicology community has been both surprised that this was the ingredient in some of the kits and also concerned. We have seen exposures in all age groups.
The Drug and Poison Information Center at Cincinnati Children's Hospital reports an increase in calls to their hotline related to accidental exposure to the substance.
Yeah, you can't have mercury at home, but you can take this test that contains this poison, and it should all be good. But, you know, we won't let you do this, we won't let you do that, we won't let you do all sorts of things because we think it's dangerous for you. But you can take this test home with a poison, stick it up your nose, and it's all good, not a problem. Yeah, just what we need, folks. You remember years ago when I said to you that if we don't deal with the situation of the world, then the way of Palestine will be the way of the world. Get all the checkpoints and all the food shortages and all the stuff. And now look what they've turned us into. The world has just gone crazy, folks. The problem is, you know, we've always been taught to trust the state. That's what's happened. We've been taught to trust the state over the last couple of generations, and you know, we never used to be that way. In fact, there was always lots of warnings why you should never trust the state.
Before signing up, you boys ought to try a little taste of Dr. Ism's formula to see what you get in exchange for your freedom. Go ahead, try it.
You can't do this to me! I'll strike! The state forbids strikes. Wait till the union hears about this! Ah, yes, the union. Welcome to our ranks, number 1313. I take this case to the Supreme Court. The state is the Supreme Court. Our decision is as follows. No more private property. No more use.
And the farm vote will put a stop to this.
Farmers don't vote anymore.
What will I do for seed next year?
You won't have to worry about next year. The state will do your planning from now on. We must fight to regain our freedom, or everything is lost. Everything!
Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
When anybody preaches disunity, tries to pit one of us against the other through class warfare, race hatred, or religious intolerance, you know that person seeks to rob us of our freedom and destroy our very lives.
And we know what to do about it.
Now, gentlemen, no violence, please. Don't throw those bottles. Don't throw those bottles.
Yeah, and that was made 60 years ago, that animation. Crazy stuff, folks, crazy stuff. And we've got to start realising what's going on here, folks. This is a war. This is a war of depopulation. This is something that I said back in my first film in 2008. It's a war of depopulation. And one of the tools they're going to use is food. This is why they set up this international supply chain in the first place. There's a pushback in Australia. There's the COVID Inquiry 2.0 that is being launched by Senator Malcolm Roberts and a bunch of other politicians who are actually sitting members of Parliament. This is a good thing to see. Like I said, I mean, they're using that corrupt legal system, but at least this is bringing some sort of public attention to what's going on here. Because this is a war. This is a war of depopulation. All of these governments are in abuse of office. They're all in breach of trust. They've all committed treason against their nations. This is the biggest act of genocide that we've seen in living history. This entire scandemic is based on a lie. It always has been. Every politician, every sitting politician that hasn't spoken about this, every health officer, every media personality who's pushed this lie, all of them are culpable. All of them are guilty of treason. And we have to fight back, folks. We really have to fight back. I mean, the truth of the matter is simple.
The system is rigged. They want us to think it'll protect us, but that's a lie. We protect us. We do. Nobody else. Not the companies, not the scientists, not the government. Us.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it. By the way, it's the same big club they used to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in the media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. The big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pocket. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls.
The good news is the elite across the world trust each other more and more. The bad news is that in every single country they were polling, the majority of people trusted that elite race. So
the owners of this country don't want that. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant.
I know not.
It came to pass when he stood before the Lord of Spirits, Michael said thus to Raphael, I will not take their part under the eye of the Lord.
Great clip, gotta love George Carlin. That was by iDrop Media. Really good clip. It says it all. That's what we need to do before the world gets more stupid. And it's pretty stupid now. I mean, honestly. There's someone I saw. There was a post I saw of a woman who was it was a transgender. You know, one of these weird, messed up transgender whatevers, arguing that mammals can actually change sex, can change gender, and that, you know, just look at the clownfish. And this woman came back and said, actually, a clownfish isn't a mammal. And she responded, well, that's your opinion. It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. You know, mammals have lungs and they suckle their young with milk. Yeah, a couple of other things as well. You know, dolphins are mammals. Whales are mammals. I don't know if there's any other fish that are mammals. There might be one. Well, a whale isn't a fish, a dolphin isn't a fish, it's a mammal. But a clownfish is a fish, and I think that this woman is a clown. And sure, clownfish can change sex because it's a fish.
The name of the first,
yeah. I mean, what do you even say, folks? Like I said, we've got to fix this up before the world gets more stupid. So I think that's about all I wanted to say. Getting close. Oh yeah, I wanted to clear up that video that I had on the last report about the guy who'd done the report saying there were UN soldiers staying in a hotel in the UK. There's been reports of people that have come in who live in the area, and they say they're actually Pakistani refugees. Interesting. So maybe you don't have to worry about that too much at the moment. But you know, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they plan to do, is bring UN soldiers into all our countries to deal with this. Because they're going to have to deal with it some way. They're really trying to push the people into an uprising. And all this stuff they're doing. And the more people die, the more it's going to get that way, which is another reason why they're bringing all these migrants in. And think about that, even with Australia, they're going to bring in another 200,000 migrants into Australia to make up the slack of the workforce. Most of these will be young men of fighting age. It will be interesting, folks. It will be interesting. You know, and again, they're encouraging people to kill themselves any way possible, especially in Canada. You know, I suggest Justin Castro take up the offer. Of course, he's gone to Costa Rica, I think. He's run out because he's terrified of what's going on. So he's run out of the country. But something that really upset me, folks. Something that made me see the depth of the psychopathy and the lack of caring that what this system is really going through. It was a photograph of one of our elderly hospitals, and the nurses have taken to getting plastic gloves and filling them full of warm water to simulate a hand on top of the hand of these elderly people who revealed all that was in secret to the children of men, because the power of this virus, for it is powerful and strong, and he placed this I find this to be one of the most disturbing photographs I've seen throughout the entire scandal. To be putting the elderly through that is disgraceful. It's absolutely disgraceful. There are no words. Treat from the creation of the world not for anybody. Especially people that have gone through so much life, struggle to survive. I mean, the system's put them through so much. And it dare not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto eternity. And through that oath are the depths, you know, without their families. And of course, we've been taught to basically disrespect our families and put them into the sun and moon. And we should. And these people should be dying like we're up dying in their own homes. And through that oath, the stars repeat their course. And he calls them by their names. And they answer him from eternity to eternity. And in like manner, the spirits of the water and of the winds and of all zephyrs and their paths from all the I put out a mention on my last walking tour that I've been looking for a secretary for ages, and because I get too many emails. And I really, really appreciate the people who apply for the position. I wasn't actually advertising.
They thank and glorify and extol the name of the Lord of
Look,
Spirits.
I love you all. You're so beautiful for some of the wonderful things you said.
And through it they are preserved, and their paths
The result of me mentioning that on the show was that I actually got like something like 65 extra emails
and they
overnight
bless and glorify
from people
and extol
saying, "Oh,
because the name of that Son of Man has been revealed unto them." And he
The thing is, I mean, with the secretary, I mean, even the word secretary, secret area,
and he caused the
you know, it's got to be someone that you know, trust, to go through your emails. And some of the letters were wonderful. I mean, if I don't know someone, if I haven't met them,
and in their assembled place of
I've got a feel for them, then
and all their
all
works
I know
vanished from the face of the
very,
earth.
very
And from henceforth there shall be nothing
NSA agent
corruptible.
who
For
sent
that
me
Son of Man has
the
appeared,
request, you
and
know,
has
so
seated himself on the throne
it's a
of
very,
his
very
glory.
difficult
And all evil shall pass
thing to
away
just
before
sort of
his
give
face.
the position
And
to
the
someone
word of that Son of Man
who
shall
sends
go
an email.
forth and be strong
Like I said,
before the
I'm
Lord
sure there was a lot of
Spirit.
genuine emails
This
in
is
there.
the third parable of Enoch. And it came to pass after this, that his name during his lifetime was raised aloft, that Son of Man, and to the Lord of
God, it
Spirits.
sounds like there's
from
some sort of a
amongst
sound
those
ceremony
that dwell
going on
the
here.
earth. And he was
So I'll
raised
wander off.
aloft on chariots of the Spirit,
But-
and his name vanished.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of genuine
From
people
that
who
day,
send me the
I was
emails,
no
but
longer
yeah, I'd really
numbered
need
amongst
to
them. And he set
meet
me
someone
between
and just to
them,
know them
between
before
north and the west.
I'd be kind of
When the
comfortable
angels took the course to be
letting them, you know,
measured
get my
from the
emails
face
and all
of
my
the
Crowhouse
elect
mails and all that sort of stuff.
and
I
there
really
I
do
saw
appreciate the
first
offer.
fathers and the righteous who from
All the
the
offers
beginning
that people
dwelt
sent.
in
I mean, it was amazing actually.
And it
Like
came
I said, it was
to
a
pass
classic. It
after
was
this, my spirit was translated,
yeah.
and it ascended
The irony of
and I saw
getting so many
the
extra
sons of God.
emails
They were
because I'd
set
mentioned how
flames of
behind I
fire.
was on
Their
emails.
garments were white,
And it was
and
all
their
done by
faces
people
and
with the
their
best of
faces shone like
intentions.
snow.
So
And I saw
it's amazing how the
flames of
universe
fire,
works. It really
and
is.
the light of that fire shone like
But yeah,
fire.
like I said, I think that's all I've got to say, folks. Although I did want to,
And the angel,
I
Michael,
suppose that's
one of
another
the
topic.
archangels, seized me by
I don't even know whether I should mention
and
it.
lifted me up and led me forth into all the secrets.
I said in a recent interview,
of righteousness, and he showed me all the
was
secrets
it
of the
Puerto
angels of the
Vallarta?
heaven.
I was interviewed by a guy called Claudio.
And all the luminaries.
And it was an interesting interview. We covered a lot of
And he
topics,
translated my spirit
especially about the
into
situation here in
heaven.
Mexico and
And
where I
saw
can see it
there, as
going.
were, a structure
You know, what I
built
think
of
might
crystals.
happen.
And between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my
Secret garden,
spirit saw
folks.
the
It's
girdle
quite-
which girt that house of fire.
quite beautiful.
And on its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house.
Pond in here.
And round about were
Probably hear the
seraphim,
people in there in the
cherubim,
restaurant.
and opening. And these are they who sleep not, and guard the throne of his glory. And I saw angels who could not be counted.
What was I talking about?
1,000 thousands, and
That's right, the talk with
10,000
Claudio.
times 10,000
A lot of people seem to have
house.
taken offense
And
about what I
Michael
said
and
with the
Raphael
cartels and
and
saying, oh,
Gabriel
thanks,
and Phanuel
you're supporting the
and
cartels. No, I'm not
holy
supporting the
angels
cartels.
of the heavens go in and out of that house.
But I'm just basically trying to point out
And
that
they came forth
that's what we've
from
got
that
anyway.
house,
It's just
and
disguised as
Michael and
government.
Gabriel,
And
Raphael and
it's,
Phanuel, and many holy angels
I mean,
without
the-
number, and with
the
them
justice you may get from the
and
cartels may be
that
swift and
white,
brutal, but the government system is just as corrupt. They just do it behind your back. I mean, look what they're doing, folks. They're running a people farm. Look what they've done to all these children. Look at all these injections they've given to people. The thing with the cartels, they might run all these products, but they don't force you to take their product the way the government does. The government forces you to buy into their product and to do what you're told. The cartels are like, well, you don't want to do this, don't do it. Go do something else. We don't care.
Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel.
Government's not like that.
Thousands and
So, you
thousands of angels
know, I think
without
that sort
number.
of stands for something. And like I've said, I think self-governance would be better, but that's a process. There's no way you could just introduce a system of self-governance to the world in its current state because people wouldn't be able to do it. But the world's been brought to this current state deliberately. People have been disempowered. Something else I said during that talk was I spoke about Germany and what they've done to the white race, the attempts to undermine the white race. And there's so many attempts to do this, folks. And no offense to black people, but some black people, I don't know whether they're programmed to say these sorts of things or whether they really believe these things, but they're finding the most ridiculous things to say it's a statement against black people. Anything white people do seems to create a problem with them, like even going out and enjoying the rain.
And the righteous shall have peace and an upright way. In the name of the Lord of Spirits,
You and I both know that you are capable of enjoying the rain and frolicking freely without filming it and then posting it to TikTok. Now, you've just co-signed, okay? You've just co-signed at least 3 million, 8.5 by 11 front and back people who just go out of their way to disrespect and dismiss the boundaries that Black creators have set. And now you're one of those people. So, I guess my question would be, why? Why is it so important to all of you to treat us like we don't matter?
Now, how deep is the level of programming in that woman to say that that is disrespectful to black people? And what is this whole white and black thing anyway? I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's racism taken to the next degree, and racism is such a stupid ideology, whatever colour you are.
I say black. I say black because most black people prefer black. I don't say people of color because it's dishonest. It means precisely the same thing as colored people, which is an insult. So if you're not willing to say colored people, you shouldn't be willing to say people of color. And besides, to me, the whole idea of color seems a bit specious, really. I mean, what should we call white people? People of no color? Isn't pink a color? And in fact, white people are not really white at all. They're different shades of pink and olive and beige. In other words, they're colored. And black people are rarely black. I see mostly various shades of brown and tan, and in fact some light-skinned black people are darker than the darkest white people. I'm sorry, lighter than the darkest white people. Look how dark the people in India are. They're dark brown, but they're considered white. May I see the color chart, please? People of color is an awkward phrase that obscures meaning rather than enhancing it. What should we call fat people? People of size? I also don't say African Americans. I find it cumbersome and confusing. Which part of Africa are we talking about? Egypt? Egypt is in Africa, but Egyptians aren't black. They're like the people in India. They're dark brown white people. But they're Africans. So why wouldn't an Egyptian citizen who becomes an Egyptian who becomes a U.S. citizen be called an African American? The same would apply to South Africa. Suppose a white racist from South Africa becomes an American citizen. Couldn't he call himself an African American? If for no other reason than just to bother black people. And what about a black person born in South Africa who becomes an American citizen? Is he an African American or is he a South African American? Or is he simply a South African American African American? You know, it's just so much more tedious liberal labeling. Liberals should be taught that labels divide people, and I think we could probably do with fewer labels, not more. Now, one more group, the Indians. I call them Indians because that's what they are. They're the Indians. There's nothing wrong with the word. First of all, it's important to know that Indian, that word probably does not derive from Columbus believing he had reached India in 1492. India was called Hindustan. More likely, the word derives from Columbus's description of the people he found here. He was an Italian who spoke very poor Spanish, and in his written accounts, he called the Indians una gente in Dios, a people in God. In God, in Dios, Indians. It's a perfectly noble thing. And I simply can't justify this awkward phrase, Native Americans. First of all, they're not natives. They came here from Asia over the Bering Land Bridge. In fact, there are no natives anywhere in the world. Everyone is from somewhere else. All people are refugees, immigrants, or aliens. If there are natives anywhere, it would have to be people still living in the Great Rift Valley in Africa. So everyone is just visiting.
Yeah, and that's kind of well said, folks, and I kind of feel the same way. But like I said in that interview, there is a real attempt to take down white people. You know, white people have been taught to even blame themselves for everything that's wrong with the world, when nothing could be further from the truth. It's all been done by governments and those people who control the governments. And as I also said in the last video that I did, or on that interview, some of the most advanced technology you can find has come out of places like Germany. I mean, all of the, I mean, even when you look at people like, and not just Germany even, but that region, that European part of the world. And when I said on that video, you know, they want to destroy Europeans, or I think I said Europe and I meant Europeans, and now I said US and Canada and Australia and stuff. Yeah, I'm not saying they're part of Europe, but it's all European bloodlines. It's all the white bloodlines, Caucasian bloodlines, or what they call Caucasian, where they are, whether that's where they come from or not. But there's a real attempt to squash these races out, and the heart of these races was Germany. That's where it came from. That's where the technology came from. All of the Wiccan traditions, and, you know, all of this sort of stuff. It all came out of the German culture.
On that day,
beautiful place, folks. This is the Secret Garden in Bonneville, in Acapulco. A beautiful place.
And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and the night arise through the
that's one of the reasons they wanted to fully wipe out the German culture with World War II and portray this whole concept of the terrible Nazis, and most especially to get people scared of the swastika, because the swastika is a very powerful energy device. It's a very powerful ancient symbol. It goes back to Vedic times. It's an energy device. It was actually, there's a video that I had, I've still got on my YouTube channel called Technasma. It's probably on my Odyssey channel as well. It's called Technasma. And it actually shows that crosses, swastikas, even the Star of David, most of these things have their basis in energy devices. That's what they are.
And her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her
a lot of people also
it amounts to the
took offense to what I said about
and thus she rises
the alleged Jewish Holocaust in
the east comes forth on the 30th morning.
And you know, I make no apologies for what I said.
And constitutes for you the first phase of the
there's so much wrong with the official story of the Holocaust.
The sun rises.
And people might say, you know, well, where are all these pictures and where are all these bodies and all these
without light, with the exception of 1/7
terrible photos we see of all these emaciated people.
And when she received 1/7 part of the
there was an event that happened after World War II, and there's actually, before I get off there, there's actually a video of Anne Frank's sister confirming that the prisoner photographs they have of Auschwitz are fake, because it was snowing at that time of the year when they picked up the prisoners. So why is there no snow in the photographs?
Exactly as 7 parts and comes forth and receives from the rising of the sun.
And there's never ever snow, and the snow was honestly that high. And so I have some connection with the Russian embassy, and I was there once, and they said, something puzzles me. Those photos are fakes, because there's no snow. And they said, well, yes, they are not fakes, but when the army came, they didn't have cameras, they didn't photograph. So only much later, when they realized we should have pictures of it, they took pictures like you see now, but this is definitely not in Auschwitz and not celebrated. There were not that many people with clothes and children and no snow.
Interesting stuff, folks. But there was also something that's very little known. A lot of people have no idea what really happened at the end of World War II. When Germany lost the war, General Patton and the United States, under the direction of Eisenhower, rounded up millions of Germans, millions and millions of them, and they put them all in camps. There was an area along the Rhine where there were 23 camps, and they called this place I hope I get the word right, it's the Rheinwiesenlager.
Thus I saw their position,
Or a Rhine
how the
Wiesenlager?
moon rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overflow.
But this was 23 camps.
And all the days
And they
which
put
accrue to it for one of those 5
millions
years,
of Germans,
when they
at
are
least
full,
1.5 million. Estimates are actually that there was, I mean, that's the minimum estimate. Very likely a lot more.
stars amounts to 6 days.
They put these Germans in open enclosures, virtually no shelter, and they just left them there to die.
Behind the sun and stars,
And they had millions upon millions of bodies.
and the sun and the stars bring in.
You'll notice also there's new laws that have come in Poland saying it's now against the law to use the term Polish death camp because a lot of the alleged Nazi death camps were actually in Poland, like Auschwitz, Treblinka. A lot of them were in Poland.
1,820 days.
And so people often refer to them as Polish death camps, which is like historically and geographically correct, but the camps weren't being run by Polish people. Now, a lot of people say, oh, this is, you're suggesting that the Poles were sympathetic to the Germans. Well, actually they were, but anyway.
So that for the moon, the days in 8 years amount to 2,830.
There were camps
For in 8
in
years,
Poland
she falls behind to the
that did
amount
contain a
of
lot of
days.
Jews.
And all the days she falls behind.
Yeah, if you look at Red Cross figures say there's actually 274,000 people or something who actually died in the camps, and that they weren't just Jews, they were people of all nationalities. But there's another event that you won't find mentioned anywhere. I mean, I've searched for information on it and I can't find it, so I can't confirm this for you. I'm not asking you to take my word. Perhaps there's someone out there that has Polish ties or something that might be able to confirm this, but I got an email the other day where someone spoke to me about the post-World War II Polish population explosion. And I said you'd be hard-pushed to find any information on it. And I've searched and I can't, but what has caught my attention with it is that when I was 17 years old in Australia, in Adelaide, I was staying with my father, there was God, I can't remember his name. He was a drummer. He was a drummer. He was a World War II pilot. My father was a World War II pilot as well. But this guy was a pilot and he was a drummer. And he'd been a morphine addict for like 30 years. They'd put him on morphine in the war for some of the wounds that he had. And he just stayed on the morphine. And he was a morphine addict. But he wasn't out of it or anything. You wouldn't even know this guy was a morphine addict. He used to just have enough every day for his body to work properly. Never have it to get out of it or anything. He didn't abuse it. He was on a prescription for it, and he was on it for like 30 years. And he was really healthy. I mean, it just shows you that you can stay on these sorts of things for a long time and remain healthy if you don't abuse them. But he had said to me, when I was 17 years old, because we were talking about the war one day, because like I said, my father was a World War II pilot. This guy, I wish I could remember his name. I wish I could remember his name. My sister probably knows his name. My father's passed on, so.
And 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of heaven, and 3 on the left.
It was because it was a famous name of somebody else's. Anyway, I'm getting off track. But he shared the name with somebody else who's famous. I just can't remember who it was. But and he'd said to me, he'd mentioned something about it. He'd said a lot of the people they say died because he didn't believe the Holocaust. He said a lot of people they say died came out of the camps in Poland and joined the population, and suddenly Poland had 5 million more on their population figures, and that kind of, even more people that had died in the war were suddenly replaced by Jews. This is what he said. Something like that. This is a long time ago. I was 17 years old, but I remember him mentioning it. So when I got this email the other day, I went, whoa. I remember that being said by... I'll think of his name one day, and I'll tell you. But if there's anybody out there from Poland or anybody out there with relations who are around during this period who has any information on this at all, I think it's about time for it to come out. And all of the people that you would have seen, all of these bodies, and horrible deaths and people being scooped into graves and stuff, most of these people were very likely Germans who died in Eisenhower's death camps, because they were death camps, and they were the most brutal type of death camp where you were just put in an open enclosure and left to die, basically. There was a ditch running down the centre where you could do business, take a dump, whatever. The women were separated from the men with a fence between them, so they couldn't get to each other. And they're just there to lie open to the elements. No shade, no food, no water. The guards were actually forbidden to give them food or water. And like I said, conservative estimates, 1.5 million Germans died. So you're asking where all the photos of the Jews came from? Well, I'm simply asking, were they really Jews? Because no matter what you do, you can't find any actual evidence, any physical forensic evidence to back up the Holocaust. Or you can find eyewitness accounts. You've got people like Anne Frank's sister saying, well, these photos are fake, and then admitting that they're fake. You've got people like, who was it? Was it Ernst Zundel? No, Ernst Zundel's in jail, I think, or did he go to jail? There was some guy who wrote a book about how he had met his wife because she was passing him apples through the fence in the camps. And he admitted on his deathbed that no, he made it all up. He wasn't in the camps. And they asked him if he felt guilty about making it all up and lying to the world, and he said, oh no, because if I was in a camp, that's what it would have been like. And they justified it. Well, they justified a lie, but there's no evidence for it. There was a guy called... So sorry, brother, I can't think of your name. Nick Kollerstrom. Nick Kollerstrom, who wrote a book called Breaking the Spell. And Nick was actually contacted to analyse a piece of plaster, basically, which had the traces of Zyklon B in the plaster. And he analysed it, and he basically said, well, yeah, this is standard amounts for delousing. And he didn't even know where it came from. And he was attacked and kicked out of his professorhood and professorship or whatever, and all sorts of stuff because he'd said this. And he's going, well, hang on, what's going on? And then he found out it was from one of the walls in Auschwitz or Treblinka or something. They said, well, this is just the standard World Health Organization delousing levels. This isn't enough to be used as a gas chamber. But I didn't know where it came from. But they kicked him out anyway, and that sent him on his quest. And he said that it's forensically impossible for any of the gas chambers to have existed. And there's no evidence of them at any of the camps.
When the moon rises 1/14th part, it appears.
The camps that do have, they've got ovens. They've got like 2 ovens, which would. There's no way you could process that many bodies through the ovens that they've got there. And the chimneys aren't even attached to the ovens. They were built after the war and put there against the building. Oh yeah, they were bombed during the war. No, they weren't. They weren't bombing the camps. So any excuse they've put. I mean, it's fabricated. But then you do find evidence. There's something called the Transfer Agreement as well. There's a book by Edwin Black called The Transfer Agreement, which documents the removal of tens of thousands of Jews from the state of Germany back in 1942, I think. No, before that. In 1930s, 1938 or 1939. Maybe even 1937. I haven't got the book here. I can't grab it off my shelf and check. But the transfer agreement documents the removal of a whole bunch of Jews, tens of thousands of Jews from Germany, because Judea declared war on Germany in 1933. They crippled the German economy. And you can go and look at the headlines. Judea declares war on Germany. Go look at any search engine, look for Google Images, whatever. Even Google probably can't hide this one. And they crippled the German economy. So then Hitler said, well, listen, just leave us alone. You all want Palestine, and the British government reneged on it. They never gave you Palestine after World War I, as per the Balfour Declaration, which was the agreement made, because the Jews created the Balfour Declaration. They said it's such a complicated story, but basically Germany had won World War I until the US got involved. And it was Jews who said, we'll get the US involved if you give us Palestine. This is in the Balfour Declaration. They agreed to give them Palestine, and then there came the bombing of the Lusitania, and that brought the US into the war, and then they won the war, and then Germany got split in half. And it was a big betrayal that the Jews pulled on Germany, because Germany had taken the Jews in when they were expelled from Russia after the Bolshevik Revolution. So they'd wreaked havoc there. So the Germans took them in and said, hey, come and live here, it's all good. And then they turned on them in World War I and said to England, hey, don't surrender. We'll get the US involved if you give us Palestine. So they got the US involved. England didn't give them Palestine. So when they declared war on Germany, Judea declares war on Germany in 1933, Hitler said, look, just get out of the country, will you? I'll take you off, I'll collect you all up, I'll take you into camps, I'll train you how to live in the desert, and I'll ship you all down to Palestine with all your assets as well. And this is called the Transfer Agreement, and it was all documented. And they built camps for them, trained them how to live in the desert, because you couldn't come out of Germany and just go live in Palestine. You wouldn't know what you would do. It's a completely different environment. So there's record of this in the Transfer Agreement. So all the Jews who were rounded up and taken to camps, well, were they death camps, or were they training them to go and live in Palestine? Because there's a record of that. It's all documented. There's also a book you can get called Hitler's Jewish Soldiers, which clearly documents that there were 100,000 Jews in Hitler's army. There were 12 generals and 2 field marshals in Hitler's army. They were all Jewish. His driver was a Jew. So there's no evidence that Hitler was trying to kill the Jews, folks. He didn't like what the Jews had done overall, sure. For those who wanted to come and be part of Germany, he was fine with that. So, don't believe everything you're told. And no, I'm not saying Hitler was a great guy. He's a politician. I don't like any politicians. But nothing is what you've been told. But all the evidence is there. I mean, how many things have they fabricated and lied to us about? Pretty well everything. You've got the paper trail there, whole cabinets of documents and files naming people who were taken to camps. You've got the transfer agreement saying these camps were for training people how to live in the desert. You've got the whole record of them all being shipped down to Palestine with all their assets. They've got them to buy farm equipment. You go to the shop here and whatever you got, whether you got $1 million marks or $1 million Deutschmarks or whatever, $1 million, go to this produce store and buy $1 million worth of farm equipment, then go, when you get down to Palestine, go back to that same produce store with this receipt and say you want to sell all your farm equipment, and they'll buy it all off you for what you paid for it. That's how they transferred their assets down. And it was called the Transfer Agreement.
Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets.
So you've got a record of all this. You've got record of Eisenhower's death camps all along the Rhine, the 23 camps. The Rhine and Wiesenlager. You've got record of all this. You've got record of all these Germans dying. What did they do with the bodies? And suddenly you've got them saying, oh, look at all these bodies. These are Jews. How do we know they're Jews? They've lied to us about everything else. What did they do with all those German bodies? Why was there no talk of the Holocaust through all of the German communiques? They monitored the German communique. They cracked the German code halfway through the war. They monitored all of their communiques. There was no mention of exterminating Jews. They said, oh, it was just an agreement. They didn't need to talk about it. Oh, really? No evidence of it was found until the camps were freed by the Allies. And yet we've got all the evidence, a lot of evidence to suggest this is what actually happened. They used the Germans from Eisenhower's death camps in the photographs that they called Jews. And like I said, this email that I got basically saying, remember, post-World War II Polish population explosion of 5 million people. Where do they come from? These are the people, the Jews,
and the apostate goes down with the apostate. And those who practice righteousness shall die.
You've got to wonder what were they really doing there. I mean, the whole thing of the Warsaw Ghetto, and that seems to be a terrible time, but what really happened there as well?
I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world.
I don't know.
And now, my son,
but nothing's what we've been told.
All these things I am recounting to thee.
And this whole depopulation thing that's going on now, I mean, it's all right off the back of that.
And given thee books concerning
as I said, there's a real attempt to take out the white races because we've created a lot of intelligent stuff. And if you're going to take down the white race as well, you've got to take down Germany.
That they may give it to their children for generations.
And I guess I'm going to be in so much trouble for something. Oh dear, I've crossed into taboo territory, talking about things that aren't allowed to be spoken about. But well, you know, sometimes you just got to do that, don't you? Sometimes you've got to just go where the research leads you, and that's really where it led me. So
in the reckoning of all their days in which the sun traverses.
And like I said, folks, they've lied to us about everything. So what on earth would make you think they're not lying to us about this as well? I mean, how much do they talk about these death camps that Eisenhower had? And it's there. Just go and Google that word. Ryan Wiesenlander.
In the whole reckoning of the year.
Just go and check out that word. Just search for it. And you'll find all the evidence to support what I'm saying. I think even on Google you'll find it. They just don't tell you about it. They never talk about it in historic lessons or anything like that. Anything you hear about World War II, you never hear anything about this. All you hear is how terrible the Germans were and how many Jews died and why you should hate the Germans and hate the white people and always do everything that the Jewish mafia wants you to do. Yeah, it's a scam, folks. But anyway, I think that's all I've got to say. So I'm going to leave it there for now. It's interesting how it turned out, though, isn't it? Look what Sullivan said. The way of Palestine will be the way of the world. Yeah, and here we are. Do keep a lookout for those guys from Counterspin, folks. Keep track of what's happening to them. I think they need our support at the moment. They need for people to, you know, at least know what's going on with them. And yeah, I'll leave it there for now. I'm going to leave you with a song by Dub Effects. I think you'll enjoy it. And I look forward to speaking to you again soon. Can I get out this way? Not really, they've blocked it off. I'm supposed to go out the proper way. That's okay, I can deal with that. It's been nice to walk around the garden again, actually. And again, folks, if you're ever in Acapulco, it's a great little place. This is where Anacapulco is held every year in this garden, and it's where it will be being held next year as well. So yeah, enjoy.
These three follow the leaders of the order.
But yeah, I'm going to leave you with a song by Dub Effects, and I will look forward to speaking to you again soon, folks. Thank you to anybody who's sent me any kind words. Thank you to anybody who's ever made a contribution to the Crow House, via Wise or any crypto or anything. Things are going to go crazy with the money system soon, folks. I can guarantee that. But thank you to everybody, and thank you to everybody standing up and making a difference. And you know, we're going to see some crazy shit, folks. You honestly ain't seen nothing yet. It's just going to get bizarre. So hold on to the ride. It's actually an amazing time to be alive, so don't ever forget that. Through all the bad shit, don't ever forget how actually amazing this time is and what a historical moment we're actually living through. Anyway, folks, I'll leave it there for now. Please take very good care until we speak next.
And the days of the dominion of this leader are at an end. The next leader after him is Elimelech, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his life are 91 days. And these are the signs of his days on the earth. Walking down the road, people looking at me like a criminal.
in submission. Your home is now a prison. Just use your intuition. They're brainwashing our minds with every transmission. So I'ma keep on singing loud to my crowd. It don't matter if you're left or right. Fight for your children. Walking down the road, people looking at me like a criminal. Followed by a drone, living in lockdown, can't leave my zone. It's getting hot as hell, earth burning up underneath the spell. So I'm afraid of God, but why won't she answer me? Tell me now, come on people, now it's time that we elevate. Take your eyes off your phone and let's celebrate. Living life consciously as we meditate, thinking about all the changes we could generate. And if I see you on the fence, I won't hesitate to speak my truth to your heart. I wanna educate, and so it's been my mission from the beginning to bring a lyrical rhythm of consciousness. Yo, this is my fate. I spread my truth and eliminate the negative frequency that they generate. They get in your mind and try to decimate with all of the lies that they perpetuate. But I won't even try to debate. I'm seeing people are brainwashed and in a state. The media's trying to make it separate. They polarizing our minds, we need to elevate. Walking down the road, people looking at me like a criminal. Followed by a drone, living in lockdown, can't leave my soul. It's getting hot as hell, earth burning up underneath the spell. So I'm afraid of God, but why won't she answer me? Tell me now, and I can't read the news. So many lies and so many blues. I'm feeling for the youth. It's time to rebuild and remove those fools. It's time to change the game. No matter who you vote, it just stays the same. It's time to play the game, but why won't she answer me? Tell me now.
Blessed be thou, O Lord, King, great and mighty.
Tell me now.
Lord of the whole creation of the heavens, King of kings and God of the whole world. And thy power and kingship and greatness abide forever and ever. And throughout all generations thy dominion, and all the heavens are thy throne forever.
First and foremost, I give all praises to the Heavenly Father, Yahweh, Bahasham,
For thou hast made, and thou rulest all things, and nothing is too hard for thee.
Double honors to the
Wisdom
apostles,
departs
the elders,
not from the
Equity
place of thy
Millstone, who
throne,
do well,
nor turns away from thy
and
presence.
salutations
And
as
thou
always
knowest
to the
and
elect.
seest and hearest everything.
And I wanted to go
And there
into
is
2
nothing
Timothy,
hidden
the
from
3rd
thee,
chapter,
for thou seest everything.
read all the way through.
And now the angels
go
of thine
to this
heaven
chapter.
are guilty of
A lot of times to bring out
and upon
particular
the flesh
precepts.
of men abideth
The
thy
Spirit
wrath,
hopped on me on
until the great day of judgment.
Just do a
And
video
thou,
on
O
it
God and Lord,
all
and
the way
great
through.
King,
And as you can
I
see, it's
implore
titled
and beseech thee
Dangers
to fulfill
of the
my
Last
prayer,
Days, which
to leave me in
we are in the last
posterity
days
on
of
earth,
the last
and
days.
not destroy
Okay?
all the flesh of
Now
men,
the last days,
and make
according
the
to the
earth
scripture,
without
started
inhabitant, so that there
when
should be
Yahweh
an
Shai,
eternal
Hamashiach
destruction.
of the world,
And
ignorant
now,
of
my
Jesus
Lord,
Christ,
destroy from the
all right,
earth the flesh which
died on
hath
the cross,
aroused
was
thy
resurrected,
wrath, but the flesh
and
of
ascended back
righteousness and
eventually
uprightness established
to
as
the right-hand
plan
side of
the
the Heavenly
eternal
Father.
seed. And hide not
Okay, we're
thy
in the
face
last
from the
days
prayer
from
of
that
thy
point
servant,
going
O
forward.
Lord.
All right, but
And
we're in
after
the
this I
last
saw
days
another
of those
dream,
last days.
and I will
All
show
right.
the whole dream to thee, my son.
The
And
scriptures talks about, as you can see here, perilous times are going to come.
To thee,
Okay,
my
very,
son,
very
will I
dangerous
speak.
and difficult
Hear
times
my
are coming
words.
down the pipe.
Incline thine ear to
And
the
as
dream
the
vision
Lord
of thy
commanded
father.
us, we
Before
need
I
to
took
enter
thy
at the
mother
straight gate.
Edna, I saw
Okay,
in a
because the
vision
flesh,
on my bed, and behold,
okay,
a bull
and
came
being
forth
into
from
this
the earth.
world,
And that
thinking too
bull
highly
was
of
white.
yourself,
And after it
all right,
came
are going to
forth a
lead to
heifer.
you making
And along
decisions
with this ladder came
that are
forth
going to
two
lead to your
bulls,
destruction.
one of them black and the
All right,
other
so we have to
red.
be mindful
And
of
that
what we're
black
listening
bull
to. We have
gored
to be
the red
rooted in
one,
what we
who
believe.
pursued him over the earth.
Okay,
And
because there's a
thereupon I
lot
could no
of
longer see
things that are
red
getting ready to
bull.
be said.
But that black bull
All
grew,
right,
and that heifer went
done.
with him. And I saw
Okay,
that many
that, as the
oxen
scriptures
proceeded
say,
from him, which
the
resembled
very
and
elect
followed him.
themselves,
And that
if it were
cow,
possible,
that first one,
would be deceived, but we
went
know
from
they're
the
not. Let's
presence
get
of
that as a matter of
first
fact.
bull in order to seek
Okay.
that red one, but found him not, and lamented with a great lamentation
Very
over
elect.
him, and sought him. And I looked till that first bull came to her, and quieted her. And from that time onwards she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull,
This is Matthew 24:24. It says, "For there shall arise false Christ." Now the word Christ means anointed. Just because it says there's going to arise false anointed doesn't mean that they're going to be saying, "I'm the Messiah." Okay, you can be a false anointed one. All right, by lying and saying you have the truth. Okay, but you're doing it for ulterior motives. See, and you got a lot of guys like that. Okay, so there's going to arise a lot of false anointed ones. We see that all throughout Israel. Okay, outside of Israel as well, with these preachers, it says false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch if it were possible they should deceive the very elect. Alright, behold, I have told you before, NLTC, I have warned you about this ahead of time. See? So we were warned about the very things that we see happening in Israel beforehand, so marvel not. Okay, because you have to understand your adversary, the devil, okay, is a roaring lion. Let's get that word and to flee from them. And again, I saw always trying to seek to devour. And to devour. 1 Peter 5:8. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom he may devour. Okay, and he'll jump on people to play on others' emotions to lead them down the path of destruction. So you have to be sober. Okay, and it's not meaning you can't have a drink. Your faculties have to be with you. Okay, in spirit as well, we have to be sober. We can't be all over the place. We have to be rooted with what we believe in. We have to be vigilant, because Satan is always looking for a nigger moment. All right, where he can hop on somebody and cause things to go left. That's what he does. We have to be able to discern when that's happening and resist the devil so he can flee. The spirits are jumping on men, okay, and then those men are being used to put spirits on everyone else. That's Satan. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth trying to devour you, sift you as wheat. All right, remember what the Lord told Peter. Okay, gathered and took all the great stars whose privy members were like those. This is what Yahushua said to Peter. Luke 22:31. And Yahushua said, Simon, Peter, behold, Satan hath desired to sift you, and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel, and the Lord said, Simon, Simon, behold, Satan hath desired to have you, that he may sift you as wheat. See that? And that's what Satan wants to do with all of us. So there's going to be things coming down the pipe as we go through this straight gate that are going to play on our emotions. Satan, okay, that he wants to sift you as wheat. Okay, he wants you out of there. And I saw that enclosure. Okay, misery loves company. So 2 Timothy 3:1 it says, this know also that in the last days perilous times shall come. And you can see in the NLT very difficult now. Let's look up the Greek word together until I saw how they sank and were swallowed up and perished in that water.
Strong's G 5467. Chalipas. Chalipas.
Hard to do, to take, to approach, hard to bear, troublesome, dangerous, harsh, savage. Okay, and the man of sin is going to be at the head of that. Because when you look up that word beast, we talk about this beast system, the image of the beast. Alright, one of the definitions is a savage, okay, bestial man. Okay. And that describes this devil to a T. And he's getting ready to what? Be let loose. Alright, as the scriptures say, the devil is getting ready to come down with great wrath. And that's going to play on our flesh. That's why we can't be a people of the flesh. It says, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous,
tigers,
boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, both spiritual parents and literal parents. Okay, in the last days, one of the characteristics that we would know to let us know we're in those times is how people deal with their parents. Now you have the parents that birth you, in the sense of your earthly walk, in this flesh. We know that according to the scriptures, although if they're off and trying to get you to do something crazy, there is a point of separation. Okay, but we're commanded to what?
And those asses again gave up that sheep to the wolves.
As the scriptures say, honor thy mother. Thy father and thy mother.
And the Lord brought the 11 sheep to live with it.
But then you have spiritual parents who the Heavenly Father used to labor.
And became many flocks
the work that was, we're not just here as Israelites without history, without men that the Heavenly Father set up beforehand that labored for us to have what we have at this platform. Okay, it goes all the way back, the ancient prophets, but in this time the Lord has raised up prophets because it's written that prophets will be raised up. And those men toil and labor, all right, and you come in and enter into their works, and then once something happens that don't go in your favor, you become disrespectful to them.
And he called that sheep which had
okay?
escaped the wolves.
You're supposed to have the mind, I'll let the Lord deal with it.
That it should admonish them not
okay?
to
You may not
sheep.
agree with particular things, you may, but there's always a level of respect that we, especially as leaders and men who've been in this truth, have to show. Because that behavior, young men will then pick up that behavior, and you have a lot of these men walking around who did that. Okay, who, either they left, they started their own thing, they were kicked out.
And the Lord came to the sheep,
even before the newest batch.
And the wolves began to make lamentation.
Then they would just get on video and just call the men who taught them niggas and BITCHs and all manner of people, man. And then the younger men started to pick up those characteristics, and they went out and spread that vibe. That is an off vibe.
And the Lord of the sheep
okay?
was with him,
lovers of their own selves, covetous.
And his face
you got
was
many people who are led by a covetous mindset, meaning they want what others have. So they, by witchcraft or set ulterior motives or using charm, to get what the next person has, instead of waiting on the Lord or thanking the Lord for what He's given them.
Proceeded into the midst of that sea.
All right, boasters, proud, blasphemers. Okay, let's look up the word proud.
And when they saw the Lord of the sheep,
okay, because you have men blaspheming, you got men praying, all these behaviors are
and the water swelled and rose till it covered the
Strong's G 5244. Luper Ephanas. Luper Ephanas.
But the sheep escaped
showing oneself above others, lording over brothers,
there was no water and no
treating
grass.
brothers like
and
shit.
They began to open their eyes and
okay,
see.
seeking preeminence.
The sheep pasturing them and giving them water
okay,
and grass.
led by the flesh,
and that sheep going and
overly emotional,
and that sheep ascended to the summit of
with
the
an overweening estimate of one's means of merit, despising others, even treating them with contempt. Haughty, this is a mindset and a spirit that ought not be amongst us, brothers.
And all those sheep saw
okay,
and were afraid.
boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient. We can't push these particular behavior patterns and think that we're somehow going to be accepted of the Lord. It don't matter how many precepts you go. And this is become a common theme in Israel of this disrespectful, worldly nigga mentality. Okay, and then you may see the apostles say something, and nah, man, that ain't how we get down. Okay, you need to learn how to spiritually discern, and you need to, all right, be mindful of what you say and who you say it about. Okay, the Lord is doing something here. So to be disobedient to parents, both physical and spiritual, is off. Okay? It says, without natural affection. Alright? We're supposed to have love amongst one another. Remember, the Lord said, how will they know you, and the difference between you and the people in the world is by our love for one another. So the world lacks natural affection. And in Israel, you see that natural affection. Okay, now this dude came out with this documentary, and he's off. But when you listen to the things he was saying that was happening to them, it was like, why would niggas in the streets don't act like that? Okay, complete niggardry. See, we don't get down like that. See, and this is why our apostles and elders were warning about these particular camps, man. There's supposed to be a natural affection amongst the body and brotherhood, man. But what we're finding out is that there's particular men leading, all right, in camps where they're just complete nigga vibes. You see? So we gotta have natural affection. NLT says there will be unloving and unforgiving, that unmerciful, unloving, backbiting spirit, man, cannot be amongst us. We have to learn how to deal with things according to the spirit. We have these scriptures and we have to apply these scriptures. See, when it's all said and done, if you don't apply these scriptures, you're going to eventually be found out to be a nigga. Because you are still applying street code and street culture and nigga culture as to how you respond to things, how you handle things, and eventually you're going to be found out. And this is for who it's for. This ain't to one person. I ain't side talking, but this is just what we see in the spirit, so we speak on it, man. We can't have that unforgiving, unloving spirit amongst the body and think that we're somehow walking in the spirit of Yahweh Shai. Absolutely not.
And the first ram pursued that second ram. And then second ram arose.
So without natural affection, truth breakers, okay?
And that second ram arose.
Truth breakers telling secrets,
and those sheep grew and multiplied.
Okay? False accusers making up shit.
Wild boars,
the incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good. That's the house of Saul right there. And the house of Saul is here in the earth today.
And that ram begat many sheep.
Okay, and you'll know them by their fruit.
Sheep became ram in its
right,
and became a
truth breakers. They be down with you.
And that house became
okay. Let's look at this word truth breakers. They be down with you, but they may hear something they don't like or get kicked out.
On the house for the Lord,
and then all of a sudden, everything that they agreed with you about a week ago, they don't agree, and they just start making up their own shit and being niggas, man. Okay, aspondandos.
And again, I saw those sheep that they
without a treaty of covenant,
many ways and forsook that their house.
And that's the spirit of the world. This is how niggas act. We are supposed to have the Holy Spirit, Rachakodas, and handle things as Yahweh Shai handle things amongst the body of believers. Okay, not amongst the niggas. Because yeah, he did get on niggas, but they didn't accept him. Okay, but through him toiling and laboring, eventually some did repent
and lament over them.
Because gainsayers are going to be convinced as well. It says of things would not mutually agreed upon, abstinences from hostilities that cannot be persuaded to enter into a covenant. Okay, you're having situations pop up where brothers don't want to forgive one another.
And he gave them over.
Okay, brothers have like an evil eye,
and wolves and hyenas, and into the hands
you know, towards one another. We can't be like that, man. That's not the spirit of God. You acting like a nigga in the world.
And I saw that he
all you're missing is a wave cap,
and gave them
okay,
and to tear and devour them
a 40.
into the hand of all the wild.
Well, a lot of you remind brothers, and now you're looking at Jake, man.
All my power, and to appeal to the Lord of
false accusers, right? Just because you're hurt and in your feelings, you'll make up, and that's the characteristic of females. Incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good. Okay, we can go all day on these, but these are characteristics of the world, and this is a mindset that would grow amongst Israel as well. Okay, this is who he's talking about, Israelites. But this is the spirit of the whole world as well. This is how you know we're entering into dangerous times, because nobody's in order. There's no order. Where there's no order, all right, there's just chaos. Okay, and people just do what the hell they want to do, and they don't fear the Heavenly Father. When you lose the fear of the Lord, you walk in a way that's very dangerous to yourself and others around you. All right?
The words of the blessing of Enoch were with
The despisers of those that are good, those who have showed themselves to be upstanding, to have the faith, push the word. Okay, that all they can do with all of the hell going on and all of the evil going on in the world is figure out a way to make them look bad.
Which the angels showed me.
Okay, traitors.
From them I heard everything. And
they will betray their friends. All right, again, you'll have men who you can have a conversation with yesterday, and then you'll look up, and the dude's doing a video on you. I've literally had that happen to me in Israel. Not in the world, but Israel. When you come into Israel, these are the type of people you're gonna come in contact with. Okay? But that doesn't mean the elect ain't still here.
And the watchers shall quake. And great fear and trembling shall seize them.
Traitors, heady, high-minded,
and the
puffed
high
up,
mountain
man.
shall be shaken. And the high
Lovers
hills
of
shall
pleasures
be made
more
low,
than lovers
and
of
shall
God.
melt like
Okay,
wax
you
before
love
the flame.
what pleases you.
And
A
the
lot
earth
of
shall be
people are
wholly
here
rent and
for
sundered,
what pleases
and all
them.
that is upon the earth shall
Me,
perish.
me.
And there shall be a
That's
judgment
all they're
upon
driven
all
by.
men.
They don't
But the
understand that
righteous
they're a
he
part
will
of
make
something.
peace,
See, that's the
and
spirit
will
of the world.
protect the elect.
These
And
things
mercy
are,
shall be upon
I mean,
them.
even social
And they
media,
shall all belong to God.
it's been
And they shall be
used to
prospered,
promote
and they
all
shall
of these
all be blessed.
behaviors.
And he
People
will
go
help them
live
all,
with
and
their
light shall
wickedness.
appear unto them. And he will make
People go
peace with
live
them. And behold,
to get
he
likes
cometh
and
with
clicks and
10,000s
views
of his
because
holy ones
they
to
think so
execute
highly of
judgment
themselves. They have to be
upon all,
validated
and
all
to
day. They need
destroy
to be
all the
validated.
ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the
You
works
see?
of their ungodliness which they have
And it just
ungodly
leads them to
committed,
just
and of all the hard
a
things which
very
ungodly
toxic
sinners
way
have
of life,
spoken
man.
against
Social
him.
media and all of this has
Observe
ruined the
ye
world.
everything that takes place in the
People are
heavens, how they
depressed.
do not
People,
change their
it's
orbits,
it's
and
a
the
very
luminaries which
wicked
are in the
environment
heavens,
we're in. This
how
is
they
why
all rise and set
Peter,
in order, each in its season, and
not
transgress
Peter,
not
Paul
against
is
their
writing this,
appointed order.
letting them know. Now,
Earth,
Timothy,
and give heed to the things
okay,
which
was
take
brought
place
up.
upon it from first to last.
I believe his
How
father was a
steadfast
Greek.
they are.
He was
How
brought
none
up
of
and he
the
came
things
into the
upon
truth
the
and he
earth
became a
change.
head.
But all the
The
works of
Paul
God
sent him
appear
to Ephesus.
you.
So Timothy,
Behold the summer
when
and
you
the
read it,
winter, how the whole earth is
those
filled
of us
with
who
water
have
and
come up
clouds and
in this
dew
thing
and rain
and
lie upon
started
it.
teaching the word,
Observe,
entered
see
into the
how
labors
in
of
winter
our
all the
apostles
trees
and elders,
seem
we
as
can
though they
learn a
have
lot
withered
from
and shed
reading
all their leaves,
the book of
except
Timothy, man.
14 trees which do not lose their foliage,
Okay?
but
Because
retain the
there's a
old foliage
particular
from 2 to 3
mindset
years
as a
till
leader
the
that you
new
have to
comes.
have, okay,
And
that's
again,
separate
observe
from
ye the
everybody
days of
else,
summer, how the sun is
so that
above the
everybody
earth,
else can
over
follow you.
against it, and you see
In your
shade and
mindset,
shelter by reason
what we're
of the
doing
heat
is
of the sun. And the earth
reduplicating
also
Yahweh
burns
Shai
glowing
through
heat.
us,
And
through
so
our
you cannot
actions. That's
tread on
really
the
what
earth
we're here
or on
for,
a rock
and
by
you have to
reason
look
of
at it
its
like that.
Observe
That's the
ye
only way
how
you're
the
gonna fully
trees
put off
cover
the old man.
themselves with green leaves and bear fruit.
Okay, now we know we're not going to get it
Wherefore
100% right
regard to all his works,
in this
and
flesh,
recognize
but there
how
is a
he that liveth
mindset
forever hath made
that
them so.
seems to be
And all
lacking.
his works go on
Okay,
thus
even
from
in
year to
Great
year
Millstone
forever.
amongst
And all
particular
the
brothers,
tasks
man.
which they accomplished for him, and their tasks
Okay,
change not.
so
but according
brothers
as
got to
God
get
hath
more
ordained,
into
so
applying
it is
these
done.
scriptures because you're going to be
And
found
behold how the sea and the
guilty
rivers in like manner
if it comes
accomplish
to
and
find
change
out that
not
you were
their
just
tasks
reading
and his
precepts, talking
commandments.
shit,
But ye,
and just cursing
ye
out the
have
white
not
man the
been
whole time.
steadfast, nor done the
You didn't never
commandments of
use the word to literally
But ye have
put
turned
on
away
the
and
elect.
spoken proud and hard words with your
What does put
impure
there? What does the
mouths
scripture
against
say?
his
Put
greatness.
therefore on the elect.
O
Let's get that.
hard-hearted, ye shall find no peace. Therefore shall you execrate your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and the years of your destruction shall be multiplied
on
in
as the
eternal
elect.
execration. And ye shall find
This is
no mercy.
first.
In those days ye shall make your names an eternal execration unto all
This is
the
Colossians
righteous, and by you
3 and
shall
12.
all
Put
be
on therefore as the
and all
elect
sinners
of
and
God,
godless shall imprecate body
holy and beloved,
and for
bowels
you,
of
regardless,
mercies,
there shall
kindness,
be a curse.
humbleness
And all
of
that
mind. See,
shall
humbleness
rejoice.
of mind.
And
We
there
have to
shall
have a
be
humble
forgiveness of
mind.
sins, and every mercy and peace
Okay?
and forbearance.
Now,
There shall be
certain brothers may be
salvation
more
unto them,
forward.
a goodly light.
That doesn't doesn't mean that brother ain't humble.
There shall be no salvation.
Okay? You got certain brothers who are mild-mannered. You got certain brothers who are more forward. You got brothers who are contrary. You got all kind of spirit. But the mindset must be humble. You must be coachable. You must be humble. You must have you can't think too highly of yourself. Meekness and long-suffering. In LT, since God chose you to be the holy people He loves, how do we know that He called us? We don't know if we're chosen yet, but by the Holy Spirit. We're doing what the Scripture said. The elect will do in the latter days. So you must clothe yourself with a particular mindset, a pattern of behavior amongst the brotherhood. Mercy, kindness, humility, gentleness, okay? Patience, long suffering, which is a part of the fruits of the Spirit. You got to be long suffering. Things happen to you. You can't try to create your own vengeance. You got to wait on the Lord's time, and in the Lord's time, and sometimes He may be wanting you to learn a lesson. So in this truth, you got to be long suffering. Okay, and you have to take lessons out of hell. Whatever you're going through, you always got to be considering what is the Lord, what does the Lord want me to learn from this? Above the initial emotion of the situation you're in. Okay, you can't be led by the flesh. Anyway.
And they were in all 200 who descended in the days of Jared.
Season changes brought those sinuses in.
And they called it Mount Hermon because they had
sworn
and bound themselves by
and a good thing for that is
upon it. And these are the names of their leaders. Simeon their leader. Arakiba,
black seed oil.
Kokabeel,
But see, the thing is with just like with this truth, herbs, along with prayer, and the things that are urban and natural healing, you have to put it on. You have to do it. We're so used to Esau's medicine. You take it and an hour later you don't feel nothing. Ta-da! Well, with the Lord, no, it requires you to show forth a pattern of obedience. And healing comes from that. See, we just got to get the hell out of here.
And the cutting of roots.
See, it says traitors, 2 Timothy 3 and 4, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God. Okay? You got many people like that. They don't give a damn how much of a ride they'll come. They don't give a damn what type of fruit that's being gathered under them and what these people are about. They just want people to agree with them. And as long as you agree with me and my rebellion, I love you, goddamn it. I don't care what you believe.
And Azazel taught men to make swords,
having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. Turn away from people like that. They will act religious, but they reject the power that can make them godly. Okay, you got many people like that. One body Yahushua telling Israelites miracles don't exist. Moses didn't part the Red Sea. Stay away from a nigga like that. That nigga is crazy and dangerous. Okay, he'll have the whole congregation in the line to get the charagma because we gotta eat. Because if you don't believe in miracles, then you'll do anything. When Esau rose,
the signs of the sun, and Sariel, the course of the moon. And as men
verse 6, for of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins. You know who's a personification of this? Is Elder Rakab, GOCC. GOCC got some beautiful women. There's a lot of them. Now, when you listen to the gospel, it's all over the place. Women love women. Jay, Israelite women just gotta hear some craziness. It's like their eyes, they don't blink. His eyes be just wide open. You just saying anything. Demons survived the flood. And women are like, wow. Okay? You know, the putting the Western vibration of how women are uplifted, mingling that with the scriptures. The scriptures ain't about that, man. Okay? All women are to be treated with respect, right? However, there's an order that they got to come under. Okay? They ain't put on no pedestal just because they're a woman. But you have churches, even Israel, where T.D. Jakes learned the hard way. He went against the women, and a lot of he's struggling. Okay? So eventually he's gonna have to write another book telling a woman thou art loose. But when it comes to telling them you sin no more, which when you keep reading that scripture, that's what it says, and go and sin no more, then they don't want to hear that. So You got particular men that teach doctrines that keep a lot of women, okay, even entering them into particular positions in the church where they're leading over men and stuff. You got this going on in Israel, which is leading to a lot of adultery and evil. Okay, but their doctrine is catered towards getting because women bring money. Okay, you can get over 50 women into your congregation who got decent jobs, and they'll pay their 10%. Like they ain't half stepping it. Yeah, you got yourself a nice income. So why not just create a doctrine and make it Western? All right, because what our people don't want to do is go back to the East. Our people are afraid of the East. Our people look at the East as oppressive and mean and evil, but when it's all said and done, it's all going to be established. And we as a nation are going to appreciate the Lord's order, and we're going to see the result of what it does and be appreciative of it. But right now, our people don't give a damn. They just want to be in America and have their hair wrap on or their fringes and just talk shit and be weird. Anyway, rambling, but this sort, okay, are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women. Lady was telling women, you got IUIC telling women that if you want to be a part of our congregation, you come in and you married to a man, you got to leave him and get with another brother. You got to get with this brother. Leave your husband and get with a man of the Lord. Well, that's not scriptural. That's off. You're causing that woman to commit adultery, man. And that man, because going into what Yahweh goes into. You separate from a woman for some, these dudes are absolutely wicked. Promoting, you gotta put a ring on it. Promoting wedding certificates, marriage certificates, marriage license, with license being permission. Your marriage is between you, all right, in the particular priest or whoever, in the Most High God, Yahweh and Yahweh Shah. There's an order in the planet Earth, right? Now, within our marriages, there were things written down because marriage was a business, right? Back in the ancient world, marriage was more than what we know here in the West. So, if I'm a father and I got a beautiful daughter and I'm approached by a well-to-do family of Judah, all right? And this family, they got all kind of company, they got all kind of land. I'm looking like, okay. So the father comes, and the deal is made. Well, I'm like, within this deal, you want my daughter for your son. Well, whoopty-whoopty-whoop. I want a little bit of this land over here, allow me and some of my sons to, work this part of the land and this well over here, all of that. And you will write it down, and those things will be written down. But we didn't have no damn marriage certificate where some weirdo talking about the power invested in me by the state of California. I now pronounce you husband and wife. What? Till death do us apart. Where is that in the scriptures? We don't even know if we're going to live tomorrow. You can't promise your ass that I'm going to be with you till death do us apart. What if you lose your head? I'm gone. I'm not there with those niggas, nah. Now, in certain situations, what I'm saying, your woman gets sick, if she was down for you, you could be down for her, but I can't promise you till death do us apart. Where is that in the scriptures? We're prisoners, we're in captivity. I don't have control over today. All right. Anyway, but they'll push the marriage certificate so that the woman can be comfortable. And see, then Israelites can just spray paint white Jesus tan and spray paint a black Jerry curl, and it's just basically Christianity under black Jesus.
Was blessing the Lord of Majesty and the King of the
And that's money for a lot of men. That's control. Okay, and that's wickedness, man. And you're calling on Jesus Christ as a Hebrew Israelite, telling Israelites they ain't Hebrew.
The holy eternal
That you niggas are wicked, man.
defiled themselves with women and have done of the children.
Read this in the NLT, 2 Timothy 3:6. They are the kind who work their way into people's homes and win the confidence of vulnerable women, okay, who are burdened with the guilt of sin and controlled by various desires.
The destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto
And they just take advantage of them, okay, and do all kind of evil, man. And this is why that, you know, they going on vocab Malone, okay, they're telling it all. Hey,
and thou shalt not have toleration.
well, you know, that's what you get. This is why our apostles and elders, late, you know, through their experience, they taught us, look, every man just have his own woman. All right. And when it comes to you brothers fellowship and doing the work, they're separated. They don't come. You know? Now, if a brother, you know, and his wife and the other brother and his wife want to go, you know, do stuff at every group, they eat together, you go over there and visit, and they chill, you know, that happens.
And the prayer in
But
regard to their
when you go into our ancient culture, women were supposed to be separate. There was an order to the women that were believers.
And I went up
Anyway,
at the waters of Dan,
and that leads to safety. And now look, you got the dude who did the documentary. He's basically saying what? You know, they want to call my woman baby. Your woman's all around in front of all of these other men. Now, when a woman comes around men, naturally, the dude is going to get more macho. The dude is going to try to be funny. He's going to do extra. That's natural with the men. It's testosterone. Like, when a woman comes around in certain situations, but now that we have wisdom, we don't do this. But if you notice, okay, you shouldn't be doing it, but it's natural. Even sometimes around brothers, when women are around, you go somewhere, you out, and women are around, you'll see a brother. You do it too much. It's the woman being around.
I saw in my sleep.
So to keep all the confusion, Paul told them, look, keep silent. Okay? And when you go into the ancient custom, they were separated. In Eastern families, when they go out to eat, they do that. They're separate. Anyway, it leads to order. Because you sitting at the table, and you telling all of the women and the men together, and you tell a joke, and one woman, she laughing at every joke. Then this brother looking, bitch, you don't laugh at my jokes like that. And it leads to confusion. Anyway, 2 Timothy 3:8. Now, as Jannes and Jambres withstood Moses, all right, and these were some Egyptian magi that were called by Pharaoh. These weren't jakes, these were heathen, called by Pharaoh to try to work a miracle to oppose the miracle that was happening through Moses. Okay, and the Lord is likening these niggas to that. Okay, they see the truth being spoken, but they'll go and try to create their own miracle. All right, to oppose what's happening through the right-hand priesthood. It says, now as Jannes and Jambres withstood Moses, so do these also resist the truth. Men of corrupt minds reprobate concerning the faith. Faith. Okay, they're not really even here for the kingdom to be brought forth. They're here either for their emotion, to promote their talent, okay, or to promote their goddamn selves above the Lord and the throne of David being established in the earth. How many people are really talking about the throne of David being established in the earth? Huh? Show me the camps that is really going into the throne of David being established in the earth.
And I entered into that house.
Okay? It's primarily going to be the men of Great Millstone and those who have likewise doctrines, or those who left. And now they're saying they're the house of David. But you notice they're talking about David, because that is the thing that was brought to us by our apostles and elders.
And the entire portal stood open before me.
Okay?
And it was built of flames.
So if your teachers ain't talking about the throne of David, you better beware. Okay? But they shall proceed no further, for their folly shall be manifest to all men, as theirs also was. So the Lord is ultimately at some point going to show who's right and who's wrong. And you can clearly see reprobate spirits on these men. They're close to the camera and wrong. It says, but thou, see, the Lord is eventually going to stop. At some point, the elect, let's go see, you know? Oh yeah, there go another nigga rebelling. Oh, I guess, now we need to remix the new song ain't being sung already? We need to stop and listen to the remix. Get your ass out. Paul's charged to Timothy. But thou hast fully known, okay, my doctrine. Right? Paul taught Timothy. Okay, thou hast fully known my doctrine, manner of life, purpose, faith, long-suffering, charity, and patience. You see, when the men under you look up, this is what they need to see. Okay? Your manner of life. Okay, you can't be out here wilding out, living like a complete loser. You basically, you just T, like a nigga in the hood named T. You don't want to be that guy. Okay? Your manner of life. Okay, you got to be about your business, man. Okay? You got to preach the doctrine, your manner of life. You can't be out here wilding out. You should know your purpose. Why the Heavenly Father put you here and gave you the gift you have. You should show forth the fruits of faith. You should be long-suffering. You should be charitable. You should be patient. Okay? Paul is saying, look, you know what I taught you and how I taught you to be, so this is what you need to focus on. All these other niggas, look, the Lord will destroy them. Persecutions, afflictions, which came unto me at Antioch and Iconium and Lystra, what persecutions I endured, but out of them the Lord delivered me. Out of them all the Lord delivered me. So he's basically telling them his history. And your teachers are going to tell you their history. You're going to be listening to your teachers, and they're going to be going through things that happened to them and things that they went through in at the beginning of their camps or going back to the old school. You're going to hear those stories. Okay? Because they're a testimony, all right, that the Lord is working. Okay? Because I'm still here. They're still here. It says, yea, and Paul was still there. Okay? Yea, and all that will live godly in Yahweh Shah HaMashiach shall suffer persecution, and we know and understand that. Okay? As soon as any form of persecution comes on Jake, they lose their integrity, they lose their mind. Okay? But evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. See? So we need to focus on the fruit of the Spirit and understanding hell is coming, but evil imposters will flourish. They will deceive others and will be deceived themselves. And that's what's happening. Others are even being deceived by these niggas. Okay, but notice they never all agree. Whenever these rebellions happen, okay, the niggas that gather together, they don't agree in doctrine. Okay? But somehow they agree to come against us about our doctrine. That's how you know the nigga is deceived. Okay? When you're reading a comment of a nigga who believes in heathen, if you say, in the virgin birth, and giving him a shout out, you got demons on you, yo. Alright? So evil men are gonna wax, they ain't gonna stop. Niggas ain't gonna stop until they are stopped. But continue thou in the things which thou hast learned. See, there's a particular doctrine that was taught unto Timothy by Paul that he was to stick to. So what's being said here in this day is nothing different. Okay? But continue thou in the things which thou hast learned and hast been assured of, knowing that whom thou hast learned them. Let's read this in the NLT. But you must remain faithful to the things you have been taught. Okay? You know they are true, for you know you can trust those who taught you. See that? Knowing who you have learned it from. Okay, and that's a mind, that's a lost art. Humility. See? And a lot of these GMO babies that are in Israel, they're here just pushing forth rebellion and ignorance to the very men who labored, okay, so that they can have this platform. But that's all right. Okay? We are going to be thankful and respectful. Even if I'm separated from the body, even if I'm one day not found in good favor amongst those men, I'm never, all right, Lord willing, the Spirit never comes on me to openly oppose. And then, everything they taught me said was wrong. And that is a complete nigga that needs to melt. Okay? I'm talking about like melt, including the bone. That's the type of fire niggas need. Okay? And it's coming. And that thou hast from a child, okay? And that from a child thou hast known the Holy Scriptures, which are able to make thee wise unto salvation. Okay? Which is in Yahweh Shah HaMashiach. Now, when are you a child? Okay? Is this talking about when you were a child eating catfish and hoghead cheese and growing up committing adultery? No, you weren't a child back then. You're a child when you first come into this truth, this wisdom, because all things are new unto you, and you have to look at it like that. Okay? Really, I'm 14 years old. Okay? Well, 15 now. Yep, 15. I've been in this thing 15 years. Through the Holy Spirit, and the men before me, they've been in longer. The men before them, they've been in longer. Okay?
And beyond that abyss,
so,
I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above.
Call Halal Yahweh Shem Yahshai. We have to be as babes, as Yahweh Shai said.
And no birds.
All right? You have to look at yourself as such. And it'll help you along the way.
Stars like great burning mountains.
Constantly learning.
And to me, when I inquired,
and you fear your father. That's a true child.
This place,
you're obedient unto your father.
This has become
okay?
For the stars and the host of
and that thou hast from a child known the Holy Scriptures, which are able to make thee wise unto salvation through Yahweh Shah HaMashiach. See, that's a part of the victory. This testimony, it says, all Scripture is given by inspiration of the Most High and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. There you go. All Scripture. You got particular people saying, don't prophesy. All right, we don't need to talk about Esau. Okay, we need to talk about this. We need to talk about that. Well, no, all Scripture. We're bringing out the volume of the book. Okay, and in order for the kingdom to come, Esau got to fall. So we got to chat him down. How the man of sin gonna be revealed if we don't reveal him? Okay? So all Scripture is for what? Doctrine, reproof, for correction, instruction. So you have to use the Scriptures to instruct you. You're not in the truth if you're just reading the Bible and then you're a nigga in your daily life. You a nigga around brothers. You ain't in the truth. You're not applying what you're reading. Okay? You get a little persecution and you lose your mind when the Scriptures say you're going to suffer persecution, even wrongfully. You got to suffer wrongfully in this truth too, knowing that the Lord will eventually justify you if you're sincere. You see that? Oh man, these are all attributes we have to apply, man. All Scripture is given by inspiration of God. It is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness.
Something horrible.
that the man of the Most High may be perfect, thoroughly furnished. Okay? In all good works, thoroughly furnished. Now, when the unclean spirit, let's get that.
For what sin are they bound? And on what account have they been cast in hither? Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me, and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask? And why art thou eager for the truth? These are the number of the stars of heaven which have transgressed.
Look up that word furnished real quick.
And are bound here till 10,000.
It says that the man of God is perfect, thoroughly furnished into all good works.
Which was still more horrible than the former. And I saw a horrible thing, a great fire there which burned and blazed, and the place was cleft as far as it is.
It says exarly, so perfectly to be accomplished, as it were, render the days complete.
Conjecture. Then I said, how fearful is the place, and how terrible furnished. Then Uriel answered me, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? And I answered, because of this fearful place.
Mark 15, 14 and 15, and he will show you a large supper and furnished. Because your mind has to be furnished with these attributes, spread, couches, and dividends. Yep, put things in it. You know? And that, when you put on these particular mindsets, you're furnishing. You're being furnished. Your mind is being furnished. Now, when the unclean spirit comes on a man, right? Let's get that. I know where it's at. Matthew 12 and 43. When the unclean spirit is going out of a man, he walketh through dry places seeking rest and findeth none. Okay? So when an unclean spirit is going out of a man, he goes throughout the earth seeking who he can devour, basically. That's how the spiritual demon Satan works, through different demons that jump on people, man. So an unclean spirit leaves a man, then the unclean spirit says, I will return unto my house whence I came out. And when he has come, he findeth it empty, swept, and garnished, meaning and nothing's in there, because it's not furnished. So he finds the mindset unfurnished. What is he gonna do? He goeth and take it with him. All right. Himself, 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they entered and dwell there. All right, they dwell there. They're in his spirit, basically having a party. Because demons don't want to sit down and rest. They just want to wiggle around and keep doing evil. So they come and find your mind unfurnished. You're not putting on particular attributes. Well, they're going to make you worse than how you were at first. Even so shall it be unto this wicked generation, which that wicked generation is here in the earth. And this is your last day. All right? So hopefully I'll edify. Noah's all over the place.